Hello and welcome to Heroes CCL presented by Roll20. I am Joe. With me, as always, are Grubby and Bahamut, and special guest Grubby's beard joining us this weekend. New for the tournament. How's it going?
It's a paste on. It's pretty obvious when you look at it.
Let's say you've just got the double-sided tape holding it on there. I gotta try that with sometime. Bahamut, how's your beard? I mean, how's your day?
It's glued in. No, my day's doing great. I'm really excited for our next two best of fives on this Sunday afternoon. The gauntlet's been really fun so far.
Yes, it definitely has. We will get into a lot of that today. The gauntlet has been exciting, but first we'll look at something else very exciting, the prizing for this tournament. Instead, we're going to look at the standings, actually. We'll check that out. Oops, we usually look at the prizing. Anyway, there's the standings. And today, it's really all about 30K on down, right? 30K waiting at the top of the gauntlet, waiting in our second match for the winner of our first match, which is going to be Sidestep Kings versus Granite Gaming. And it's going to be an interesting one. Now, yesterday we had a 3-0 and a 3-1. I don't think the games are going to be that one-sided today.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doa. I have a pretty strong feeling that we're going to see a 2-3 or a 3-2. Either way, I think these teams are very evenly matched, with Sidestep Kings being slightly higher on the ranking, but Simplicity coming swinging. And you just get this sense that they always could have got a bit more out of any series they've played, even the ones they lost.
Yeah, for sure. Grubby? Oh, actually, now let's take a look at our prizing for this tournament. This always gets me excited because it's so huge to have the heroes of the community, heroes of the storm community. There, like, that makes sense, right? Chip in to help support the esport, right? And we're over $16,500 right now. 60% of that goes to players, 40% to handle some production costs behind the scenes. But man, that is epic, actually, and that's the start to what I would imagine, what I dare call the renaissance, the revitalization of Heroes of the Storm esports. I don't know. I'm just maybe making a wild prediction here, but I think it's pretty likely.
It's been really good. You can see it also in ladder. There's a lot of influence on the meta. There's people coming back to the game. There's people coming back saying this game's still alive. It's like, yeah, dude, this game never ever went down. We just had HGC drop for a bit, and we have a very nice alternative here with the HeroesCCL. So yeah, there's definitely things going on.
Just went into hibernation. That's all there is. But hey, we've got some great plays to look at, brought to you by Duke Cannon, one of our lovely sponsors here. It's Duke Cannon's Clean Plays of the Week. Let's check it out.
Urel getting over here as fast as possible. Will be even 5v5 mind control into the mech from Make. Massive mosh pit onto 3 members on the bottom left of our screen. So many members of Chili Mountain are getting low. The triple kill for the side of crowd control.
Legacy, a warm welcome to Legacy. He's going to be the first blood in this game. Oh, Cure?
Nasmus! Nasmus! Oh! Nasmus over here like, I got the outplay, and Zeratul like, I got the outplay. They kill each other in the end.
But nice kill for Granite Gaming. They're now going to come in with all of them. Oh, stay on, listen. Okay.
Misha gets the charge. Celestial charge onto 3. The big burst is here from the side of 30K, but it's only onto 1. Mind control pulls Liam into the death zone. They'll pop the Ardent Defender immediately, and Urel gets their full health back. Harger Hogwild into this enemy team, finds 1 bounce, not enough damage, and Muradin gets picked off by 30K. 30K trying to feed these sappers.
And you know, even though yesterday actually was some fairly one-sided matches, we still got a lot of great plays out of that one. Like any of the ones from yesterday, they weren't in the video, but did you write down any of the ones from yesterday for next week's clean plays?
Oh, no, there was actually, hold on, I have to reference it. It was game 4 yesterday, literally the end of that Granite Gaming versus Simplicity matchup. That one, I was like, I actually circled in my notebook, just end. It's such a good clip yesterday. I highly recommend after today's broadcast, if you missed that, to go check that out later on today. But I like, there's so much good action that's even just sitting, waiting for us in today's matchups.
Yeah, well, speaking of today's matchups, let's take a look at the ladder right now to see how everything is sort of broken down so far. Again, we're doing it with a gauntlet format, and so that means basically everybody had a chance to make it to the Final Four. So we saw yesterday Granite, Chili Mountain, both teams at the bottom of the standings in our regular season faced off. It was a 3-0 for Granite Gaming. They right away went into a best of 5 against Simplicity, which Simplicity was able to come out victorious in. They won that one 3-1 and earned their spot in today's first match against Sidestep Kings. Whoever wins that goes on to the final playoff ladder match against 30K, and the winner of that goes to our Final Four next week.
This bracket. Like 30K though, like we got to talk about this a little bit. 30K has been kind of sitting in this raid boss position, and it might be a little daunting to some of these teams coming up, even in this first matchup. Like I don't know, I'm just so excited for our like that final match is going to be awesome. But we still got to get there though. Like
that's true. We'll get there soon. Don't worry. I'm excited too. But first, we have to shout out our lovely sponsors here. Of course, HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. We say it basically every break, and it's because we love them. Roll20, of course, is a great service to take your gaming from the tabletop to the virtual tabletop. With a lot of different RPGs. You play D&D, you play Cyberpunk, you play pretty much whatever you want on there, and they've got a lot of tools to make that happen, keep you connected with your fellow role-playing gaming friends. So happy to have them as a sponsor here. They are great. Check them out. So on that note, also, we have to keep in mind that we're doing awards later this season too. So make sure you type !awards in chat. That'll take you to a place where you can vote for your favorite plays, your favorite players, all the stuff you love the most in the HeroesCCL season is going to be right there. And you're going to have a chance to vote on it. So go check it out. Should be fun. I haven't done it yet though. I'm kind of doing this. So maybe during the game, I'll do it. We'll see. That's right. Let's take a look at our rosters here. First, starting with Simplicity, the challenger team, I would say, because they rose up through the rankings to face Sidestep Kings. But Simplicity looked pretty good yesterday. And what was notable about their match versus Granite Gaming, and they were saying that in the post-match interview, Grubby, is that they didn't need to show a whole lot yet. So I feel like we've got a lot to expect from this match that we may not have seen from this team yet.
Yeah, exactly. Though they ran Diablo draft twice, and we, the casters, kind of suspected that maybe they're trying not to show everything. Maybe they don't need to reach to the bottom of the barrel to win the challenge that stood before them, and they confirmed that that was indeed true. We also didn't see Collusion play yesterday, who has nonetheless been a very strong player for Simplicity. And despite Legacy being here now and also being a healer, they could run double support. They could run anything because they said they've got secret weapons, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they are, and I'm sure Bahamut is too.
Yep, definitely. Let's take a look at Sidestep Kings now. This is a team that we haven't seen for a few weeks, of course. They are waiting in this position in the bracket. They've looked so good all season, but you and I were chatting about this a little bit before the matches today, Bahamut, that it feels like at the end of the day, I do kind of think that being on 3 different continents makes it a little bit tough to execute those wombo combos sometimes. What do you think?
It definitely, it can really affect it. And we've had conversations with the team, and they're saying that we don't think it is, but it definitely can be an issue in some of these games. The other thing too, I'm going to be blunt about, there are weekends when Sidestep Kings fire on all cylinders, and there's weekends where it's just is there miscommunication? Is the energy low? I'm excited to see what kind of energy Sidestep Kings are going to bring to this matchup, because as we've all talked about so far, and we want to remind chat, this is a single run. There's no bottom bracket to fall into. This is do or die. This is the gauntlet.
Exactly. Let's check out what map we're going to first in this best of 5 between Simplicity and Sidestep Kings. It's going to be Volskaya Foundry starting things off. That's a map that we actually didn't see at all yesterday, if I remember right.
That's correct. We didn't see any Volskaya Foundry yesterday. We also had a pretty fast day yesterday.
Yeah.
That's probably partially to do with it. Well, yeah, it's a little too fast. And, the scores were 3-0, 3-1, which contributes. But we also didn't have Volskaya, which is a map that tends to draw a little longer.
Yep, very true. Let's get into the draft. Volskaya Foundry, Simplicity versus Sidestep Kings. It's going to be Sidestep Kings on the left, of course, Simplicity on the right as the players load in. What do you think, Bahamut? If you could speculate, what do you feel like Simplicity may not have shown us yet? Do you think that, based on what we've seen in the past from them, what do you think?
So in the past, I feel like we've seen a lot of Masquerade playing a lot of Imperius, and maybe they've played some ETC here and there, but I think it's Masquerade has played a lot of Imperius. So seeing the Diablo yesterday was is leaps and bounds. And I wonder if Simplicity has been practicing very hard to have a larger tank pool for Masquerade, allowing for these bigger wombos. That's kind of the question that I've been sitting here asking myself is, what does Simplicity have that they can really pull out against Sidestep Kings? Because right now, Sidestep know that there's a very good Imperius and a very good Diablo for the members of Simplicity, but we're kind of getting into that early ban phase shenanigans, forcing the members of Simplicity to either ban out the Medivh and Hogger or give it over to Sidestep. I mean, this is a decent map for Hogger, so getting rid of it, I agree. But first pick over to Sidestep.
You know the condition for a map to be good versus Hogger?
What's that?
For it to be a map.
Yep. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
So just any map. All right. It was kind of a trick question. I see. Stukov first pick. We saw a lot of that yesterday in our matches. Very popular healer at this point. See, the first two pickups for Simplicity are.
Zone control with Stukov is great, and you don't show much of your draft, and I just like that coming out from Sidestep.
We should note that there is no June on the side of Sidestep Kings. June is a very big signal that we're going to have a higher pick rate of Abathur, Vikings, Uther, Ana, Lucio, double support basically. So he's not there. They may bring him in later though. Sidestep is one of the teams that swaps players the most mid-series.
You can always do that. Chromie, Johanna, the first two picks on the Simplicity side. They did play Johanna one game yesterday, and I think they did pick up Chromie in a game or two, if I recall.
I believe so.
They definitely played the Johanna ones, though.
Let me check. Yeah, they did play Chromie.
That was the Battlefield game, I think it was. There was like a Cassia Johanna into the enemy team.
All right.
Deathwing Leoric. This is
back
that
to
combo.
that again.
Exactly. This is that combo that we've seen so many times in the past with the Entomb and the not Lightning Breath, Molten Flame coming out from Deathwing, and that level 16 talent tier buff onto that Molten Flame as well really chunks into the enemy members. But we'll see what we get for our ban phase right now, because the side of Sidestep needs a little extra damage, and maybe they can get rid of something like a Li Ming or a Hanzo, because we've seen really good Hanzo and Li Ming play from Sidestep. They're gonna.
What about Anduin? Anduin saves you from an Entombed Deathwing.
Well, I think Sidestep bans this here.
I would imagine you do.
Yeah.
But like the Diablo ban?
Maybe you don't.
So you want Anduin to be picked?
Yeah.
Because you have a plan.
Because you maybe don't think Legacy is the greatest Anduin ever, maybe?
That's
maybe
possible too.
Yeah. Again, like, there's a lot of trends in drafts that come from scrims, right? Where all of these teams are practicing against each other. Players become known for things. They become known for maybe not being the greatest at things. And so that could be part of it. Yeah, and there's a Brightwing pick too. So, you got to wonder, normally, like we talked about, Anduin would be the pick in against a comp like this, but the Brightwing is a choice instead. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be like double support, like Zarya last, but it doesn't feel like it fits Simplicity that much. Because you're not going to jump in and phase shift heal someone in a Deathwing Tomb pit, I think.
You are now, I guess.
I like the idea of like a Thrall for Simplicity into the Deathwing. Thrall's really bruisery. You can go for that level 1 Rolling Thunder, which gives you a lot more of that 1v1 value into higher health pool heroes like a Deathwing, like a Leoric, like an Imperius. I think Grubby mentioned it for a second that maybe the Anduin's a bit of a bait, and maybe Simplicity's reading that, because I was trying to think, like, how are they going to play it? I mean, Deathwing could land in the backline on the Anduin, the Orc could Wraith walk in, so I think there's a lot of that dive to try and get on the Anduin. So this Brightwing, they're just like, you know what, we're not gonna go for it, and we're actually gonna get a Zeratul to kick things off. I'm gonna be watching. Honest to God, I think Kier's gonna be just putting so much pressure onto Ultralisk the entire game. Like, I think that's the game plan for Simplicity. It's
It's kind of hard to catch the Zeratul with Imperius's slow wind up of his charge. Leo has no hard CC. Seems like a great pick, Zeratul.
I actually like it a lot. Like, I lean heavily into Simplicity on this one. I think they got a lot of what they wanted in this draft, and Sidestep Kings put something together. I'm just not sure how it really pieces together in this puzzle.
The Zeratul pick could work really well. I mean, Sidestep King's entire comp is supposed to go this direction, right? But Zeratul is going to jump in the back of that and make people in your comp turn around from the direction they want to go. So, its most basic, the Zeratul pick really kind of messes up with how the Sidestep Kings want to engage here. So, we'll see if it's enough. about to get into the game. Remember, it's do or die for these teams. Let's see who gets the early lead.
Getting into Volskaya Foundry, our first map of the day. We've got Sidestep Kings on the left-hand side. Kyocha will be on the Deathwing. Ultralisk on Li Ming. Cattle will be on the Imperius. Got Filth on Leoric. And Hyde will be on Stukov. On the right-hand side, we will be having the members of Simplicity. Cure playing Zeratul. Lutano on Hanzo. Legacy on that Brightwing. Masquerade playing the Joanna. And Hosty on Chromie. As we get into mid lane, I've already called for a Simplicity win myself based off the composition. Grubby, who do you think has the stronger draft, and potentially who do you think wins this game?
Bahamut, I believe in Cure's Zeratul as much as I don't believe in my Zeratul. Pretty much to the same degree. It's so sick. There's not a lot of hard CC to counter him. I can just imagine for him this is a playground. So it comes down to who's going to get caught by the Entomb Deathwing combo. Johanna will probably go Falling Sword. There's too much Unstoppable to rely on Blessed Shield, and Falling Sword is her escape. Brightwing can blink heal away. Hanzo has a jump if Stukov's Silence doesn't also hit on top of the Entomb. And Chromie has distance. So overall you would think that Simplicity has everything they need to deconstruct Sidestep Kings in a slow manner. And what can Sidestep do? I don't know.
I was cutting you off for a second because Cure is playing mega aggressive into Got Filth in this bottom lane, chunking their health below 50%. Hyde getting low on the Stukov. Legacy has to use the Soothing Mist. First blood over to the side of Sidestep King. Simplicity, maybe a little too aggressive with that invade on bottom lane.
Yeah, I guess, they did this a lot yesterday to great effect, Simplicity. Zeratul, Cure, he's jumping in, trying to make his mark. Brightwing comes in to help. But the place where Brightwing was dropped would work very well post level 10, but not so much at level 1, where she doesn't have that blink heal.
A little less mobility than expected. Legacy was just like, wait, I don't have a button yet. We got 7 more levels so I can push another button. Speaking of waiting, we are going to be having our first objective phase popping up in the middle of the map, and that should be in about 1:20. Until then, it's going to be some camp rotations, as we've already seen both the fortification camps grabbed, and this biotic emitter or support camp will be picked up by the side of Sidestep Kings. And it's just a lot of rotations this early game. Sidestep, though, I think kind of controlling the map and the rotations a little bit better, and it seems like Simplicity is just waiting and cleaning things up at their own speed.
And it makes sense. Generally, Johanna teams, Brightwing teams, they're not that good at level 1. Especially Johanna, Brightwing together. They don't hard force any kills. And you look at the team of Sidestep, they're incredibly independent, autonomous heroes that can get away from almost any trouble unless they really, really mess up. This is not the kind of team that should really have a lot of deaths early game. It starts to happen when Cure hits his stride. At level 10, 13, especially 16, he comes into a lot of damage, and we'll see whether the late game is where Simplicity's comp is going to shine.
We're talking about 10s here really quickly, Grubby. On that note, do you think, for Zeratul at least, do you think this could be a Might of the Nerazine game, or would you maybe go for the Void Prison to maybe pause the Wombo that is going to be the Entomb, Lurking Arm, all that stuff? Do you think that there's a defensive route, or would you just go all aggression, all gas, and go Might of the Nerazine and just look for that burst ability?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I don't think there's a clear-cut answer. Both is valid. You made a case for both, and it really depends on whether Simplicity wants to sit back and let Cure 1v5, or whether they're going to do that big team fight, need the VP to pause Deathwing during that combo. It really is both possible, and it's going to be down to the playstyle of Cure and the team as a whole.
Well, we'll find out in 3 levels on that one, as our first objective phase has commenced, and we're at 60% on this in favor for the side of Sidestep Kings. Grubby, in past weeks, we've joked about how the Triglav Protector is just kind of not cared for. I wonder if this is maybe the case from Simplicity. Now, Zeratul is actually going to be on the point. Chasing onto Ultralisk right now does double back as Ultralisk drops below 50%. And meanwhile, in top lane, Lutano is being harassed by Stukov. Speaking of, Lutano is at 14 out of the 20 stacks on that simple geometry at level 1, and the Zeratul at 13 out of the 15 on the Shadow Hunter.
Not bad at all. Now let's see how the Volskaya Protector is, the Triglav. Is it bad at all? It's doing some good damage. getting much off the wall. It's definitely done more than one game you and I casted 4 Tree Gloves in a row. Did less than this one has done so far. So we're going to have a Respect the Tree Glove game.
I need to ask a player. Like, I need to just DM a player right now, and I want to know what's the change into priority for bottom lane. Is top not as important anymore? There's a phase shift in from Brightwing, polymorph onto Leoric, who's able to Wraith Walk away. But that have you seen it in your games, Grubby? Is this just new meta, and I'm too far behind on it? Like, I never see Triglove.
No, my games are pretty random.
Okay, mine too, I think.
I've been enjoying the masochism of playing heal a lot, and random stuff happens, man. It's the more you watch CCL, the more your own games look weak by comparison. I haven't seen the trickle-down economics of how Tree Gloves get used or countered in the Storm League games, even at Masters Europe. But yeah, we see those trends here in CCL. A lot of downwards pressure for the control point C, the third phase.
Maybe it's just literally that phase of the game. It's more impactful and more, not in the sense of do or die, but just you can really punish a team with a couple kills, whereas Control Point B is maybe a little bit more brawly and a little more flexible with a couple deaths here and there. That might be the case, but we do have our 10 talent tiers, and it is that Might of the Nerzim. Also to note, the Hanzo did go into Dragon Strike. Seems like Sidestep wants to pressure onto Simplicity in this mid lane. Simplicity backs off. The one thing I do want to note, we have the Stukov holding their level 10 and Deathwing with the Bellowing Roar.
Yeah.
I think it's...
Why would he hold the level 10?
That like I'm trying to stare at all this, and I'm like,
he's preparing for the level 20 holding, where you get triple swipe and then second swipe, third swipe, 5 swipes. Oh, Imperious getting Blessed Shielded, gets the Angelic Armaments, and Tomb kind of sections him away from things. Big zoning strike there on the left, doing a lot of damage actually. Cattle does indeed finally go down.
1 kill for Simplicity in this engagement. Seems like Simplicity wants to chase further, decides to back off as they do need to manage their top lane. I'm going to quickly check the camp timers. We got about a minute on those fortification camps and a minute 40 for the biotic emitter in the top lane area. On that note as well for timers, I think we're probably maybe a minute and a half or so from our Control Point B. It's a bit of a cooldown from when the Triglove goes down to when that's announced again. So we should see 13 talent tier just before that, or maybe during that phase, as Simplicity defends top. I'm waiting for a team fight, but it's a bit of a...
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's just these comps, there's not enough hard engage sometimes, and there's too much defense with these two comps. You've got the Tomb now coming in on Johanna, that has the Iron Skin. Does have the Blessed Shield, by the way, I was wrong on that one. And it did lead to the first blood for Simplicity. But Volskaya itself and these compositions will definitely always go to level 20. Slow game is what we are here for. So let's start talking about your favorite anime shows. No, never mind.
So recently I've been watching... I actually haven't been watching anything because there was the whole charity event that took place this past week for AGDQ, so that was glued to that one. But I had a thought here, Grubby. So the members of Sidestep Kings, they want to Entomb and Molten Flame. And that's kind of a very linear lineup for those. It's a lineup for a lot of sides. It's literally a lineup. On the side of not Sidestep Kings, Simplicity, I love this Dragon Strike because if you line up your Dragon Strike in the opposing way, you can kind of counter Sidestep Kings a little bit. So I wonder if we might see later on Hanzo position that way to defend against everyone stepping into this Entomb and being all on top of each other, but the fight continues to break out. Masquerade getting very low. Hanzo does get that arrow.
Legacy
top lane. Masquerade stays alive. Angelic Armament goes out, and heroics used mostly from the side of Sidestep King Simplicity, kind of coming out on top of this one, at least cooldown wise.
Yeah, I think so. And we also had double tokens being used by Sidestep, if I'm not mistaken. A healing token and a turret. That's a great result. And it's all because Masquerade was kept alive by virtue of his own steps. And of course, Legacy on the Brightwing saving him was really clean saves, super close.
Good back and forth. I want to check something really quickly. I'm just curious. The Brightwing at 23,000 heroic healing on the Stukov at about 17,000. So definitely Legacy is really, really playing this Brightwing well. With Control Point...
Stukov can't heal Deathwing. Like, if it spread to Deathwing, he would have made up the
You know what? You do make a point with that. I that is fair. That is fair. There's a little bit of an asterisk with that one. But getting ready into this control point B seems like Sidestep Kings have control over this. Kier's still just hanging out in bottom lane, putting pressure onto Got Filth. When does Simplicity step in? Is it here? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, starting to shoot at Kyocha. Kyocha getting away. Very, very safe play here. We'll step off, and we see the channel starting for Simplicity, but it's a slow grind. Meanwhile, Zeratul looking, sharking in the mid lane, just clearing, getting that macro play. Very telling that Cure is heading south now, not north. So there's the level 16 play ambition for Simplicity. Not going for the 5v4 collapse stop. They're risking Leoric arriving first and having a momentary 5v4. They're even risking losing the Triglav, as there isn't much time for Simplicity to play with that timer anymore, that percentage.
No, they either have to go in for the fight or give this Triglav Protector over, and that's gonna be the direction, unless someone just runs straight on the point, but that's not the case whatsoever. I have this feeling, Grubby, that Simplicity just wants to get to 16. Up until then, it's just don't lose too much. Oh my god, Cure. I'm sorry, I'm watching Cure right now, and there was like 2 moments where he should have died. He goes back in after the face shift. Blessed Shield gets ripped from the Joanna, and Hanzo gets a scatter into the face of Stukov. A kill for the side of Simplicity. Slowing onto Cattle, who gets the Celestial Charge out of the slowing sands. And Cattle able to disengage with a bit of health left. Cure still stepping into his front gate. I don't think Cure finds a kill into Cattle, though.
Dude, that was ridiculous. Cure is like one of those magicians that plays with the 3 cups and has like a coin on or a ball under one of the cups, and he's like, do you know how many times I swapped with my blinks? Do you know what my return point is going to be? And I think Hyde got confounded in that whole process, because Cure looked like he was maybe dying to the Triglav in a really silly way. Then he super far blinked away, then boom, more than halfway across the screen, reappeared behind Stukov, and they got that kill there with the Blessed Shield as well. Great interplay for the members of Simplicity.
It's the Triglav Protector just sitting here. Well, I'll just let it expire. I don't know. That's an interesting one. There was. I just want to talk one little more thing on the note of that Cure dipping and diving. There was actually a phase shift from Legacy, and Cure dropped their Brightwing off in a good spot, and then blinked back into the top lane to re-engage, not taking the Brightwing with them. That was just a really cool thing. Make sure in your Storm League games you drop off your Brightwing in a good spot. Don't let the Brightwing phase shift on you in the middle of the fight. And Tomb coming out from Leoric, that is a blink heal from Brightwing to actually get them away. Hosty, I think, time stopped for a second. Kyocha getting very low. Some 700 health left on this Deathwing as the armaments are used from Cattle, and I don't believe it connected onto anyone from Simplicity. Really good play overall from Simplicity in this team fight.
Yeah, that's true. And we now have the healing token going to Simplicity. Cure doing more things. Brightwing porting on him. Observer can barely keep up with this kind of crazy teleportation, as there was a lot going on. Okay. All right. That's good. That's good. That's what we need for Cure. Thank you very much. As Cure continues to go on Leoric. Now he's getting spooky walked. He deals less damage. He gets away from the impending Cattle gank.
I wonder, can we just get a zoom of the entire map? Let's just do that, and we'll have just like little icons of. Oh, you know what? We'll just zoom in on the mini map. That's what we'll start watching only. Either way, it is going to be control point C. I'm trying to do caster math. I think we should be near 20s, if not both teams having 20s for that control point C, which for a Zeratul team, that is everything you want. Like, I think this is exactly where Simplicity wants to be in this next objective phase, based off of the way that they're playing this, or at least based off the way I've seen them play this map in the past.
Yeah, it's getting super close. You can get it pretty much 2 levels during Control Point C's activation or announcement and the end of it. So pretty much assumed that unless a team messes up, both of them will get there before that timer hits 100%. And Simplicity is getting close. You know, in many games on Volskaya, people get to the Control Point C announcement, both being about level 18. It just shows how efficiently both the Triglavs have been taken and how much experience has been collected from minions. Because it's not from hero kills, Bahamut. We're 1 and 2 in takedowns.
And those are very early kills too. Like, let me actually look at the breakdown of the experience for that. Yeah, we're looking at 1,800 for 2 kills for a team, whereas like minion experience is like 43,000. So it's really that big chunk is just the optimization of rotating around the map, getting these minions, clearing out, and not losing out on much of anything because there's not a lot of these deaths. This is going to be a tight game, or at least a tight control point C. In my opinion, I'm also skimming through talents as well. Zeratul going to be going into the Shadow Stride at level 20.
Shadow Stride, okay. We got Dragon Awakens, a lot of... Cure with the kill on Li Ming. Wait, where did he go? what happened? Oh, big flame coming in from Deathwing. All right, mostly dodged. Meme Strike coming in. It's going to get CDR'd pretty quickly. He's at 50 seconds now, Hanzo. Hit a few arrows and he'll get it back. Great kill on Li Ming. That should secure the Triglav unless Simplicity overspreads and gets caught. And don't forget, Sidestep Kings gets a potential buried alive. Though in CCL, half the time it hasn't been buried alive when Leoric gets 20.
I've been seeing, there's that adaptation. Burning Despair, is that the one? I can't remember the name, but it's a Spectral Leech upgrade, level 20, which is really, really strong in brawly-based team fights. That Buried Alive, though, I wonder if it's necessary to stop the blink heals from Brightwing, the timeout from Chromie, the blinks from Zeratul. Like, it's just, I think it's just so necessary, and that's what we're actually going to be seeing from Leoric. Here's the thing, though. Grubby, you were mentioning after the Li Ming death, like, Simplicity should, be able to get the Triglav Protector. They didn't even go down there. They don't care about it. Like, I was talking about, like, they're going to get to 20 and then they'll fight over this. No, I think they're just playing the macro game. That's it.
Yeah, they're totally not going to go for the Triglav. They got mid forward. They got top pressure, extended top pressure. This is 35 seconds of top lane pressure at least. Deathwing is going to deal with that. So a lot of space being created. Cure easily pushing in a little bit more. They know they've got Sidestep Kings strung out a bit. And they've got the stronger global, basically, with Brightwing and Zeratul's implied global. But they're starting to inch on the protector point as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a fight that's starting to break out over here. Leoric was forced off the point. And now, Simplicity holds the corner. Actually, no, they don't hold anything. It was still charge up. Time stop onto Cattle. Slowing Sands will be there as well. This is just a fight that Simplicity... It seemed awkward, and we can even see them just back off. Like, this positioning isn't good. They leave the engagement. Zeratul still hanging out in top lane, though. Still pushing.
Yeah, Deathwing went for the flight because he's like, my team needs me. And now he's got to make a tough decision. Descend here and defend, because he's the offlaner. Or does Kyocha join his team? And he still doesn't have the answer, basically. Like, okay, this is Cure forcing that, right? Like, I'm not going to stop until you fly to the wrong place. Now it's on a 45-second cooldown. Now Deathwing cannot join the team, which means Simplicity gets a 20-second window at least to backstab the Triglav and go for Stukov.
Less shield. Stukov's the target. Buried Alive comes out, but you still can't stop that damage. That it will be a kill in this engagement. Triglav Protector turns around. Hanzo rips an arrow into the back of this Leoric, and Chromie finds the solidifying damage. Deathwing with a Cataclysm into this engagement, and the Triglav Protector continues just to throw out some damage. Grubby, this went every way for the side of Simplicity, and they're going to rush top. Are they? There's no way they're going to look to end.
Leoric comes back fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Stukov is an important part of the CC. They want to keep at least, and they're going to go in to Luke to see if they can get another kill. Don't forget, double healing token, double turret. That really changes the odds. Everything gets put down. I see Sylvester Stallone shooting with his minigun. Do they get Imperious? No. Cattle stays alive in a very important one. And I think that means Simplicity might have to go back. They used everything. This is a massive win for Sidestep if they can stay alive. 4 tokens gone.
That was a lot of just tools and items, as you were saying, burned by the side of Simplicity. But here's the trade. This is a Triglav Protector that's just going to expire in bottom lane and get 0 value. Maybe it pushed into bottom a little bit, but I actually don't know if it actually did any siege or structural damage during that. Hey, like, Grubby, this is insane. We're talking about Simplicity, who has ignored the objective, essentially. Like they've gone to the point and fight a little bit, but they've ignored the Triglav Protector value, and they're winning on the map. I don't know what that says about the full Sky Foundry meta, but I think it's saying that we need to readjust how we play this map. At least I need to.
But your games don't look like this. They will never
True.
look like this. Your
That is
games will
true.
look like 5 people attacking the tree glove and
My
going.
games go 30 minutes when we kill 5 people. We still don't end the game. We gotta go to
Yeah.
the boss. That's what happens in my games.
Yeah, my games on Triglav on this map is Triglav is the Magarena master, and everyone else copies his move. He goes left, everyone goes left. He goes right, everyone goes right.
It's just wow. Phase shift. Oh my god, the blink backwards from Zeratul. Flailing swipe with the controlled chaos from Hyde does come out. Zeratul is just trying to walk past this. There's that Hanzo. Dragon Awakens coming through so many members of Sidestep Kings, only getting the Leoric, but still, Dragon Strike value nonetheless, and they'll get cooldown reduction. It's already at 2 seconds of cooldown. It's back. It was just, it's already back.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He's just gassing it to flicks now.
Like, if I get Hanzo and ARAMs, I do this. Like, not like, if I get Hanzo in games, I'm just like, I can't get cooldown that much. I can't just burn it off cooldown. But Lutano zoning a little bit in that bottom lane with the Dragon Strike. So I'm just watching Zeratul in top lane, still pushing things up. I love this.
Yeah, this is so good, and it's low risk, right? Like Cure never got caught more than he just got caught 20 seconds ago at the turret
True.
camp. He got buried alive. He got swiped. He ran out of cooldowns. He was trapped, and he started walking against Leoric, trying to get out of the buried alive, which didn't work immediately. But it's Leo that died. I mean, that says a lot about Simplicity's protections and the damage output in the CC by either teams. Hanzo bursting Leo. So Cure feels untouchable at this point. Oh no, buried alive misses. That would have probably been a kill had he hit it.
Now the fight is engaged by Simplicity. They see that this buried alive is burned, but Sidestep Kings is like, no. It's over. It's a prank, bro. We're done. Like, please leave us alone.
Yep. Next tomb in 30 seconds.
I think Simplicity just sieges as best they can. Like, they've put so much pressure onto Sidestep Kings from the side of Simplicity that Sidestep Kings have to just turtle constantly and just lose structures like this.
Yeah, it's not just lack of confidence, right? It's how many modes of engagement do you have? Imperius like walking through the shadows and somehow getting the jump on Chromie. Fat chance. It's pretty much Entombed Spooky Walk. That's their opening. So they have to wait around that 50, 60 seconds every time. And good positioning. And mispositioning by Simp. Simplicity.
So... I was waiting for another variation. Buried alive onto the Chromie. Deathwing lands on top, and she is shredded. Reset for Li Ming. Can they find another kill on the side of Sidestep Kings? But Zeratul has gone to the core. Everyone is hearthing. Zeratul is 1v1ing the core. So many members of Sidestep Kings are coming back, or at least trying to come back, but the hearths are interrupted by Simplicity. Grubby, what is this game number 1? Simplicity will take this, and they've ignored the objective. They win the game. GG. Well played.
It is the Cure show, apparently, today. Simplicity taking game number 1. And we talked about in the draft a little bit. You know, Cure in there to just disrupt, make the team that wants to go this way have to send a few people the other way as well. And it could not have worked more perfectly. Like, Cure put on a clinic the likes of which we have rarely seen this season. That was an awesome game 1.
Yeah, Cure going full Illidan on the core there with Zeratul. Pretty sick. They lost Chromie finally. Nice find. But yeah, it's not that you'll have Zeratul every game. It's not that you want it every game. It was
He's not going to have it again all match. Let's be honest. They're not going to give it to him again.
Yeah, I would think so. Like, they could ban the Zeratul out, but it's not necessarily going to happen every game. That the conditions are right for him to be picked. But you can bet your behind that this is burned into the retinas of everyone on Sidestep Kings. Like, we're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that was really interesting. Bahamut, what was your take on that?
Cure with 250,000 in siege damage. That's just insane to me. And then 69,000 heroic from Hanzo. The closest on the opposing side was Imperius. That speaks volumes of just how well Simplicity played this. And I want to take a note that Grubby made very quickly in the latter half of that game towards the end. Sidestep Kings had no engagement. Like, they had burst, they have all this cool big wombo, but like everything is so telegraphed. Deathwing's landing. Leoric is going to Wraith Walk into you. I'm sure he's going to entomb me soon. Imperious, Celestial Charge. It's all those things. And Simplicity played the macro, micro, and the draft and this map perfectly, in my opinion. Like, this is a great example of a different way to play Volskaya that's non-standard in a sense.
Yeah. Well, they told us that they had some things we hadn't seen yet. And, you know, we've seen Kier Zeratul before, but we haven't really seen it come together in that way, I think. And yeah, that's siege damage, though. Like, I guess when you get to kill the core by yourself, that adds a lot to that stat, though, doesn't it?
Just a wee bit.
That probably helps. We're
Especially
getting into the lobby for
split pushing for 90% of the game too. Sorry, but yeah, no, we are getting set up for another game, and I'm super excited for this one. It's really, what does Sidestep Kings come back with? Like, do they go, all right, we played a little too slow, maybe a little too like telegraphed, let's play mega aggression? I don't know. Like, what's the game plan for them?
Well, we're gonna find out what the map is, and then that'll maybe give us a clue. It's gonna be Infernal Shrines. All right, Grubby, what do you think?
Well, this is not as much of a Zeratul map. We see at least 2 bruisers here, usually people that can step up and get some objective points, get the skeletal defenders. It might still be Zeratul when you play it like that, but it really depends on the draft. So they're going to take it. They probably have a lot of plans, both teams, about how this is going to go. We saw Sidestep was banning Uther. Everyone is still afraid of Lutano going Vala double support, of Simplicity going Vala double support, which is something we saw a lot at the end of the season, and maybe something they're not looking to do at all right now. They've earned that Uther ban continuously against them, so it's giving Simplicity a bit of flexibility in the draft.
Yeah, I'm just really curious to see, you know, if they can keep this up, right? I mean, we said yesterday Simplicity looked better yesterday than they'd looked all season long. I think game number 1 today, you could argue the same thing, that things just look clean. Like, one thing I was really noticing in that game, too, is that when Kier did find himself in trouble, his teammates would immediately pivot to bail him out. You know, a big part of that was, you guys called it out during the part where he got entombed, right? And everyone immediately pivoted to kill the Leoric so he could walk out, right? So it's not just Kier, too. It's that the whole team seems to really be on the same page, to the extent that when they need to make like a snap judgment call in a team fight, everybody's going along with it. So the shot calling on this team looks really good right now.
Yeah, that's true. You can see the synergy is really good.
Communication is clear as well. On the note of just still talking about that last game and Cure, I want to talk about actually Legacy on the Brightwing. The Brightwing phase shifts were so on point, and I made the joke about it in the game, but in all seriousness, they drop their Brightwing off in key positions consistently that really, really well kept their Brightwing alive. And if your Brightwing's alive, you got more blink heals, more soothing mist. So I think Legacy and the overall Simplicity team, they're communicating super, super well, and at least I can see that from that last game. But we're here for Infernal Shrines. The only thought I have here, we were kind of talking about like, ooh, you know, do they Zeratul again? Personally, I think they could actually run the exact same draft here on Infernal Shrines. Like, if Simplicity doesn't want to show anything, they could run that exact same draft. I think it still works here.
What do you think, Grubby? Could they run the same thing?
It makes sense. Actually, the prize money for bottom 4 is the same. So it doesn't matter how far you go, except if you go all the way to top 4 and you can keep playing. So it's not good enough for Simplicity to just win here if that's their goal, which I imagine it is. Yeah. Anyone would also want to beat 30k next. So you do need to keep some weapons for later, even if that means risking it all. To win it all, you must risk it all. So maybe they will repeat their draft if they feel like Sidestep can't deal with it.
Or even then, they could run a lot of things like they ran yesterday. They could do a Diablo focus based composition with those shadow charges. We made comments consistently yesterday about Masquerade somehow reprogramming the shadow charge distance or something like that. And this is a great map. Infernal Shrines is a wonderful map for Diablo to find a ton of walls for the shadow charge value. Even Apocalypse, there's a lot of great corridors. Lightning Breath could be an option. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We still are in our ban phase, and I would assume this is a Hogger ban. Right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
It was last game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kyocha's Hogger looked really good, and this is a really good map for Hogger because it is a map. And also Kyocha, because he's Korean on the team, he may have a lot of experience playing by himself. Hogger is that kind of independent character. Oh, yes, we're going to see Hogger.
Because
All right. You think he's gonna pick it?
I think they have to.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Kyocha had. I think we were talking about this in like week 6 when Hogger came out or whatever, or he was allowed for play. Kyocha had a game where we were like, oh my god, the bouncing and the angling was just pristine. Like we saw a lot of Hoggers. You know, Chili Mountain I think had one. I think wildheart had one. But Sidestep Kings had the best example of it. And this is the aggression I was talking about. Like they're diving in on the side of Sidestep, Greymane, Imperious, Hogger. This is a fun composition from the side of Sidestep.
But this is the plan unfolding, right? They let Hogger go, and they immediately counter with Diablo Tychus. Diablo actually deals with Hogger quite well because the loot that Hogger throws down, the terrain, can be used by Diablo to stun. I've played Hogger a bit into Diablo, and it's getting quite tough because he can have so many changing your position things. Tychus is another main counter to Hogger. So the question is, how does Sidestep protect themselves from the double counter to Hogger? And they go big percentage damage. Cursed Bullet into Diablo, and then Imperious's percentage damage into Diablo. That's how they're looking to win this. Not by protection, but by extreme damage and chaos. Now, how does Simplicity react to that?
Brightwing is banned out, so Legacy's going to need to play something a little bit different this time. So we'll see what that's going to be.
They could Deckard here on the side of Simplicity. Really good setup for the rotations. You've got good control. You've got healing mitigation if you go into Emerald at level 4, depending on the opposing side's healer. But they're going to actually go into Ana. And Ana offers healing mitigation as well with Biotic Grenade. I love this. And then you have Malthael to deny healing as well if they go into the level 13. Oh my god, I always blank on the name of this talent. But it's the 13 that you can reduce healing to a single target by taking away your marks.
Ooh. Oh, no tank.
Whoa, all right. Yeah, well, Imperious tank, I guess, but it's still not really a traditional main tank in a sense. So yeah, it's a bit of a fragile comp.
I thought it was going to be a Nubarak to cocoon one of those problems away, be it Tychus, Diablo, Malthael, or Ana, to kind of disrupt that with a load of stuns. But no, they're just going to full damage. They take one of the lowest healing output healers in Kharazim, more damage, more percentage damage, blow up Diablo, and then Sylvanas with a Wailing to try and win the fight in one. I mean, he might go Wailing. It might be mind control.
I don't mind the Leoric at all here. It's just more space control. Clearly, Simplicity is building this so that when Sidestep Kings comes in, they are ready. Like the big thing for me as someone who's played a ton of Overwatch, played a ton of Ana specifically, when you're playing against a dive comp, it's great because you just buy out a grenade at your feet, you hit all of them for the anti-healing, you hit all of your team for the extra healing, and it works out fantastic. So I like the Ana pick a lot. We'll see if it's enough though. But you know, once again, we have a team that wants to go in. We have a team that says, all right, well, we know you want to go in. We're going to try to be ready for you. We'll see if they are or not.
The brawling value from both these teams is so strong. I honestly don't know who I favor more. I like the aggression from, you know what? I like the aggression from Sidestep. So like, that's my direction. I love this. I think this is just, I think it's a fun aggression.
Well, Simplicity looking ultra clean. We'll see if they can get the 2-0 leader. If Sidestep Kings ties it up, time to get in the game and find out.
On the left-hand side, we are going to be seeing the members of Sidestep Kings. This is going to be a map this is going to be Infernal Shrines where they're trying to go one up on our board. And on the right-hand side, we are going to be seeing Simplicity, who's already up in our score, trying to make this a 2-0 potential. We'll have to see what happens on Infernal Shrines in their favor. I've called for a Sidestep Kings win. Grubby, what are your thoughts as we get into mid lane for our second map?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Hogger here too, Bahamut. I think we might see that 1-1. I've got a feeling a 2-3 or a 3-2 is in the cards in this series, and I hope it's true. And how other than with Hogger, with basically both teams running a kill the tank composition in a pretty ridiculous way. We got triple percentage damage on both sides.
I love this hold right now from Sidestep. They're actually out of vision. They just now showing, and there's a little bit of that panic from Simplicity for a second. Overpower, Shadow Charge. Shadow gets bitten off way more than they can chew. First blood over the side of Simplicity.
Yeah, who did they engage on? Yeah, on Leoric. And the great positioning by Masquerade. He's been doing great on Diablo this weekend.
I personally think that there was a lot of tank practice that went in for Simplicity during our quote-unquote holiday break, whatever that is. But like, it's showing, like, Masquerade's tanking is leaps and bounds from, if we're just comparing like week 7, Shadow Charge in, they're going to engage once again. Hosty dumping in the damage on this Tychus. Ultralisk in the backline actually taking way too much damage. I don't know why Sylvanas went in with her Haunting Wave. Might have been a misclick, potentially. Cattle so very low, but Kerosene gets a heal just in time.
Yeah, just Simplicity looking better here. We do see that Biotic Grenade just absolutely helping when that big melee brawl starts. I really don't think of Ana like that, being good against big bruiser teams. When you have a bruiser team, everyone jumps in and you throw a grenade on top, the way that Doa described it, but it makes a lot of sense. I didn't know Ana's look at the game like that, but it definitely looks strong. Your team is healing a lot, they're not healing at all. Quite nice. But that doesn't take away that Ultralisk didn't need to press E again and Haunting Wave into the backline with almost no health.
I wonder, it might have just been a miss button. Who knows? I'll have to double check the VOD on that one when I do my my replay analysis. Right now, though, we're going to be spreading across the map, just picking up experience as quickly as possible. With the 2 early kills, the side of Simplicity will be up about a half a level. And our first Punisher will be Arcane and in the bottom lane. We'll see the announcement for that in about 5 seconds, and it will be up for contest at 3-minute mark in the game. Until then, it's grabbing camps, putting pressure out. Hyde is taking a very... I mean, I don't think there was like a hard CC chain that could have killed him, but I just get nervous for Hyde right there. I was like, you have no friendly members around.
Yeah, he only has the Earth ally. He would have to use it, 45-second cooldown. Would not be a disaster, but a bit of a resource. You can use that to jump away, and he was scouting. But yeah, that was a 1v3 almost. Of course he went back, so... Oh, Masquerade, very good position. Nice sleep, Legacy got that kill for them. Ultralisk down again.
Very good setup from the side of Simplicity. Great sleep dart into the overpower, putting Sylvanas in the corner for that Shadow Charge. I got it, like, I keep saying, and I really got to sing the praise of this. This is a really good Diablo play for Masquerade. Like, being able to find these angles is not an easy task, and this is what we were talking about yesterday, Grubby. Oh no, Kyocha goes a little too far, and they end up right next to the Diablo. Ana actually finds the kill. 4 kills for the side of Simplicity, as they definitely have a level lead and a talent tier lead for the time. Got filled so very low, trying to razor swipe away, manages to disengage Kira and Lutano.
A lot of skeletons were gained during that, but unfortunate drop-off point for Kyocha on the Hager, right next to Diablo, with his back to a wall. Yikes.
And then Masquerade and friends, just another kill into Imperius, which should yield them this Punisher.
Yeah.
I think Got Filth and Friends...
Yeah, Greymane, Karazim can steal 9 skeletons right from under their noses.
I wonder if there was a float from Greymane, like, oh, I'll throw a couple Gilnean cocktails in, that might get us 1 or 2, but I think, yeah, you back up right now, you give this over, and you set up for the defense. You've hemorrhaged 5 kills and a level lead. It's time to slow things down, and it's a weird sentence to say, as this is a all-go-in composition from the side of Sidestep.
Yeah, but it hasn't been working. They've tried to play aggressive, and the defense by Simplicity has been too good, and so yeah. It's been rougher than it should be. And it's not like the team is necessarily very level 10 reliant. Imperius is good already from level 1 to 9, as is Hager. Greymane has good damage. But still, they do have ult synergy that they can work with. Mind Control into 7-sided strike, for instance, with Cursed Bullet also.
Celestial Charge comes out from Cattle, but Cattle is way too far away from their team. Not enough healing will come through, or at least it might have been denied by the Ana grenade. I didn't actually see next to their name. Shadow Charge, Greymane's the target, Got Filth, should be able to back away as Hyde gets chunked quite a bit and gets hit with a grenade from Tychus.
Can you imagine being hosty this game and just not getting threatened at all? You're just getting served by Legacy and by Masquerade. You turn on the minigun and people just die.
Go play my Storm League games. No one touches the Tychus ever. Like it's like let's dive onto that Garrosh. He won't, with our auto attack based composition.
People don't look at the minigun going orange and getting that huge chunk. They're like, why am I dying? They don't get it.
Man, our healer sucks. No, we're just standing next to Tychus the entire time.
It's not been a hard game for Hosty, but everyone else is doing so much work. Diablo Masquerades and then Legacy on the Ana, that it just feels easy, and that 2-3-3-2 I predicted, it's not looking like that anymore. It's looking like Simplicity is just playing better. Not just draft, not just comp, everything. Rotation, defense, synergy, communication. They're just looking better than Sidestep.
Maybe there'll be a heroic point right here for the side of Sidestep to maybe turn things on. We are going to be seeing Hortipult, Wailing Arrow. I just wanted to, I was curious because I'm still learning the Hogger icons for heroics, and I was like, I don't think we get the unique one, the Shockwave. It's mostly always Hortipult, I find. Not twisting, Nether. We have the Tormented Souls from this from Malthael. 7-sided strike goes in. Cure somehow is living, but that it's actually going to be the Hog Wild finding enough damage. Trade though, Cattle did go down. We have Kyocha in the back line. Greymane goes down the left-hand side. Hosty getting very low. Maybe Sidestep heard us talking about how Hosty is just standing still. And, oh no, Kyocha doesn't make it to the wall in time. Shadow Charge from Diablo. The damage should be there from Hosty. And that's 3 for 1 in favor for Simplicity as the Mortar Punisher comes up in top lane. Grubby, like, you said it, and I'll say it right here, too. This is Simplicity just looking so comfortable on this map and in this series.
Yeah, and Kyocha did good stuff. He just needed a bit more help, let's say. But Diablo, Masquerade, Malthael, they were zoning everyone back. Did Imperius survive that, or did Malthael survive that in the end?
No, Malthael was the only one to go down, but Cure should have died way before when they did. Like, if you go back to the VOD, like, he was like a sliver of health and he was nano boosted Tormented Soul. So of course he's going to be having so much gain of health as 7-sided strike comes out. There was a sleep dart, but it was just before or just after the 7-sided procced. Either way, another Tormented Soul's out from Cure. There was a Hortipult actually getting Kyocha out, but they're next to this Entomb. There was a Shadow Charge from Masquerade, and Hogger goes down. Simplicity just has every answer thrown their way. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's, of course, talent lead here was also a thing. Oh, Ultralisk going down again. Nice there. We have 3 Ultralisk deaths and 3 on Kyocha on Hogger, 4 on Cattle's Imperius. And Greymane, unable to contribute a whole lot of hero damage right now. He is 4th in the line for Sidestep Kings, but he also only has 1 death. So Godfilth positioning a lot more safely. He's not been the target as much. As for Kharazim, never gone down yet. Only one with a reliable teleportation, of course. And for Simplicity, only Malthael went down just once. It's done a lot of damage. 11-1 in kills.
12-14 in our levels as well, with that 13 talent tier in favor for the side of Simplicity. Mortar Punisher will go through top lane and threaten, I believe, straight onto a keep front gate. Greymane to go back for the defense. Sylvanas there as well. Sorry, I'm just watching minimap because there's this race to bottom lane. They want to get a Kyocha kill. The Kharazim managed to Hearth Kyocha. Hortipult's away. Unfortunately, Malthael still sticks onto them. And realistically, I think, this is just a hard push from bottom lane from Simplicity. Like, there's no point in rotating all the way back to top. Get the fort that you get for free.
Yeah, exactly. You're using the Punisher as a big distraction. They get the full bottom fort, a free clear on the Impalers. They got the kill on Hogger. And now they can even pressure mid a bit. They can turn on Odin if they want to. There they go.
Good call on that one. They've got the camp right behind them. Good macro discussion and play coming out from Simplicity. They saw that they had this camp, cleared up the wave. Diablo sitting and looming just above at the top of our screen, waiting for someone to just try and flank into their team. I love the setup for Masquerade. Hosty will lose the Commandeer Odin soon, but they open things up a little bit further in mid lane. And just for anyone wondering in chat, next Punisher will be bottom, and it will be Frozen.
Okay, 5 versus 4. This is our chance, says Sidestep Kings. Can Cattle find his mark? Masquerade's positioning and awareness too good. The communication for Simplicity is complete. That meant that Leoric got to push a wave without any counterplay. Lutano now goes in on Sylvanas. He knows she has no more wave. Diablo goes in with the charge into Apocalypse. Easy kill. Great job by Lutano and Masquerade there, confirming that kill together. Now the next Hogger, can he get away?
Angelic Armament was used to save Cattle. Hogger, unfortunately, will not be able to get away. For anyone wondering, is there a counter to Hogger? I think we're seeing a lot of those counters into Hogger right now.
Yeah. Diablo,
I wouldn't say like, oh yeah, you pick up the Tychus against Hogger, GG, go next, you win, but we're seeing examples of how to really deal with this Hogger well from Simplicity.
Well, maybe the vetoes will change a bit in the third game. Maybe Hogger won't get picked at all anymore when Diablo and Tychus are available. Like, his priority must be dropping when watch a game like this.
I do want to say this, though. I actually tabbed over to the damage. Hogger has the most Siege on their team and the most Heroic on their team. It's actually 10,000 less than Malthael. Malthael's is 32,000.
Yeah,
so,
he's doing good damage. It's just who is the finisher and where is the lockdown? We need an Imperious lockdown. There's no mind control, so it's really down to Cattle. He needs to hit the spear. There we go. That should be a kill normally. But they were too far away to follow up.
Another shadow charge from just absolutely nowhere. Malthael does get picked off. There's a Hortipult into the backline from Kyocha. Lutano very low. If they get one auto onto Lutano, that should be enough. Apocalypse is used by Masquerade. Shadow charges onto Cattle. Masquerade actually turning around to maybe split the side of Sidestep Kings. Here's the momentum Sidestep needed. Can they find a few more kills? I think they just actually go for a little bit of siege and open things up with the Sylvanas Black Arrow.
Now, when it rains, it pours. A single kill leading to a second and then a third. Now there will be a Punisher. There will be Sylvanas Black Arrow value. Sidestep Kings still has all of their keeps. So is this suddenly this one moment when they were 1-14 in takedowns where Sidestep Kings gets to turn the whole thing around? Maybe the pundits were right. Maybe it is all down to one late game team fight and all the advantage you have just gets cancelled out. But I don't think so. There's still those forts for Simplicity.
Hogger will clear things out. Diablo is pushing up the top lane to get a few more souls as well. If you're wondering why Grubby said 3 kills and you saw 2 death timers, Diablo had souls, which was reset. So they had a shorter death timer. If you're wondering like, hey, wait a minute, I can't count 3. But Leoric is going to push up mid. We have the camp coming out in favor of Sidestep Kings through mid as well. And this Frozen Punisher with the Sylvanas, it's a lot of lockdown and siege potential in favor of Sidestep Kings. How does Simplicity deal with this? If they lose a couple members here, this could be Sidestep taking this game, Grubby.
Yeah, Simplicity should lean towards the defensive play because they have every lane pushed. And this is like, if they lose anyone, that could literally be the way that they lose this game. Even losing the keep is not a disaster. They're going to be keen to avoid it though, but we'll see, we'll see. Masquerade is sharking, looking for an opportunity. Tormented Souls is going in. Cure, he's still alive. And now he goes down 1 for 1, 2 for 1.
Entomb out from Leoric onto Gotfilth, who rolls away. It doesn't really work out for them. I saw the attempt. Cure had like 4 health bars right there, like with that Tormented Souls. And now with 3 dead, they're rushing just for keep. I don't think Simplicity ends. It is 30 seconds. Grubby, what are your thoughts? Can you end here?
Imperious literally cannot do anything if he wants to stay alive. So he cannot really affect this this core rush. Sylvanas has damage to make them think, but with Ana there, it shouldn't matter much. Yeah, they're just gonna go back. It is not enough death timer anymore. Add another 10 and I think they would have given it a crack.
I agree. Like, I was looking at the death timers, I was like, 30 is such an awkward place, especially with the keep still up. If there was no keep, maybe we would have seen that rush. But it is evened out through bottom lane on the side of Sidestep Kings, who did get the fort and the keep during that that Punisher phase. Now, we are going to have a Mortar Punisher for top lane next. If the side of Simplicity wins this Punisher, that's Simplicity walking the objective straight to core. No structures to defend or buffer that push.
Yeah, everything is looking so good for Simplicity, despite losing that keep just now. The levels, the spawn point of the objective, and the structural integrity in that top lane. So Sidestep needs to come from very, very deep with a solution. It's not going to be obvious.
I love this right now. I think Leoric's the only one who's shown on the map. Masquerade goes in with the Hellgate. There's a ping onto Cattle. Cure is just in deep with no nano boost. Tormented Souls will expire. Malthael buys back in. They had the no one can stop death. So I wonder if this was just an all-in, like, hey, I can go in. If I die, it's just experience for the enemy team.
I think you called it. He's playing so aggressive because he knows there's that option, and every ult is used. How many ults did Simplicity use? That was absolutely a tactical feat.
I actually saw Liam do this before. Before CCL, it was just like some grassroots game I was casting. Liam was playing off of that 180-second timer. I actually at one point just left it open on the bottom left of my screen, and the moment that timer ended, Liam would go in. And if they died, it was whatever, they would just buy back in. But if they got a kill, that's a trade. And that's actually how they kept pressuring the enemy team and turtling the enemy team so very well. So I wonder if Simplicity is kind of putting that tactic out there, or if Cure is just like, you know what, I got it, I'm going to use it. Either way, they go in with Cure right now. Torments of Souls is ready to go. I don't know if there's a Nano Boost. It is going to connect onto Cure, who goes straight on top of Gotphil. 7-sided strike out from Hyde. This Kharazim is so low.
Wow.
And nobody goes down.
Nice disengage. Camo looks like he's going to die. Question mark.
Lutano is a Wraith Walk, maybe? Masquerade Shadow Charge into the wall.
So what happened here is very simple. It was a kind of cool trap, but Kato missed his spear, which just turned everything to ashes. It happened. It's okay to miss skills. Like, it happens sometimes, but... Oh, yeah. Sorry, what?
No, I just had a question for you. Like, do you feel like Sidestep Kings draft is so very just... It's so critical for that spear to land. Like, it feels like if it lands, cool. If it doesn't, we can't do anything. And that's such a terrifying spot to be in. Like, if you don't land, it's like playing Stitches. Like, if you don't land your hook, it's just, you're wasting stuff. Like,
it's fine if your tank is always hitting it. It's totally not fine when he's not.
Absolutely. Just land the hooks and the spears and everything forehead. Just kill the right Samuro clone forehead. Just one of those things.
Yeah, it's just do a really hard thing against, thinking human beings that are trying to dodge your skill shots. Sure, it's true. But at this point, I mean, that was their final shot. Like, you have a feeling or you don't for how to hit that spear. You got a feeling for how your opponents miss and for how your opponents try to dodge, I mean, and Cattle didn't have the feeling right now. Unfortunately, there's a big responsibility on him, and you can have good days, you can have bad days. This time it's not working, and now we have Simplicity, and for them it is working, of course. We're singing one team's praise even after we are bemoaning the loss of another. And Simplicity, they do have things working out. They resisted that bottom keep attack. They got the Punisher now in front of an open keep, and they're looking down the visor of victory.
Commandeer Odin comes out with that big red button. Punisher jumps over. Sidestep Kings are baiting this Punisher towards the mid keep, but the Punisher gives up on that. Actually, no, it doubles back and goes for the keep, actually. Buried alive on the left-hand side will get the kill onto Hogger. Hyde tries to dash in. Hellgate from the Diablo. Malthiel is traded out, but buys back in immediately. Unfortunately for the side of Sidestep Kings, there's not much they can do. As the siege is too much, the core will fall, and Simplicity finds themselves up 2 in this best-of-5 series. GG, well played.
Just continuing to see extremely good play from Simplicity, I think, in my opinion. A lot of that early game was legacy. He was hitting a lot of great sleep darts. He was taking those for his talents. He was hitting a lot of those great biotic grenades that we talked about a little bit early on. But then as the game went on, it became much more about, following up on Cure's engages, and they looked insane. It just seemed like a little bit too much for Sidestep Kings to handle. Grubby, what's your take on that game?
Yeah, it's both game 1 and 2 where Sidestep had one way to engage, despite having what looks like a very aggressive comp. Having one engage isn't very aggressive, finally. They have a high damage comp, but low CC. So it all came down twice to Imperious engage, and Simplicity is playing around it really well. Tychus, 20 kills, 0 deaths. Ana, 1 death. Simplicity was able to just play around that really well. So if Sidestep Kings is going to even start to be a threat to Simplicity, they're going to need multiple ways to play the game, either by macro or multiple ways to engage.
That's right. So we are going to take a quick break, give Sidestep Kings a chance to regroup, because they got to stay in it. One more loss in the next map, and they are out of the tournament. But hey, I said at the beginning of the day, I didn't think either of our matches are going to be 3-0s. Maybe that was just the good old caster/host, I guess now, curse. But either way, I don't know. We'll see, because Simplicity's looking strong. We're going to be back in a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL Playoff Gauntlet comes back in just a few.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
Introducing the X-Sleeve. The patent-pending X-Sleeve has been specifically designed and developed to be the ultimate gaming accessory by increasing the user's performance.
Helps me keep my arm movements at peak performance.
The underside of the X-Sleeve is completely covered with a specially engineered and developed PTFE.
It glides on it super well because it just has zero friction.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa. With me are Grubby and Bahamut. And guess what? We might have a 3-0 on our hands. Simplicity is looking way better than Sidestep Kings in Game 1 and Game 2. I didn't think it would go this way. I thought we would get at least 4 games out of every series, but unless Sidestep Kings finds a way to dig deep, stay alive in this series, we're going to be moving on to our second match pretty quick. I hope that's not the case, but we'll see what happens, I guess. Grubby, Bahamut, I'll throw this one to you. We talked about this a little bit before the break, but in your opinion, what's the number one thing that Sidestep Kings need to do to stay alive in this series?
I think they go back to what works, and what works is single target blow up compositions with easier click, point, and stuns. There was a week where they ran that Varian, and Cattle was even mocking himself on Twitter, like, I'm an old boomer, I can't play any hero or any tank but Varian. And I think they go that route. Like, you look to just take apart Simplicity piece by piece, and that Varian-based lockdown composition, it works well, and we've seen it work yesterday. Actually, that was the one turnaround game from Grand. I believe they had that Varian lockdown. So right. I think if they really want to just kind of get themselves back in the momentum, get themselves a little bit in that driver's seat, go that simple route, single target, lockdown, check all your boxes.
Right. Let's see what map it's going to be for our third game of the series. It's going to be Battlefield of Eternity. This is, of course, a pick from Simplicity. Most teams prioritizing first pick in the draft, which is what Sidestep Kings gets by allowing Simplicity to choose the map. But I just wonder, Grubby, like, it just seems like Sidestep Kings can build really good comps that are effective at doing one thing in one way, but I feel like you need more than that,
Yeah, maybe some of it could have worked, but you have to recognize when you have a weakness somewhere. Like, there's days where, as a team or a player, you're playing a little worse. Yeah, you're not hitting your skill shots, and then you should make it simple, stupid. So maybe it is true to go for that Varian. I'm really in full agreement here with Bahamut. Keep it simple.
I think Grubby is referring to the KISS acronym, Keep It Simple Stupid, which is a great acronym for design and many things in life. He said make it simple, so that's actually miss. So I don't know if that's what we want to use with skill shots. Oops. Just say it. Just thought I'd point that out there. Yeah.
It's kind of perfect though at the same time. We're gonna see our bans right here, and okay, so this was the conversation that I was going to kind of bring up. Is yesterday we talked about this is not a good map for Medivh, and it was actually a map where Medivh lost yesterday in that Granite Gaming versus Simplicity matchup. So the members of Simplicity, though, still respecting Sidestep King's ability to play that Medivh very well, as Hyde gets their first pick Stuke off once again. I don't know. I really don't know the direction for Sidestep Kings. I like that Varian lockdown, but who knows? They might try and play a Nubarak burrow, web wrap, shut someone down and get in the back line.
That's fine too. A Nubarak is really reliable, more reliable than Imperius.
Ooh, Diva Chromie for Simplicity. All right, couple solid pickups there.
Li Ming could be quite okay now.
I like that actually a lot.
Could be Hanzo Diablo.
If they want to continue to go into the dive burst, they could actually still go that Varian and then like Greymane or something, so you can lock down, jump in with Greymane, so you have that CC, and then okay, so Stormbolt from Muradin gives you more race potential too, gives you some mobility. You're still gonna have to land the skill shots, but I don't want to make it sound like, I'm some god, I don't miss my skill shots. I struggle to finish Hanzo's Q level 1, so I'll put that out there. But I
hit all mine. I'm really good at it.
Really?
Sniper. Oh yeah, you've played with me. You've seen my honor.
Oh yeah, Della finishes not simple geometry, target practice in 1:30, always, every map.
Oh, at least.
I'm not sure it's possible cooldown wise, even if you hit non-stop.
Yeah, I got skills. I miss. Yeah. Make it simple, stupid.
Rexar, though, to be removed, it would actually add more CC to the side of Sidestep King, so I actually like that heads up ban. And it's Tychus. They're gonna respect it.
Indeed. All right, so Rexar the other ban, and 2 more picks over to Simplicity now.
Could be Diablo Hanzo, quite good synergy, good for the map. They've been running great Diablo with Masquerade, finding those angles, and they synergize well, these two.
It's a really brawly map where Diablo can just go in. So I would, great call, Grubby. I agree with you. You have your race in the Hanzo. You have some CC at 10 with Hanzo, or just more damage, depending if you go Dragon Strike or Dragon Arrow.
Yeah.
I think Dragon's Arrow to be able to get like the AoE stun for Apocalypse, and then maybe like Chromie dumps damage. Diva Mecha Explosion. Big wombos for Simplicity so far.
Final picks for Sidestep Kings. We'll see what they pick. Looking for an offlaner, probably. Another damage. Yeah, Raynor for the sustained damage. Sure, there's a Sonya. Greymane for sustained damage as well. I suppose that works, doesn't it?
Yeah. Didn't really get to pop off last game, Greymane. Greymane didn't get to pop off. But partially because the fight never really started for Sidestep. They just got overwhelmed every time after missing their engage. Yeah. You really need to delete someone as a melee assassin. You need to delete someone, otherwise it's not safe to go in. If you can kill one quickly, then it's still dangerous, the other four. But otherwise, Greymane doesn't really get to play the game if you don't have a solid engage. It's a bit more okay for Sonya. She can stay there, she can stay alive.
Well, there's the Deckard King that we talked about for the last map, but totally reasonable on this map as well. You're going to be fighting in, one central location around the Eternals a lot of times. Getting those potions under your heroes are nice. You've got a lot of CC opportunities. I like it.
Stay a while and listen is going to be actually a big setup for the side of Simplicity too. Like I was mentioning that Hanzo can set up for the Apocalypse, so can the Deckard. But even then, you don't have to have it around the Apocalypse. You can just stay a while and listen for a Mecha Explosion too. Like really good draft for. I'm all Simplicity. As much as I don't want a 3-0, I'm in for Simplicity on this one.
Well, Sidestep Kings, it's on them to get a win in this map, keep the series going. Their tournament is on the line. It is do or die. This map is it. Can Sidestep Kings keep it going? Let's find out.
On the left-hand side, we will be seeing Sidestep Kings trying to continue this gauntlet run. We have Kyocha on the Sonya, Cattle playing Muradin, Hyde on Stukov, Ultralisk will be on Li Ming, and Gotfilth will play the Greymane. On the right-hand side, we have Simplicity, who are looking to go up against that big raid boss, 30k, if they can take a win on this Battlefield of Eternity map. We have Cure on the Diva, Lutano playing the Hanzo, Legacy is on the Deckard, Hosty playing Chromie, and Masquerade on their Diablo. I've called for a Simplicity win. Grubby, we get into this, we see a little bit of mid shenanigans. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, same. I'm with you, Bahamut. I think they've just been playing better. There's no stopping them. 3-0, my mind, already happened. I'm from the future. I saw it. We'll see if destiny actually fulfills itself in the way that I saw. There's always free will, isn't there?
It's true. There are conditions for Sidestep Kings to win this. I'm not saying like, oh, it's already over. They need to play so hard from behind. But there's a little bit of that mental game that's coming into this, and if they can reset, if they can kind of just level themselves, I definitely think Sidestep could turn things around. The opportunity's there. Really, they need to find a way into this backline, but it's going to be difficult for Sidestep Kings because Masquerade has controlled these team fights so very well consistently for the last 2 games.
And the vision too, right? Like what he just did, it foiled a 5-man top engage. His scouting, and he didn't pay for it either. Like he didn't get engaged upon by Muradin. It was just perfect vision and rotational control. A Masquerade has clearly been working on his HOTS level together with Simplicity, and it's not that he was ever bad. Like he was really good.
Right.
He's just gotten better and a better hero pool for tanking.
I absolutely agree with you. As this control point, this camp is being invaded by the side of Sidestep Kings. It's not going their way. Actually, Cattle will be able to get the channel on it. Lutano's still very low. Hyde has the lurking arm. But Hyde, have you overextended too far? I don't actually think, because Li Ming chasing in is threatening Masquerade, who goes down. This is the Sidestep Kings we were expecting to see today, putting pressure into Simplicity and finding 2 kills early on and a camp steal.
That was really, really, really solid. It looked like it was starting off well for Simplicity. Gave them the confidence to stay with that engage on Sonya. Did she actually end up dying? She did, right, Sonya?
I do believe so, yeah.
Yeah, 1 death. So Diablo, Masquerade, they were getting the Sonya. Everything was looking good. Diva still has the mech to play around with. But Sidestep Kings' rotation worked. They came in, Hyde started chasing the backline, got Hanzo. Pretty solid, very nice. And Sidestep Kings, is looking the best that they have so far in the entire series in just 2 minutes of game time.
I was just doing really quick caster math. I think I think
What's
the Stukov
math you keep talking about? We don't have it.
That's true. But this the Stukov literally had to hit like Hanzo 5 times to actually deplete their entire health pool. So that's just it was just really funny to watch like Stukov get one hit and it was most of Lutano's health. Another fight potentially breaking out in this top lane. Cattle not getting hit into the wall by Masquerade. A lot of CC coming out from both sides. And I think we just disengage as we prepare for this Immortal phase that the members of Sidestep Kings are just burning through.
Yeah, nice damage. They're definitely good at the race. Cattle does get popped off, though, gets swapped and charged into a wall. Masquerade ate him for breakfast, easy peasy. Now, Sidestep has that 50% advantage. Murden comes back early, and it's in a good position for him to come back. It's only Hanzo racing, with 4 members on the defense. Hanzo will need another 40 seconds to take this Immortal down by himself, and Murden is back.
Time stop on to Hyde on the left-hand side of our screen. Masquerade gets the overpower, but they have to disengage that fight onto Hyde as Legacy's being dove by Kyocha. Got Filth rolls forward, and that is Sonya finding the kill into this Deckard Cain, and Kyocha still pressuring Lutano on the right-hand side of the screen. Masquerade getting very low. This is the shakiest we've seen Simplicity all day. Sidestep Kings just rolling through this Battlefield of Eternity map so far.
Yeah, nice job by them getting that Immortal. It was extremely close affair. Ultralisk had a bit of doubt. Should I take down the Immortal or help chase Diablo, Masquerade? Finally, he decided to help the team. Sidestep said, even if we lose the Immortal in the Chaos, we want to walk away with more takedowns so that it will be child's play to take down the Immortal with the small shield. Instead, they get it all. They get a kill, they get the Immortal, they push with it. Usually small Immortals like this, you see the side push instead, but they had good odds because Simplicity didn't have everyone back yet immediately.
Sonya is rotating down from the top lane, did go into that Poison Spear at level 7. Argument to potentially be made about a leap potential. You leap in, use Poison Spear, you slam. Big potential damage into that backline of Hosty or Legacy. I gotta say this, Grubby, like this is the momentum that I wanted to see from Sidestep, and they're really giving us a good Battlefield map.
They definitely are, and we see a big rotation top by Simplicity. Does Sidestep know this? They do. They feel it, but Simplicity turns around, and Deckard is making them regret this foray!
Cattle had to Dwarf Toss over the wall as they had just gotten absolutely shredded. The Stormbolt won't connect, and that was a very big step forward. I don't know if it was necessary. Maybe it was exactly as you said, Grubby. Maybe Sidestep misread the rotation from Simplicity into top.
Yeah, they saw D.Va there. Everyone else was missing, but they've got experience, right? They know how teams think, and Simplicity was indeed going top. It's just they didn't have a minion wave to ride. So Simplicity knows that too. They're like, if you guys go for the fort, you won't have a minion wave. So during this time, it's okay for us to think about going top. We'll see if you show up from that bottom lane and we can still turn around. These timings, they're very precise by both teams, but Simplicity's timing and understanding of the possibilities open to Sidestep was just a little better. And now Sidestep isn't leading as much anymore. D.Va has been playing with top lane pretty much by herself. It looks like Sidestep, for all the losses that they've taken so far, they decided they're going to be doing a whole lot more grouping, simplifying for themselves rotational necessity, and just saying, as long as we're with 5 and we're not behind, we can try to get kills hyper-aggressively.
I like hyper-aggression as well, as Cattle was coming over to check out the enemy team on this camp as Cure boosts into Cattle, who's dropping below 50%. Hanzo gets a whole lot of damage. Agility over the wall from Lutano, getting a Arcane Orb thrown into them from Ultralisk. 10 talent tiers are going to be hit first by the side of Sidestep Kings. There's going to be a Leap Sonya for that backline. They really want to get onto Legacy, Hosty, and Lutano as well. And right now, how aggressive does Sidestep Kings go? Oh, big arrow!
Oh, big arrow hits Kyocha. Kyocha does get hit by the Apocalypse as well. He still has Leap. Is he going to use it? He did actually use it as he died, so it's on full cooldown.
Lutano with 99 health trying to run away from Hyde. The Flailing Swipe doesn't kill them! And Oh my god, this the back and forth in this fight, but Sidestep Kings are technically coming out on top with the outplays as Ultralisk gets the kill into Hanzo. That's going to be all 5 members of Simplicity going down. Sidestep Kings goes to the objective. This should be their Alarian moving into top lane.
Fantastic play by Lutano and Hanzo, winning that 1v1 with the Stukov, nearly giving Li Ming a run for her money as well. But Ultralisk helped save this one as well with some valuable kills behind the fort while staying alive as well. Vengeance for Hyde. And that was so close. That was a 5-man wipe, only losing 2 with Sonya going down quite early as Lutano and Masquerade found Sonya to be in a position where they could combo her with the ults. But nice save from Sidestep Kings, and they're going to win this Immortal.
I honestly thought that, Mecha Explosion getting 0 value right there. I wonder if it was... Does it do really that much Immortal damage? Was it worthwhile to burn there?
It's that and switching to pilot auto attack damage.
You're crazy. Yeah, I literally, like, just as I finished my sentence, I was like, right, the pilot form has insane DPS too, of course. So, all right, that does make a little bit more sense right there. Sonya, look at them flanking on the top of our screen, looking for a leap target. I love this from Kyocha, the aggression. This is what Kyocha's aggression has been just... This is how aggressive Kyocha's wanted to be, as there's a lot of damage on the birdie. Pops the avatar form, goes in. There's the leap from the Sonya. Stay well and listen, catches a few. There also will be an Apocalypse. Hanzo gets the arrow just after that Apocalypse. Murden gets chunked by the sand. Sonya goes down by the split damage. Top fort does go down in favor for Sidestep Kings, but was it worth trading out 2?
That was 4v5, Bahamut.
I just realized that as I saw Kira in bottom lane, yeah.
Yeah, and Simplicity won that with their great ult synergy with the arrow, the Apocalypse, the stay a while and listen. The Decade pick was genius against this kind of engage with the stay a while and listen. We had the flanks. Murden got caught, which forced Sonya's hand to engage on Chromie. But unless they made that a 1-second kill, it was never going to work because of timeout, because of stay a while and listen. Now, that was still okay. Levels are fine and everything. But Simplicity is making the most out of the least.
Honestly, I thought the momentum from Sidestep was going to be a little too much. As Sidestep goes in, there's a leap from the Sonya. Big burst onto Chromie. No timeout because, well, I believe it's still on cooldown. Got a bit of a root onto Masquerade as well during that from Hyde. And the single target pick is all Sidestep wanted.
Okay, they get another kill. Good job. Chromie probably didn't have timeout back yet either. 10-7 in takedown. Certainly an action-packed game. As Sidestep gets the top Khazra Impaler, they will push out one more wave, and then they've got great odds to force something on bottom lane, with Chromie still dead for a few seconds, and delayed pressure in the top lane. Sonya isn't here yet, though.
Micro missiles onto Hyde, who also doesn't get rooted by the Deckard Cain, and that is Sidestep disengaging. It's one of those, it was like, if we can catch one, it'll be good, but unfortunately they only caught a D.Va who has enough mobility to just get away from all of that dive. Our third Immortal phase, I do believe, of the game is going to be spawning here in just a second with our, I believe it's race potential on both sides, yeah. So okay, this is a good setup for both teams at the start.
To split attack, yeah.
Yeah, I think we see pure race and maybe zoning from Muradin.
He doesn't have Sledgehammer, so he'd be more valuable as... I wonder if he mispicked his level 4 talent. You take that level 1, but then you don't get the Sledgehammer?
I was thinking about that in the draft, actually. I was like, oh, the Muradin does give you actually some good potential tank race as well with that Q, but nope. Yeah, we're not seeing Sledgehammer apparently not. So this is just going to be the reverberation coming out from said Muradin.
Cattle. Okay. Hey, that's good, right? Like, he created so much time. I thought it was a moment again where Cattle might go down. Oh, wow. Great result. Cattle burned so many heroics. Uh-oh. Reactive Ballistic Burst.
Getting low. Hyde is the target. You see the pings coming out. Hanzo needs one more arrow, and they find it. Leap from Kyocha into Diablo, but there might have been a time stop that gave Diablo armor even before that. Really well played, but on the side of Simplicity, they still need to defend against Ilarion in bottom lane.
Okay, it's still 5v5 with Ilarion. If Ilarion could just auto-attack Simplicity, that would be great. Kato going in, he wants to make sure that this Immortal gets some value. Serious distraction is needed, even some that carries some risk. But Simplicity ignores the low-hanging fruit. of Muradin jumping in, and they're just going to kill that Immortal. And there isn't much space for Sidestep to do top lane pressure anymore. No more time.
We were watching them rotate up here, and that was the thought I was having. Okay, they're going to split pressure. Unfortunately, this siege camp that they were lining up for is still 30 seconds out. I don't believe you can see the timer on it when the Immortal phase is still going. I think all of the... I'd have to double check. As I was saying, I was like, I don't know about that 100%. I have to double check.
I don't know too.
At least
maybe,
on the minimap. On the minimap, they're gone, and I can't hover with my cursor. But maybe if I actually looked in the game, maybe that's the difference. Sidestep, though, stepping into the aggressive area of this map, trying to find a fight with their 16 talent tier advantage. But Simplicity, they recognize that, they turtle up, and they're just going to get their 16s and the souls for Diablos. They're 2 stacks away.
Maybe Caterpillar just has reverberation because it's good against the AA build of Diablo. And he's like, we have enough race anyway. Though, when they did go for the full 5v5 race, it was actually pretty much dead even, which is surprising. It shows how much damage Hanzo and D.Va can do. Oh my god.
Masquerade looking for an engagement, goes in. That's going to be a great arrow from Hanzo. Apocalypse is used as well. Stay a while and listen comes out. Sonya leaps into the stay a while and listen. Curse bullet went out. I don't know if it connected onto anyone. Stasis used by Host. Who picks up a massive potion, healing almost to full from that one. Masquerade getting low. This is a Diablo trying just to survive with full souls. Muradin's in there. Sonya's in there. The slowing sands are too much. And that is 1 kill for Simplicity. Cattle getting that healing out from Stukov. And this is full disengage from Sidestep Kings as Simplicity rushes for the Immortal race.
Okay, that's Sonya dead. That's going to make things hard for Sidestep. They're still ahead in levels and in takedowns, but not by much. They have lane pressure advantage, so they're definitely going to want to buy time here and distract. This is a 4v3 with just 3 defending. There's no time anymore to wait for Sonya. This is very difficult for Sidestep.
Yeah, you've been not dominating, but you've had a really, really strong start of the game, and it's starting to slip from you. This is where, I don't know if Sidestep just backs off for a second, or if they go all in, and they're going all in onto Masquerade. Masquerade still living with 400 and something health. Wave of Force from Li Ming just pushes this Diablo away as... I got Dreadnought on the mind, all right? This is, though, Simplicity easy enough should be able to grab their first Immortal of the game. I can't believe I'm saying this. Their first Immortal of the game 15 minutes in. This will go bottom lane. This will be very strong.
Yeah. Sidestep just tried to do as much shield damage as they could. The kind of team that they are, with so much melee damage and really just a bit of Greymane AA and Li Ming shots on the Immortal, they're going to want to fight past the Immortal. Look at Cattle's position. He's looking to give his team some past the Immortal kills. However, Sidestep recognizes that Simplicity came from far, so they're going to make the best of it right now. That does expose their position and removes the chance of any flags. Nice dodge by Godfilth. Great job.
That narrow arrow going to be almost connecting right there. But leaping from the Sonya, slowing sands are out from Chromie as well. This Cattle's getting so very low. Masquerade goes in onto Kyocha. Stay a while and listen. Zone's back hide as well. Lutano, agility over the wall. Simplicity looking to really make a dent in this bottom lane.
Masquerade is just such a big threat to anyone with that QEQ combo. Nice counter by Godfilth, though, really making Masquerade pay for that attack. But as it stands, this Immortal is likely to guarantee a keep. I think Sidestep Kings needs to cut their losses and fall back to the core, the inner ramparts.
Okay, Simplicity backs off, but they've got a great wave in top lane. I think this is actually not so much a back off as, oh my god, a hard rotate into top. Potions come out, but you gotta let that juice age a little bit, so that way you get that extra healing out from Deckard Cain. And camp already cleared out, I think. Ooh, this is a little risky. Sonya's back in 3 seconds with leap.
Yeah, and it's the final chance to fight pre-20. They're not going to wait until Sonya is back, so you actually need to engage slightly before Sonya is back, which I think Sidestep and Kato are doing correctly. But because Kato once again got controlled by Masquerade, he wasn't able to use his jump offensively, but they're not going to stop chasing. Hyde, a little bit far back to follow up on this, but Kato choosing a place to fight out in the open. Diablo trying to manipulate him into a wall. Meanwhile, Kyocha damaging Lutano, going with the jump to cut off the path of Lutano. And that's a 1 kill. Can they get more?
Hanzo used everything they could right there. I was watching and I was like, I was betting money that Lutano was sitting there like, if I agility over the wall, I'm probably going to get leaped. If I agility over the wall, I'm going to get leaped. And then the leap goes over their head. They're like, I have the outplay. I'm dead. Oh no. Just that unfortunate of a situation. 20 talents here is nearing in favor of Simplicity. But with that kill, they've kind of evened up the experience on the side of Sidestep Kings with another Immortal Face spawning. This one could be game ending for either side.
Yeah, and if you look at the timers, Immortal starts in 15 seconds, Hanzo 22. So there's a 7-second period where he's still dead, where the race can begin. The race is north for Sidestep. So they're clearing as much bottom waves as possible, bottom waves. Now they're going to have to head top. And most people that matter, they're there on time. So this is just a really good situation for Sidestep. Really starting that race with Hanzo only now respawning. Now here's the thing. Hanzo isn't here, but he might be here in spirit. The arrow is available. There's a small window where Simplicity gets their level 20, which means he could play off the game. But he didn't. He got the bullseye, level 20 stun talent. They're going to wait for Hanzo to join. And here he is.
We're 20s up on both sides. Nothing too out of the ordinary for our heroics. The Stukov is holding their 20. Cattle's going to be the target right now from the side of Simplicity. Pops the Avatar form. Massive stale while listen, but it's interrupted. Chromie's the first one to go down in this engagement. Kyocha chasing on in, slamming, and that's an Apocalypse from the Diablo. Hanzo goes down as well. Sidestep Kings are cleaning up this battlefield of eternity, and this should be Masquerade going down. Souls to be reset. Diva gonna disengage through top lane, and Sidestep Kings picking up another Immortal. This is the momentum they've been looking to build, and it was shaky in the mid game, but this late game looks just as good as the beginning.
That was extremely well played by Cattle.
Yeah.
He hit the Stormbolt on Hanzo, second bolt on Hanzo with Rewind, which seemed risky, but he still had to jump away. Used Avatar, jumped away, and it just made everyone group up. He was pretending he was gonna get picked off. Cattle, look, I don't have Rewind anymore. But he did make sure that Hanzo wasn't damaging him during that. People grouped up, in came the Kyocha leap, and the desolation was complete for Simplicity. Great fight by Sidestep. They have teeth yet. And they equalize. No, they don't equalize. They get 1 point. 1-2. Great job. GG. Sidestep wins.
Sidestep Kings not out of it yet by any stretch. That was a pretty dominating game, aside from that little kind of dip in the mid game where it seemed like Simplicity kind of seized control again. That was the Sidestep Kings I think that we remember from a lot of other games in the season. But this kind of makes me wonder, Bahamut, about something you and I were talking about too, where Sidestep Kings has definitely been one of those teams that's had those high highs and those low lows throughout the course of the regular season. Makes me wonder now if we're just seeing one of those high highs for this game, or if this trend is going to continue.
I think Sidestep also loves to play off of the momentum, so I think this is obviously a high for them to take a point that they don't get 3-0'd. But even then, let's see if they can ride that wave. That's the big question. I do want to point out, like, the members of Simplicity, while it's 15-10 in kills as we can see right here, Kyocha did get picked off quite a bit, and I wonder
a lot. Yeah,
does that have anything? Is there anything to be said about that going into the next game? Is Simplicity bullying Kyocha a little bit, because that Hogger game previously, Kyocha was the one constantly being killed, and
yeah,
there is a little bit to be said about really shutting down one player and making their experience miserable. Like, I was the weakest player on a team when I did an event, and I got targeted a lot. And it was just like, it's so hard when you're that player getting shut down. You're just like, you don't feel good or powerful in your role. Here, I think this is a bolster for all of Sidestep Kings in their roles and their play. This was a great game for them, and I'm really excited to see what they bring out for our next map.
Go ahead. No, you.
Kyocha, he's played Sonya like Artanis this game, right? Like, you go in, there's no going back. And he just wanted to make sure that with Leap, sometimes they'll win a fight because of it, but he's not expecting to live in games like this because he doesn't have Wrath of the Berserker. He doesn't get the cooldown reduction. He doesn't get the duration reduction on stuns and slows and so on. So 7 deaths on Hogger last game, 6 on Sonya this game, but he got the job done. And that's the sacrifice he's apparently willing to make for his team.
Well, one of the things as we wait for the next map to get picked and loaded into here, one of the things we were talking about with Sidestep Kings going into the break after game 2 was that they needed to find more ways to get things done in game, rather than have just kind of shout to the world through their draft, this is our strategy, this is what we're going to do, you know? They had to be a little bit more flexible. And so a lot of the attention was definitely focused on Kyocha, but behind that, then in game 3, Gotfilth actually ended up doing the most hero damage. He quietly had a really good game on that Greymane. And to me, that kind of says that they were realizing what we were talking about too. Of course they should, they're pros. We're just hosts. If we're talking about it, they should know it already, right? But they knew they needed to be a little bit more flexible in game and needed to be able to find wins from more sources on the team than just whatever that comp was specifically set up to do. So I thought just the composition they went with last game was just more flexible in terms of what it could achieve, and it ended up working out pretty well for them.
It's very true. They had both the Murden engage and the Sonya engage. 2 engages. If Murden up, and they often tried to do so, though Candle didn't die as much, nearly as much, only like 2 times or so. It looked like he was in trouble often, but then Kyocha can engage when he gets out, and that's so important.
100% more engages. That's true.
Yep.
So we're going to go to Towers of Doom for what could again potentially be our last map of the series. This was a pick by Sidestep Kings. So it's going to be Simplicity with the first pick in the draft. And this is going to be an interesting one too, because it does kind of change the dynamic where, you know, you've got that greater comeback potential. And I feel like the longer this series goes, these games are going to continue to just get closer and closer because both teams are starting to figure each other out a little bit more at this point. What do you think, Bahamut?
I was actually going to say we're going to Towers of Doom, and that's the pick of Sidestep Kings. Fun fact: how many maps have they played on Towers of Doom? Just to throw out a number really quickly.
Sidestep?
Yeah.
I would say 4.
Can't think of a lot.
Okay, so it is actually 4. They've won all 4 of those games. They've never lost a Towers of Doom game. So
Grubby's good.
Yeah, Grubby 200 IQ out here. But that was the thing I just want to get at is like this is a win for Sidestep, and now they're going to a map that they've looked good on, looked comfortable on, and I think that they feel comfortable here. Like this is where I feel like they've always played their best, and I hope I'm not caster cursing them because this could be what sets them up for that game 5, and I think there's a little bit to be drawn from that from our previous game going into this one.
Find out it's going to be the Diva ban that's coming out for Simplicity in the beginning. Interesting.
Would you be afraid of Zerazu a little bit?
I guess so, yeah.
On this map, oh yeah.
Seems that way.
I mean, when you have so many people across the map or so many heroes split for objective phases that are, you know, triple caps and stuff, that's where Zeratul shines. In those 1v1s that are forced from these objective phases where he can just dismantle someone like a Li Ming, Chromie, Hanzo, someone who just low health pool. I mean, even we saw in Volskaya Foundry game 1, Kier was constantly pressuring the Leoric in bottom lane down to half health. So just nice respect coming out from Sidestep Kings as Medivh will be banned out by Simplicity. Ooh.
And instant ban on the Tychus.
Good call.
And what do you think that could mean?
Cho'Gall.
They think Tychus is strong. Oh, cool.
Hogger, all right. Simplicity picking the Hogger this time around. Denying that from Kyocha. We'll see what they have in mind.
Diablo has to come forth now.
I was going to say, yeah.
Tychus is gone. Hogger needs to be countered by Tychus normally or by Diablo, preferably both. We're definitely at this point, I think we should see Diablo coming out. We should see Malthael at some point.
Now, they've only played, they played a few Diablo games on the side of Sidestep Kings. I was just double checking the stats because I couldn't remember if there were any, but not their strongest tank, but not also their most popular tank as well. I do agree with you, Grubby. That is it's a good call to try and get that Diablo for Cattle if he can line up those wall bangs to deal with said Hogger. But
now don't you go Malthael Diablo? Like makes Diablo nearly unkillable. You've got Malthael removed as a threat from Hogger. You can follow up with Ana. No, you don't at all. Never mind. I'm done.
Uther has slipped through the bans for the first time in a long time. Gonna get picked up by Simplicity there.
Oh, nice. You can de-shield Hogger now.
Do you think? Ooh, I wonder if it could be Divine Shield and just like Hogger goes just hog wild, like.
Go wild.
It is his prerogative. There's the Malthael ban against Cure. We've seen Cure pull that out a couple times. One more ban now from Simplicity.
The side of Sidestep's going to need some. They could actually either prioritize Cattle yeah, if they don't plan to take the Diablo, which doesn't look like they would, they could ban that out. Could maybe ban out even the Murden, force Cattle onto just something else. The Murden actually looked really good in the last game.
Diablo. Okay. I feel like if they ban the Meridian, you just pick Diablo, right? So it's like,
yeah.
Does that do a lot? I don't know.
I'm so confused that Diablo and Malthea weren't picked up, but Uther, obviously, there's a potential Vala plan. They could put Cure on Hogger and still go Vala. No tank. I don't know. Might be overthinking things. Let's see what Sidestep does here. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock. How will they counter Uther and Hogger? It can't be Varian. Uther counters Varian too much.
A Deathwing Sonya will be the pickups. For Towers of Doom. Huh.
Triple damage for Sidestep, 1 healer. Probably a tank for Cattle, unless he goes Sylvanas again, like on Cursed Hollow a couple of weeks ago.
Maybe Imperious as well, but I feel like you're lacking a lot of critical damage. Like you've got damage, but I just don't feel like you can really solidify a kill unless you have these insanely dragged on fights.
Sonya's face is like the same face I have after every draft in my Storm League games. It's so accurate.
Yeah,
the Auric Brightwing, the pickups there.
Look, everything that counters Hogger is banned or on the side of Simplicity. May finally see him win again. My Hogger.
The Hogger win rate isn't it like 50% for CCL at this point?
Maybe
it's like 60. I feel like there's obviously been more wins than losses.
It was 3-1. We had 2 losses this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no tank. Cattle, Li Ming.
Like legit no tank. Wow.
Okay, they swapped. Cattle. Sonya. Wait, no. Cattle, Deathwing. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. That I was like Cattle on Li Ming when you've got Filth or Ultralisk on your team? I don't think so.
But they have no engage.
Oh.
Yeah, this feels reminiscent of that was it game number 1 where we were just talking about constantly like there's no engagement from Sidestep Kings.
I mean, Deathwing's Cataclysm could be the engage there. Who knows? It's
sure.
Gonna be, I guess, just thinking about things that go in. Like that's basically the biggest one on their side, I suppose, unless you count Leap maybe or something. But maybe they're counting on Valkyrie picks from Cassia, like it's on Godfilth to maybe make them come to you, via the Valkyrie. Who knows? It's gonna be interesting. But it's on the line once again. Sidestep Kings needs to keep the wins rolling. We'll see if Simplicity can close it out. Let's get in the game.
On the left-hand side, we have got the members of Sidestep Kings on their most comfortable favored map. We'll see if they're able to even up our score and take us to that game number 5. On the right-hand side, we will be having Simplicity, who, well, they sit in that advantage spot. All they have to do is win this map, and they will go up against 30K in our next best of 5 series today. Let's see what happens here. Grubby, me personally, I'm going to call a Simplicity win. I think that there's just a little lack of damage, really, from Sidestep Kings.
Well, they've got damage. They lack initiation, reliable initiation, and battlefield manipulation, I think. They're all damaged. If they don't have damage, what do they have? But how do you make it stick?
Yeah. I guess I would say my verbiage isn't very good right there because it's a very specific damage. There's really not a whole lot of burst that I'm finding out from them looking at their composition going into Simplicity. But sorry, I kind of cut you off right there. Grubby, your thoughts actually.
No, not at all. I mean, I love hearing your thoughts here. It's you feel a problem with Sidestep. I agree. I think it's going to be how do you make a fight happen advantageously? How do you burst through the Uther, the Brightwing? How do you initiate? We'll see. They can just shoot at them with damage and hope that they go down. Maybe hope that Hogger goes a little too deep. We will see. Hogger is on the 4-person rotation, by the way, interestingly, not solo laner. I feel like he shines in the 4-man.
I agree. The control that he can add into the team fight in the core 4 is really, really impactful. The start of this game has kind of been hairy for both sides. It's been almost a kill onto Hyde. I think there was Legacy getting a little bit low, or maybe it was Hosty. It's been very aggressive at the start of this Towers of Doom game. Both teams to grab their Sapper Camp for bottom lane. Gonna make a quick rotation into mid. Maybe Hogger gonna help out the Leoric, but I think bottom lane actually will be the key moment down here to either clear out the sappers or push your own in.
Yeah, they're just both teams are just gonna defend the sappers here. No big play attempts yet. It's actually fairly hard to engage for Simplicity as well. They don't really have a main tank initiation. So with both teams being fairly defensive, then the question is also who has the better macro game.
Right now, Leoric versus Sonya, that's a pretty good matchup, actually. So, like, the top to mid rotations, I would expect to be even. I actually think that it's the split rotations that come out from maybe like Hosty or even Ultralisk or Gotfilth. I think those are some key critical players to maybe make a rotation out from the core four and find a pick into the solo lane, or even the solo lane joining the rest of the team for a 5v4. No, okay, I was kind of hoping for it. It just seems like we're looking for experience before our first objective phase.
Yeah, they could still do that, though Hosty had a time trap in the right place to detect that coming in. Now, anytime one team has a double healer and the other team doesn't, I would want the entire Heroes of the... I want nothing more than the whole Heroes of the Storm playing community to recognize that when one team has double heal, the other team should aim to avoid non-stop brawling. Healers don't have the best wave clear, so if you take a good wave clear and a good rotational team, then you can win like that by just pressuring with lanes in different places. And that's what Sidestep Kings does do pretty well. They have a lot of independent laners. Li Ming is safe while she does it. Sonya is fast. Deathwing is safe. So this might be a bit like Volskaya Foundry, where you don't have a whole lot of kills.
It might be one of those games, absolutely. I see Lutano hog wild towards the enemy team, and I was waiting. I was like, do they hit the wall and bounce, or do they hit the wall and kind of stop? Managed to actually get away. 7 talent here, though, looming for both sides. Leoric making a long rotation down, and it seems like Simplicity will have to give over this third objective during this first objective phase, excuse me. They'll take 32, oh my god, they'll take 8 damage themselves, and it'll be 4 damage into the core of Sidestep Kings just to kick things off for that first objective phase. But Sappers are up and available for the bottom lane, so both teams to split off and grab those, at least Sidestep Kings.
Wow, Bahamut. Okay, let's look at this invasion first. Lutano coming in there, does the staggering blow. The terrain, the hog wild through it, good damage. Hyde trying to get away. Proxys level 1 reactive ballista sports. He gets away. Godfilth is low, but is eager to contribute. Big flame there by Cattle. That's a double kill. Wow, that invasion by Simplicity really turned to ashes as Godfilth gets corralled by Lutano. Can Lutano get a kill?
They want this kill onto Gotfilth so bad. Legacy even came in with a shot as well. Lutano. Yeah, Lutano's just gonna bounce around.
Proxying the wave, last thing he does. Lol. Nice defense by Sidestep.
That was a massive win for Sidestep, pushing them, what, 3/4 of a level ahead? That's big for this map.
Yeah. The 4-0 Towers of Doom score by Sidestep is holding strong right now.
Single altar phase to pop in the bottom lane as well. With the bunch of kills they got early, they're not going to... The side of Sidestep won't have their 10 talent here, but they're going to be approaching that a lot faster. So I would assume maybe our third altar phase, the one after this, will be that 10 talent tier in favor of Sidestep. See if the members of Simplicity can close that gap as they'll grab their Sapper Camp for bottom lane. And all right, this is going to be full 4v4 over this. I was just watching to see if Leoric comes down or Sonya.
Yeah, Leoric is coming. It's going to be a 5v4 momentarily. But will Hager survive long enough? Yes, for now. In comes Cure and Leoric, trying to do some damage that makes them stay away forever. But Hyde... Oh, no, Hyde. His arm didn't reach far enough.
Lurking Arm was just shy of Legacy, so Simplicity gets the shots out, evening up this core health. 32-32, but as I mentioned beforehand, that 10 talent tier is looming and it's in favor for Sidestep Kings. I actually don't know. Do you know, Grubby, what the cooldown is between objective phases on this map? I actually don't know offhand.
I don't know.
Might be like a minute or so. I'll have to double check after the next one. Either way, Cattle getting a little bit low on this Deathwing, and Lutano and friends maybe stepping into bottom. Or stepping further to bottom.
Look how much everyone is recognizing that this is a fairly low kill. Oh! Yeah, that's their engage. Look at how much talents are picked that are poking. Level 4 Brightwing rarely ever takes this. Usually goes for the polymorph, but now has that Dream Shot for more arcane flare damage. Uther has a full Silver Touch build where you can use Holy Shock on the opponent. And Li Ming at level 4 also more long distance poke. So there's going to be a lot of posturing and poking as both teams have limited ways to engage. And it really only blows up when you see Sapper Camp invasions like the one Simplicity did before. Oh,
Really good. Just knock into the wall. Hortapult into the Cassia. Lutana will find a kill right there. I can't believe how aggressive that was and how well it worked. Cataclysm over a few members as Cattle re-engages. Hosty on the left side of this fight just trying to disengage. The right wing is shredded by the Molten Flame as they were just about to get a face shift on top of Hosty. Hosty is going to go down to Hyde's single auto attack. That auto attack did like 400 damage. And it's a 3 kill for the side of Sidestep Kings. Losing nothing.
This is a cursed place for Simplicity.
Oh my god. Like, actually, excuse me, let me correct myself. Cassia did go down. The death timers are low enough that Cassia's already back, but they still got the sappers in bottom too, Grubby.
Yeah, this is the second time Simplicity tries to engage the Sapper Camp where Sidestep just makes them regret it. It feels like a fount of power for Hager. A lot of angles to bounce. You started by, like you said, killing that Cassia, and then afterwards, Kata was like, we got a good situation for a 4v5 here, I'm going in. And once he cataclysmed in, everything else was history, and somehow Hyde killed Chromie all the way on the left. Tells you enough about the chaos there. Nice kill there on Uther.
Phase shift came in from Brightwing. The Sonya will be traded out. Camp is stepped on by Cattle. That's a Valkyrie, but it does not connect onto anyone. It might have been Lutano towards the end. Cattle getting very low on this Deathwing. Bellowing Roar will be used. Oh my god,
shot.
the pop-up from Ultralist right now is insane. Leorg is so very low. They should go down as well. A quad kill for the side of Sidestep Kings, only losing their Sonya.
Nice kill there. Sidestep also winning the invade here. Really, really nice play by them. Ultralist getting a key kill there. As Brightwing tried to save Hager. Didn't work out finally in the end. And Hager, of course, he cannot manipulate Deathwing much. Doesn't have that stun. So all he can do is Hawk Wild. And after Hager's Hawk Wild finishes, it's all about those Qs, the stunts into the wall. And Deathwing didn't really care. Simplicity now trailing by a lot. 2-11 in takedowns. Core health, though, that one is still intact. So there's that buffer.
We're even on core health, but like in another fight like that, and I think Sidestep really starts to pull away when it comes to experience. It is a level lead right now, but it's still pretty close. We still have even talents for now. 16 to 15 will be a different story. This objective phase should be even. Simplicity, though, this is a little... I get nervous every time they're going into these sapper areas with the Hager. Li Ming actually blinked over the wall to fully disengage Kyocha. Looks like they're the target. Polymorph onto them. There's an Entomb as well. Sonya pops the Wrath of Berserker. Spears out of the Entomb, getting low themselves. Stukov went for the channel for a second, but needs to help heal up the friendly members. The Bellowing Wars used. There's a Valkyrie out onto Uther. Face shift, though, from Legacy was enough. The Blink Heal will connect as well. Meanwhile, Chromie's trying to dump damage. Li Ming is 1v1ing the Uther. Hager hog wilding away. Cataclysm from Cattle went real far trying to chase onto Chromie and got Filth. In the end, gets the channel. 4 shots rain into the core of Simplicity.
Cattle very nearly went to the other side of that terrain, which could have been a problem.
The wall just flipped a coin like, which side is Deathwing going to be on after this Cataclysm?
Yeah. You know, I actually went through terrain with Hawk Wild. There's still a bug with Hager.
Oh, you went like out of
bounds. Yeah, it still
like
happens.
When the avalanche from from May came out, and there was like Volskaya Foundry, you could be pushed into those off areas. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Oh.
I think those moments are fun, but it didn't work on Deathwing. He didn't stay in the terrain. Lutano, bit of poke damage. Oh, we have another Valkyrie Spear coming in. Uther de-shields himself. Legacy nearly goes down. Can Masquerade be saved? Nice dodge on the Arcane Orb. And then the face shift. Legacy saves the Uther. But the pressure is on.
16 also will be hit by the side of Sidestep Kings, and they're looking to push in onto this fort. The Sonya is actually split off on a camp. Hyde getting very low. The Hogwild off the wall. Hyde has some couple hundred health, not even, and that is a kill from behind in favor for the side of Simplicity. Somehow Cassia was I honestly did not see how she got over there. It might have been something from Hogger with a Hortapult or something. No, Hortapult's still off cooldown. So
No. I also don't know what happened. I guess he was flanking. Like, we were all looking at the other thing, right? We're looking at Stukov, we're looking at Hogger. Hogger made that happen. He threw the terrain behind Stukov, got the staggering blow, got that damage, got that stun, Hog wilded through it. And Lutano was looking really good on Hogger, to be honest. 33,000 damage puts him at the top. Mid-lane deaths, not top feeder, so that's great for him.
Oh my god, sorry, Ultralisk with that combo right there. Hortapult to try and catch Ultralisk off, and it seems to be working out for now. Deathwing will be landing down here. Ultralisk dropping to 100 or something health. The altar for the right and the left are traded out. It's 24 to 20 in health. Wrath Berserker from Kyocha, stun from the Uther will slow things down. Cassia gonna be diving in with that Fen. The Valkyrie is off cooldown. Masquerade low, gets a blink healed from the Brightwing as the Entomb comes out from Cure. Gotfilth getting very low, but Kyocha getting lower faster, and the Sonya will be the one to go down in this fight. A snipe from Hosty with a Sandblast will kill the Cassie as well. Legacy so very low. Hog wilding into Hive right now, and Li Ming goes down. This is a controlled fight from Simplicity as they find a quad kill, giving nothing to the side of Sidestep Kings, and they will siege through bottom lane, taking this fort.
Very, very, very nicely played. The turnaround point of this game, basically, as Masquerade was hanging back, making sure he didn't get silenced or anything, didn't get interrupted. He had his D-Shield available. He took stock of the situation. Both Cure on Leoric and Lutano and Hogger were dropping low, and he made his choice. He D-Shielded Lutano, which led to the first kill that he was able to confidently get. Leoric, of course, would have had the Undying trait that would have brought him back fairly soon. So good choice. And then, first kill started happening. Simplicity had a good fight there. Managed to get really far ahead. It's 20v19. They have 5 forts, and they're going to be keen to defend this until the end of time.
Sappers, 2 out of 3 are cleared out. The third one does go down, so no extra damage for the side of Simplicity as we sit at 19 to 20 in our core health. Boss is still up and available, but as most teams will say, or most players, it's really not a win condition right now or a lose condition, so there's no point in throwing over that. Maybe if Simplicity finds another big team fight, they could look for the boss value. Until then, it's going to be Sapper Camp pressure through bottom lane, Hogger hog wilding, and clearing out that camp very quickly. You're just managing lanes as well. So far, this is looking good for Simplicity with that turnaround big quad kill fight in that bottom lane. That was... even the objective phase, like that was just such a good last 2.5 minutes for Simplicity.
Yeah, and they're gonna defend this. They should defend this for as long as they can. Meanwhile, what should Sidestep do? Sometimes you can get a little bit ahead by pressuring top. It's just hard to get this fort back because there is that, strangely enough, defender's advantage basically.
The rotation, it's very difficult for Sidestep Kings because they're going to telegraph the way they come into this specific altar phase. It's either through the Sapper Camp that we have Masquerade hovering over, or directly down through the middle of the map from mid. Here taking a lot of damage. Short Wraith Walk is able to disengage. They actually are full Life Leech build at level 16 and 13 and 16. They have the Drain Hope build, so that's going to help them out sustain in some of those burst moments. Masquerade does avoid the damage, and Brightwing should get the channel below us. I think Sidestep just takes the full 10 damage. It goes down to 9 health.
Yeah, expertly done by Simplicity. They close avenue number 1 by keeping the bottom bell tower. They close avenue number 2 by Hogger and Uther zoning. The third one was stopped by slowing Sands, which really only left the right side opening to the middle altar for Simplicity to be attacked from. Ultralisk tried that once with the Li Ming shots, but then they realized, he got it already.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, is Deathwing gonna perma stall this out?
Maybe he didn't have it available anymore. You can maybe do it forever if you miss one of them.
I'm not 100% sure, honestly. I don't know off the top of my head how that cooldown works out.
I think you can do it like 5 times consecutively, but then there might be a small gap after the 5th or 6th or so.
It definitely, we saw it right there. There was a like maybe half a second or something where it was like, oh, Brightwing, do you finish out this channel or does the death drop hit you? Unfortunately, Brightwing finished it out on the side, or at least unfortunately for Sidestep Kings. The Entomb threw me off for a second. I was like, who got caught? Nobody.
think a minion maybe. But yeah, that one didn't work out. Simplicity is pushing in with their 20 advantage, but it is vanishing several seconds out, and Sidestep gets their best chance to fight. Hey, did we see no control on Li Ming? He used no control.
Oh, right there! Woo!
Oh, nice.
Level 20, that is such a fun talent. Hortipult in as Wrath Berserkers use Cattle's trying to just burninate the enemy team. Hog wilding with the Divine Shield. Can't really get in because there's too much terrain. Kyocha goes down to the Leoric. That burning despair value. Grubby brought it up a game or so ago that the Leorics have not been going always buried alive. This burning despair is so strong, and we just saw the value, especially going into a Deathwing as the Wraithwalk comes forward, and Tomb is going to be there. Deathwing is forced to use Cataclysm. Look at how much damage Cattle just took. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Height actually pushes Leoric into the death zone. Got him. Now, 2 versus 4. Hey!
Oh, wait! No, there's no way that they get 2. Okay, I was about to say.
Height trying to carry the game here. Hey! It's so close.
Oh my god.
And another one.
I made a note of that. That might be one of our Duke Cannon clean plays right there. Like, that even though Hyde is going to go down right here, that was still just comical and perfect. And with that kill, Simplicity will get the channel on this bottom lane altar. Deathwing can't death drop onto everybody. And this, Li Ming's going to try and do one interrupt. Deathwing's, they're all in on the side of Sidestep Kings as Li Ming goes down. Cattle is trying to find something here with the Bellowing Roar, but Hogger can't really Bellowing Roar or Hog Wild. And there, the no control sitting on top of Cattle, getting shredded. Valkyrie comes in from the Cassie as well. Rather Berserker pop from Kyocha. This is everyone on the side of Sidestep Kings going down as they try and defend against this. The GGs come out. All 5 of the side of Sidestep go down, and the members of Simplicity take the first best of 5 of the day, and they will face 30K to close out our Gauntlet playoff. GG, well played.
Wow, they did it. Simplicity taking down Sidestep Kings, Towers of Doom, doing it with Hogger, and you know what? That's Hogger. He's still definitely a pretty big threat, especially on a map like that. But I gotta say, early on, I was really feeling it for Sidestep Kings. We wondered about their tanking, but Cattle's Deathwing was so good about finding the right position, the right times to counter engage with Cataclysm, and they really looked like they were building up the momentum to take it to game 5. But man, in the end, I think it was around 11 minutes or so when it was Simplicity that finally found that super close team fight, turned the momentum back their way. They're going to get the win in the series 3-1. They're going on to face 30K in our second best of 5 of the day. Crazy match. Grubby, what do you think of it?
Yeah, crazy match. Just thoroughly enjoyable. Well played from both sides. And Hogger finally worked out quite well. Lutano played him well. He's clearly not a first-timer on the hero. So that's something to keep in mind as we head into the next series of Simplicity versus 30K. But Simplicity is the first one to exceed their destiny. They were 6th place in the league. They defeated the 7th, who defeated the 8th, but they defeated the 5th as well. And now they're going to challenge the 4th.
And I'm really curious about how that series is going to go, because 30K, I don't think anyone would go into this weekend, saying that 30K wasn't the strongest team in the bracket. Like they missed out on the top 4 by a very narrow margin. They're considerably ahead of the rest of the league in standings. As far as the regular season goes, they were 4-3, and I believe all the other teams were 2 and something. So they had a much better match score as well. So they're very deserving of their top spot in the gauntlet here, and they're going to be a tough opponent. But you got to wonder. I mean, again, Simplicity playing better this weekend than we've seen them play all season long. So I don't think this one is as clear-cut as anyone was really kind of expecting it to be going into the weekend.
No,
that's right.
I wasn't expecting this Sidestep match to end this way. Like, I thought we were in for 2 full 5-game series today, but Simplicity, like you said it, I said it, and I'll keep saying it. Simplicity is playing a different game, and they're playing a better game this weekend, and it is showing.
We are going to bring Lutano in for a post-match interview. Lutano, of course, from Team Simplicity. And Lutano, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, guys?
All right. Hey, congratulations on the win. You've made it through to the next round of the gauntlet. You're going on to face 30K. That was a tight match, though. How did it feel kind of going through those games? What was sort of your emotional state as you were so close? Get the 2-0 fairly easy, then lose game 3, then game 4 is close. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, we should have won. Like we need to put these games away. I'm all game face right now. This is me when I'm very focused.
Looks serious.
It's not fun, Lutana, right now. We're trying to get the W and we're trying to go to playoffs. We weren't happy with our placement, so I'm trying to get going.
All right, Grubby, what do you got?
Were you able to hold back additional strategies and drafts? Was that the ambition besides winning? Were you thirsty enough to come in with secrets into 30K, which is your next challenge?
Yeah, we have more drafts. That's all I'll say.
And
don't say any more than that.
Yeah, no, we're not going to ask the details of it. Yeah, congrats. The work is not done yet. Of course, there's no prize money difference to being in the place you are now, where you started this weekend. You got to get one more victory to make it all worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice hogger, by the way.
Yeah, very, very good hogger. I don't want to keep you very long because I know you're game face and you probably want to go prep for your next matchup. But just and you were gone for first week of CCL and you went up against Sidestep Kings. Is there a little bit of some joy from the team, getting this win against them after losing in week 1?
It was so long ago, honestly, and we like all the guys over there, so we just wanted to get that series out of the way and go to the next one as fast as possible, which I think we did well enough. So we're ready to go next. We're ready to get it on.
Well, good luck in your next match, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, like Bahamut was saying, we don't want to keep you too long. Any quick shout-outs before we let you go prep?
Shout out to my team. We've been working hard. Hopefully it pays off. That's about it.
All right. Thanks for stopping by for a moment. Thanks for the awesome games we just witnessed, including that Hogger game. Very impressive stuff. Good luck with your next series, and we'll see you again soon.
Awesome. See you guys.
All right, there you have it. Lutano from Team Simplicity, really firing on all cylinders this weekend, playing a great series against Sidestep Kings. Let's take a look at the ladder, see where we're at with that. As we know now, Simplicity with the 3-1 victory over Sidestep Kings. We bid adieu to Sidestep Kings after an exciting season they showed us. A lot of fun games from them over the course of the regular season, but just couldn't quite cut it here in the ladder. And that means our second series of the day, a best of 5 between 30K and Simplicity. The winner goes on to the top 4, to the real playoffs, to the double elimination bracket next week. It is going to be epic. It's going to be a great series. I know we all want to talk about it, but we're gonna take a break. We're gonna pause for a moment, catch our breath, go grab a snack, because when we come back, it's the final best of 5 of the gauntlet of the ladder. Don't go anywhere. More HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 right after this.
Hi friends, Gilly here for another In the Weeds, the official CCL halftime show presented by Roll20, and I am here joined by Hasuabs, ranged player for 30K. Hey Hasu, how was your break? How's it going?
Hey Gilly, was pretty good, was pretty relaxing, pretty chill holidays overall, I'd say, and yeah, we're in 2021, right?
Yeah, new year, does that equal 30K winning CCL? I think that's what I heard.
We have to work for it, but we are trying. Yeah, we're giving our best.
Awesome. I'm expected nothing less. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I'm super excited to talk with you. We were gonna talk way earlier, and then I got sick and stuff. So I'm super pumped we get to chat. It's always really fun to get to talk with some of my old HGC friends, and so I kind of wanted to start it off just reminiscing. I would love to know, in your opinion, HGC or even before, what's been some of your favorite moments, or your favorite moment from that time?
There's probably quite a few, but for me personally, winning the DreamHack Tours event with our boys, and then later on in the career, at the very end of HGC, being at BlizzCon, like it was the first time we qualified for BlizzCon, and we ended up in the top 4, having a very, very close semifinals against Gen G. It was heartbreaking to lose, but also one of the memories that is, it was a very good one to play on the stage and to feel like all the energy of the BlizzCon crowd was quite amazing, actually.
And if I remember correctly, they were pretty on your side of that, right? Because that was the point where was NA all out and they kind of just adopted EU as new NA. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, kind of. Like we eliminated HeroesHearth in the quarterfinals,
yes.
and afterwards the HeroesHearth crowd was kind of on our side, I think, and it was a very big difference because in the round of 8, when we got onto the stage, people were like cheering for us, and then when the NA boys came on the stage, it was like it was a thunderstorm. I was like, okay, there's a lot of people here, way more cheering for them. But yeah, as I said, in the semifinal, all that energy was carried over to us.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that they could deliver. And you know, it's been a little bit since then. But how has CCL been going so far from your perspective this season?
I'm pretty satisfied, actually. I think for the first time, or not for the first time, we had a few other events and HOTS going on as well, and some leagues, right? But the scale of this is a lot bigger. And people are very pumped, like both the players and the viewers. And I mean, people are taking it pretty seriously. They're playing scrims. Everyone really wants to show off, and the viewership is very hyped as well about the matches. And I mean, it feels good to have something like the CCL in HOTS again, because we've been waiting for a similar league for quite a while at this point.
Yeah, and you know, I think the orgs are. It's really cool to have like former people who are in HCC playing, and you playing for 30K, and Mike, you know, what's it been like playing for 30K and kind of having that experience from like I guess a different side of an org.
Yeah, first of all, like I have to say, shoutouts to Team Liquid for making this all possible, because obviously I'm still representing them, but with 30K and Michael Udall, like we had a talk before the CCL. Actually, we had an interview, and we sorted all things out. And honestly, I'm very happy to be part of the team. And we had a rough start at the beginning of the CCL. We had some bumpy games. We lost, I think, the initial 3 series or something, and then we kind of turned it around. We got Mena as a coach in. We already did a lot of scrims, but I feel like everyone kind of merged together, like with the players that we have. Everyone, trying their very best and helping each other out. And it's quite a road, but it's really fun, and it's a very nice challenge, actually.
That's awesome. And you mentioned Mene, and I wanted to ask, since you had played, you know, with Mene, you know, so much, being both in EU, HGC, how is it now being coached by him?
Yeah, I mean, I know Mene for quite a while already in the hot scene, and even after HGC, we played together in Washed Up for a while. I got to play with him in the team as well.
Yeah.
And he was watching CCL. He originally planned to play CCL, but things changed for him. So he was watching the games, and then I remember he asked me one time, like, "Hey, do you guys need some coaching?" And I said, "Let's give us like one or 2 more weeks, and then we talk about it again." And then I think after the 3rd week, he asked us again, and then I was like, "Okay, I think you're right. It's time. We can definitely get some input." And honestly, when Mene started coaching us, he was mostly taking over drafts and trying to help us find like the picks that we are strong with, and just putting a little bit more emphasis on drafting. And besides that, we do, like, since Mene is in, we do more like replay analysis, and we watch our matches a little bit more, and everyone is just trying to improve on the mistakes they've made the last series, right? So it's actually quite helpful.
Yeah, I can only imagine, because, you know, CCL is not expected to be completely full-time, and people are having to do other things. They've got jobs, they've got school, or what have you, and so having that person who can help you practice smarter, I'm sure, just is so helpful and impactful. I love that he was like, "Hey, you want me to jump in yet?" That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of experience, right, as a player, and he's also very vocal. He likes to share his ideas and how he thinks the game should be played. And most of the time it's very obvious that his idea is right, or it can be applied to the situation. So I think he does actually very well as a coach.
That's awesome to hear. And so now you guys, you know, you've got your team with your coach and everything getting synergized together. You guys are sitting in a good spot. Obviously, you do have to play this weekend in the ladder, but you're sitting at 4th, so you could play any of the 5th through 8th place teams for a place in the finals the following weekend. So who, are you expecting to face, and then who would you maybe want to face?
I personally expect Simplicity to get through the step ladder and face us. But it's very hard to predict, right? It's a best of 5 for each of these teams. I mean, Granite and Chili Mountain, they start earlier, but after all, like a best of 5 can definitely go either way. And if I have to choose, I would probably pick Chili Mountain, honestly, because they had a very rough series or very rough season. And, we've kind of been the gatekeeper for the top 4. And it's gonna come down to a single best of 5 for us. So, I mean, I hope we survive it. I really want to be in the top 4. I really want to play in the playoffs. But it's definitely not granted.
Yeah. Do you like this position? Obviously, okay, so top 3 is the best, but do you like being in the spot where it's just a single best of 5, or would you have preferred to have some of the warm-up time, the amp-up time after a break of some of the earlier matches?
I mean, it's hard to say, right?
Yeah.
So there's one match on Sunday before us, which is Sidestep Kings versus whoever makes it out of the lower parts. And we will definitely have a warm-up during the time these guys are playing.
Yeah.
So we will be warmed up. But it is obviously, it's different when you already played a tournament game. But there's also the argument, maybe they have a very long best of 5, an exhausting match. They have to show all strategies, all drafts. And then, it's easier for us.
Yeah.
In terms of drafting and like gathering info. So like on that, like in regards of drafting and information, I think it's the easiest for us. But we will have to see, right?
That we will. I mean, it's pretty rare to see, a team, I think, go all the way through the gauntlet. So there is definitely something to that, showing drafts, showing strategies, and kind of people figuring them out by that point.
Yeah.
What if you then are able to make it into playoffs? How do you see those going? Who are you seeing kind of as the strongest team or teams when you're looking at those 3 teams sitting at the top?
I think Crowd Control not only finished first in the regular season, but they also, I think, overall looked the strongest. Obviously, I mean, that's the team whoever gets to the step ladder has to play against them. But if you want to win the CCL, you have to beat every team anyways. So I wouldn't mind that. But honestly, in the top 4, like the top 3 teams, they all look very, very strong. They, like the kind of the season shaped up, all the teams on the top kind of beat the one below them. So it is for sure a very strong top 4, whoever gets through here. So it's very hard to predict for me.
And it will make for a very exciting next couple of weekends. Hasu, what has been kind of your biggest challenge in playing in the CCL?
I think that the meta changed quite a bit, actually, since we started CCL, and then, a team like wildheart, for example, that seems to be very successful in the season, and they had like their very own meta, but it seemed to be very effective. Teams kind of picking up on it, and honestly, the meta evolved in a way that I didn't expect to be like that. And it's something we had to address in terms of like hero pool a bit, and like just be more open-minded, honestly, about some of the strategies and play styles. Because HOTS, since HCC died, did change quite a bit. Like Blizzard had some very big changes within the game, the experience, the towers, the forts, like these things. And I mean, obviously new heroes and balance patches, but yeah, it is a different game from what it used to be. And having a league like that where people actually practice and like really try hard to win again, you need to adapt. You need to see what's good, what's bad, and on top of that, keep in mind that the teams are drafted together, right? So sure, I know a few of them, like from the 30K roster, for example, but for the most part, it was actually a brand new team that has to get together and has to make it work.
And across regions, right? Like you're playing with a ton of NA players with and against, and then we've got grassroots players from EU and North America. What has it been like for you two to play with and against so many NA players in a consistent manner?
I think it's very cool to see that we have a HOTS tournament going on that is pretty global. Like Korea has only like 2 players in it, but I think it's very good that the regions are united right now, because HOTS is a rather small scene, and I think if everyone pulls together, it's actually very enjoyable. And you know, some of the NA players are better than I thought, so so shout out to them. Some of them were completely, like, I had no idea about certain players, but they actually are delivering week after week, so it's pretty cool to see. Like for my team, playing with BBJ, Liam, and Fury, like Fury got in a little bit later, not at the very beginning, but Liam was the only player that I only knew slightly before CCL from the in-house games we played, but BBJ and Fury I already know from HEC. And yeah, I mean, they're playing with low ping, right, compared to us, so I'm pretty happy to have them in our roster.
Well, we'll leave it at that then. Hasu, thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any shout-outs before I let you go?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Shout out to the CCL crew for organizing the league, making it possible. It's been a blast for us. Shout out to the 30K boys. Shout out to Team Liquid. And check out my YouTube channel, guys. It's something new coming up. Liquid HeroesOps on YouTube. Feel free to check it out. And yeah, thank you very much for the interview.
Yes, thank you, Hasu. Thank you, everyone at home watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and good luck, Hasu, in your upcoming match.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doe here along with Bahamut and Grubby, and this is it. We have made it all the way to the final match of the gauntlet. Of course, we make it. Like, we aren't playing in any of these. We're not going to get knocked out. But the more important thing is that Simplicity made it. They're going to take on 30K. It's going to be a great best of 5. Let the Masquerade grudge match begin. It's going to be an awesome series. Let's take a look at the bracket. As you can see, Simplicity making it all the way to the top. They beat Granite. They beat Sidestep Kings. Can they get that final victory to make it to the top 4? Normally, beginning of this weekend, I would have said 30K, no question. They got it. It's in the bag. Now, I'm not so sure. Grubby, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I mean, we have back-to-back victories for Simplicity. They came from 6th place all the way now challenging the 4th. And 30K, while they, like you said, looked like they were probably going to be the victor, having the much better score than everyone else, 4 season victories instead of 2. They have a very formidable opponent in Simplicity. Cures, Zerital, Lutanos, Hager, Masquerades, Diablo, Hosties, Ana, Legacies, Brightwing, and Hostie, let's see, what did he play? Chromie, yes.
Medivh? No, never mind.
no, that one is not able to. Hostie's Chromie has been great. Yeah.
In the meantime, Bahamut, you got 30K. I mean, besides Hasuab's everything, what else do you have to look forward to on this team?
Azerite on, I believe, Deathwing in the past. No, excuse me, on Li Ming. That was Sammy or Tai, who had outstanding Deathwing plays. So that's a big thing for me. Azerite's always really, really cool to watch. And I think the other thing to consider as well is just Liam in the solo lane. Actually, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I think Azerite, I believe, are they their ranged assassin? I'm completely blanking. It's been a holiday break, and I'm now just like,
He didn't play much, but they had him play in a winning series at the final game, I believe. But specialty heroes for 30K include Rexar, Imperius, Deathwing, Leoric, Tychus, Dahaka, and Junkrat, which a lot of people don't look at anymore, but Hazu still loves it.
Let's take a look at the map we're going to start the series out on. It is going to be Volskaya Foundry. And so starting off with the same map we started off our last best of 5 with. This was, again, Simplicity's pick. I'm curious. So we'll see. Do you think we're going to be able to see Simplicity get away with the same thing they did last series, Bahamut?
No. I think 30K is going to come out to this already known. already seeing what Masquerade's playing, and I think they take it away.
That is true.
Like I think you like Masquerade has looked insane on Diablo. Like either you take that or ban it, in my opinion.
We've got the age-old esports thing of warmed up versus rested, right? Where 30K, they've got their spot that they deserve. They've gotten a chance to see and research all of these other series. They're well rested. On the other hand, you've got Simplicity. Do they have the advantage because they're warmed up? They're just coming off of a big win. They're feeling good. We'll see. The debate will rage on for as long as esports exists, which is going to be pretty much forever. So it's hard to say. We'll find out after maybe 5 games.
A few interesting data on 30K. They won 4 of their 5 last matches. The one match they lost was a 2-3 defeat against wildheart. So they had a rough start and have been on a really, really good streak. They've gotten more comfortable with the meta and they shaped much of it. Additionally, no one has risked their Hager yet. You look at a team that is willing to play Vikings and Abba and Sergeant Hammer and Rexar, and you think, yeah, they're going to have played Hager. Like they play different things. Hager is going to be part of that. So no one has risked it yet.
Probably wise.
I'm looking at this draft unfold a little bit here, and I'm just trying to consider like it's both sides. We talked a lot about like how Simplicity's been looking today, but we also have to talk about like BBJ's Brightwing. Like that is absolutely terrifying. I would say if not every single game, BBJ doubles the healing of the opposing healer with just that Brightwing. So is there any respect into that? Is this a Medivh? Like we're treading that water, of course, of just, well, do you ban the Medivh? Do you play against it? We'll have to see what Simplicity goes into, as it is going to be that ban. So what's the hot priority for 30K coming out as first pick?
It's like Cassia.
Okay.
All right. It's going to be the pick. You know, we wondered for a while, going back to that Brightwing, if we were going to see it as much after the medallion was taken away. It's still been played, definitely not as much. It's been a lower priority, but we know, from experience that if anyone's going to make it look really good, it's definitely going to be BBJ.
It seems like Cassia and Stukov are the 5th and 6th best heroes in the Nexus. After the 4 bans, they are having so many first picks.
Very true.
Flexible.
With
Joanna Chromie.
A lot of the dive and burst coming out in our play styles for CCL, the reactive Ballista Spore build that we've been seeing a lot of the Stukovs go into, I think is a big benefit. There's a lot of team fights that I think are sustained or even saved because of that level 1 talent for them. And I wouldn't be surprised if the side of 30K would prioritize that here. But as I said beforehand, the Brightwing is up and available. It looks like they're going to go for Liam's Yrel, and they're just going to grab a strong tank in Muradin.
Not Imperious. Part of the triple bruiser meta by 30K was something like Yrel, an Imperious, who's a high damage bruiser, and then Rexar with a solo range damage, which Cassia definitely can be, and then 1 heal. This time Muradin, still fairly high damage tank, not quite to Imperious's level, but it gives them flexibility to either do that and go Rexar, or to pivot into something else.
All right, the Brightwing ban does come through, so still enough of a threat that they respected on the last ban they've got on the Simplicity side.
I'm trying to think here, what else do you remove that's looked good? And I'm trying just off the top of my head. Ana has actually looked pretty good for Legacy, so you can get rid of the Ana. Malthael was great for Cure as well. Even though on the opposing side, just really quickly, I was like, 30K could still just run like Stukov and Rexar. Like, I actually think that 30K would do great with a Rexar with a lot of that harassment, and then they just look at maybe, even like a Deckard Cain would be 30K. Deckard Cain for both sides.
True. And we did see Simplicity play that in the very last series. The ban on Ana from 30K makes a lot of sense. Legacy looked really good with the Sleep Dart build in the games that we played. Malthael Deckard, there it is. So 2 big threats, Cure on the Malthael, and then Legacy again on the Deckard Cain, another strong hero. Legacy's just looked really strong in general this weekend. Hard to ban against this guy, I think.
Definitely a good hero pool coming out from Legacy and showcasing that they look comfortable on different heroes. It's not like, they play Deckard and they're a god, but they go into Rhaegar and they hit minimum baseline healing or whatever. It's been just consistency out of Legacy. Last 2 picks though for the side of 30K, Anduin. So the poll gets you out of some of the step in from 30K, but I don't like.
Azurite must be Orphea, and then Hazu goes to Cassia, right?
I've
never seen Hazu play Orphea.
I've never seen PBJ play Orphea either.
It's been a few weeks. It's been a few weeks since we've seen them play.
Yeah,
the secret strats.
Complete roster change up. But you do make a point, Grubby. I'm curious who's playing this.
Isn't Orphea like too quick for a 30-pluser?
Oh my god. Oh,
you know, those reflexes start to go down, you know? Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, never forget, Nesty won the GSL and he was like 32 or something, man. There were people winning StarCraft tournaments. It was Wings of Liberty. Nobody knew how to play yet, but still.
Yeah, you know that early RTS, it's all about wisdom and experience.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Though, like, honestly, looking at these two drafts, I really like the burst ability and the aggression that comes out from 30K. But I think Simplicity got kind of all the heroes they like and look comfortable, and they haven't shown anything new. This is a draft they've run already. Like, this is no new information to 30K, so I'm excited for this one. But I lean Simplicity, honestly.
Well, after watching the series they played yesterday and today, it's hard not to lean that direction, even with the strength 30K has shown in the past. And again, I love that Simplicity is saying, you know what? We're not going to show anything new. We're going to see if we can get it done with something we've played well, and we're going to kind of make it on 30K to prove to us that we need to take it to the next level. We'll see who takes this first game, see who takes an early lead. Let's get in the game.
On the left-hand side, we will be seeing the members of 30K. Muradin will be played by Fury, BBJ on the Anduin, Azurite on the Orphea, Hazuabs playing Cassia, and Liam on the Urel. On the right-hand side, we'll be having the members of Simplicity. We've got Cure on Malthael, Masquerade playing Joanna, Lutana will be on Tychus, Legacy on Deckard, and Hosty on to the Chromie. I've called for a Simplicity win, keeping it simple in this first game on our final best of 5 of the day, Grubby. What are your thoughts and what's your prediction?
Well, I think 30K does their homework. They're very strong. They won twice as many league matches. The draft-wise, I find it hard to anticipate how their draft works. Simplicity, we've seen them work, but I'm just going to go with 30K. We've got a battle of wills between the cast here. We'll see. Actually, I think you're more often right. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll go with 30K.
I've actually got like a whole percentage thing that I have to look up at some point, and maybe I'll post it on Twitter, but like I actually have a breakdown of all my predictions based on map or team.
Yeah.
Funny enough, my highest prediction, Infernal Shrines, like 80% I get those right, but Garden of Terror is like 20%.
Teach me how to draft Infernal.
Win the game forehead. Easy.
Okay. We'll talk more about that later. I suspect the devil's in the details.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it just win the Shrine phase. But as we get into this Volskaya Foundry matchup, we actually have Cure rotating out of bottom lane. It's going to be Tychus into Urel. Oh, but in mid lane, Masquerade is being shredded. And First Blood goes over to 30K, not even really dropping a sweat during that fight, or literally he's not dropping much health.
For a moment there, I thought Masquerade was still part of 30K, the way he was huddling up with them.
just for a little fun, they're gonna just join 30K for that first engagement, then they'll leave.
Yeah, it's just parting gift, final message. But okay, so First Blood to 30K, good start, but these early kills don't matter much. It's 359 XP for one hero, and one Mercamp gives 470. So it's 25% more for the Mercamp. It's not too big of a deal.
And we actually see that camp being grabbed by the members of Simplicity, trying to even out that experience as quickly as possible. 4 talent here will be on both sides. Typically, we see just shy of level 7 before our first objective phase. Masquerade gets a wonderful condemn onto Fury. There was a grenade that kind of bopped Fury back into Masquerade, but not enough damage to threaten the life of this Muradin as we continue our rotations and continue to just clear waves and build the experience for both of these teams. Biotic emitter should be contested.
Yeah, this is always a big power play. Bringing all 5 in to get the emitter. Good jobs by Simplicity. They're not going to miss much experience as they'll be spreading out again. You look at that bottom lane, and what Liam actually did is he cleared the health on the ranged archers, but he didn't kill them for as long as possible, so that they would kill lane minions that Simplicity would then miss the experience of. Didn't really work out. Simplicity got there on time, and Liam finished everything off.
Lines from Cassia connect onto Cure, who finds a potion from Deckard Cain. Lutano is actually trying to step in and find some damage onto the enemy side, but 30k. We actually joked about this on, I think it was the Infernal Shrines game, where like Lutano just got to stand and deal damage and no one was dealing with them. 30k is making sure they pressure these backliners to either move away or move into the team fight, which typically a backliner does not want to do. But hey, if you get pressed up against the wall and there's only one way to go, that's the situation.
That's the way I'm going.
Just always in. You gotta go forward and push and win the game by just engaging, right? That's how it works. Engage and win. Like Kira, just always revolving sweep off a cooldown.
well, after all the trash talking I did on Kira yesterday, Bahamut, I got smacked by Kira today in Storm League. I was like, how is she dealing so much damage? She's a good damage dealer.
She really can be so good, but I feel like, at least in CCL, we just haven't had many good games with her. Like, nothing against the players, but it's just been not as impactful as some of our other heroes, like these Orpheus at time, but like Hanzos and Greymans and Li Mings, like those are just so much more in these games. And why are we going bottom lane with a Triglav Protector?
Third Protector does more than the first and second, right? Yeah, actually, you know, they would go for the fourth Protector spot, except that's a double up. But if they could, they would, because they know the first two Protectors suck, and the third one is still pretty mad, but it's still better than the first and the second. So that's why they clear the bottom lane.
It's just the players are deciding that the meta's too stale. You always rotate into top lane. That's boring. Let's go into bottom and change things up. But you do make a good point with that, Grubby. I wonder if it's not so much a priority anymore to take out the front wall and the well for the sustain in the team fight during control point B. It's just, hey, let's really open things up for the later game, and we'll see if that actually works out for the side of 30k when we get there. Until then, we still have to go through a control point B. We actually still have the Triglav just now ended, so we're probably like 8-9 minutes into the game when we're going to be seeing our next phase in the top lane.
Yeah, and then because of that cadence of the objective, taking quite long to cap, and then a long break until the next one, and then you've got these really powerful mercaps that do not provide push value, but they stimulate you to hoard resources and grab turrets, but don't use them so you can get many. That's why it's such an arms race map. That's why the map is played so passively, why it often goes long. Because there's many things to do on the map, and you don't want to use the resources that you are building up. So this is like second heroic ability on everyone that carries a token.
Masquerade setting up in the bush. I'm wondering, are they going to go for this healing? I wanted to say token, this biotic emitter, excuse me. No, I think it might have just been a bait from the side of Simplicity, or at least watching Sidestep Kings 30k to see if they'll step in for this. That's a Valkyrie, so much CC onto Cure. They managed to get their turret out, and Cure's still alive. The fight continues. Liam getting a little bit low. That's going to be a kill onto Cassia. Avatar forms used. Lacerites gets the kill, and 30k gonna lose 2. No counter kill. Commandeer Odin, though, does come out from Tychus.
Yeah, a bit of siege damage. The tank is already dead anyway, so the minigun will not be required. Let's get the mega gun as Litano starts the siege here. But man, did Cure just smurf there? He gets caught 1v3, gets massively ulted, but survives. Deckard comes in. Legacy's also just always been in the right spot, hasn't he? To save Cure. Their interplay together is so good.
Legacy's in bottom lane right now, and I'm watching minimap. I'm like, man, that feels just feels Storm League. Cure is actually able to grab the biotic emitter and just sneak away from the camp. There was a crushing jaws used by Orphea, and 60 or so seconds ago, Ardent Defender was used by Yrel.
It's so interesting. Simplicity did that so cleanly. They managed to grab the support token 4v5 with the Deckard bottom lane. Like you said, feels Storm League, man. But it was just perfect timing.
Simplicity's read of 30k seems to be really good. I thought that 30k had the momentum at the beginning with the way that they were playing that aggression. Not the case. Simplicity took a breath, and they're keeping it simple right now. Maybe diving onto Yrel, but Yrel's way too safe in this bottom lane.
Yeah, nice. Vespertine, Liam, he's just hiding behind there. Still a fairly low takedown game, but with that Cure move, with the turnaround, Simplicity gets their double first blood and has a nice experience advantage.
good read from Lutano onto Liam, waiting for the setup for the Righteous Hammer, and then utilizing the dash to kind of mitigate the pushback that you'd expect, and still just disengaging with Legacy, who, as you noted, was on point and was there, making sure that Cure is going to be fine. Excuse me, Lutano's fine. I was watching minimap Murden setting up for an invade. No, just watching in the bushes. We have 13s and control point B.
Yeah, Fury was trying to pose as if he had his team behind him, but Simplicity didn't believe it, especially once they saw the token got taken on the 30k side. So even split. Gonna count the tokens right now. We have triple turrets on the side of 30k, no healing token. So 3 turrets. And then on the side of Simplicity, 2 turrets and a healing token. 2 healing tokens.
Goes out. There's going to be the dive onto this Orphea. Crushing Jaws comes out as well. Azurite getting very low, and Masquerade needs to back off because they need to tank for the team. Lacerates connects onto Fury, who's able to get the Avatar form. Light Bomb connects from Hazuabs onto many members of Simplicity. But this is a fight that continues to break out. Yrel gets a nice Righteous Hammer. Stay a while and listen. Slows things down, but Liam gets the Goomba Stomp on top of Malthiel's head. First blood in this engagement going over to the side of 30k as BBJ's Leap of Faith saves, I believe that was Orphea in that situation right there. Either way, Liam steps in. Murden looking for maybe a dwarf toss into Hosty.
Great job by Liam, dodging the stay a while and listen and confirming the kill on that ever so slippery Cure.
That Malthiel. Ooh, Ardent Defender will be used. Hosty getting low, but will be able to sustain themselves with that time stop. Fury, though, has to dwarf toss away.
Okay, pretty clean. Stormbolt, then run away.
Sorry, I was watching minimap mid. I was watching Azurite chase Masquerade in mid lane, but it's this Joanne is actually, I think, going to tap well, and they're going to be fine for now. Control point B, 50% rising for the side of 30k. Can they step in again on the side of Simplicity, Grubby, or is this just given over?
Looks like they're level 16ing.
Do they have enough time?
No. I mean 16 and forfeit.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, I was like 16 and going.
I wasn't clear. But it looks like they do have enough time. We actually have Fury stepping off. He just wasn't sure where Simplicity was. He can guess, but he's not keen to guess. And now it is indeed 16. But 30k is also okay to step off and not take that risk because they can 16 themselves. And to be clear, before the Triglove gets taken.
This time, definitely, with less than half a level to go and still 100% for Simplicity to get on that channel. This is looking like it's going to be a bit of a stall. But here's the thing that I'm so curious about. Okay, no, I see what's going on from Simplicity. I was like, why are you not going for the objective? They're going for this camp invade while they have the advantage to force either a fight from 30k or just to force the point to be able to have another another fortification camp.
Yeah, exactly. Level 16 advantage is an ephemeral advantage. It vanishes at some point, but turrets, you'll always have them until you use them. Then you don't have them anymore. But then they'll be on the field. The point is, you will keep that advantage until you decide that you're going to use it. Whereas 16, how long did they have? 10, 20 seconds? It's not enough to take the Triglove. And even now, they're just pushing it. They got all these turret camps, and they simply don't care. They're giving away the Triglove. Jeez.
I don't think Simplicity cares for the Triglove Protector at all in this game. Like, after our first map up against Sidestep Kings that we had, that was Fury is just chasing Cure for a Stormbolt. I don't think Fury gets a kill. Maybe
I don't
just
think Cure dies, ever.
Well, I was wrong. I honestly thought Cure was going to be able just to disengage completely, but maybe a bit of miscommunication from the team. Maybe they were saying, oh, we're coming, just delay it. I'm not sure, but here we go. Back into bottom lane. Anduin, the only one piloting this Triglove Protector, as Azurite, I think, was interrupted from getting in. There's the Blessed Shield, and the members of Simplicity pick off this Orphea. Honestly, Grubby, this is such a weird game. Meanwhile, just above us, Liam's 1v1ing Hosty.
Oh, the conveyor belt got Liam further away, but he's using Hand of Freedom to chase. No picture-in-picture. Hosty's trying to bait him in. And now, Legacy with the staff stuns Liam. Oh, got interrupted. Liam.
Righteous Hammer should get them out of here. They've also got Dauntless at 1, which is that extra armor. And Triglove Protector, 4%. No one piloting it. Just going to be left to sit and rust in bottom lane.
Bahamut.
On that note, Yeah.
Don't you feel like the Triglav is a bit like the genie lamp, where you can make a wish, but it always turns to like the how do you call that? Malicious compliance, where it does what you're asking it, but with a nasty twist. You've got the Triglav, your wishes are coming true. However, you just lost Azurite trying to get in.
That's so true. It reminds me of like Twisted Metal, like you'd like Calypso. You'd always go and you'd finish the game, and you'd be like, I want to be famous, and then it would be like some sort of twist in it all, and it's not really a happy ending. But yeah, no, I find
famous, but you're famous for wetting your pants.
Exactly. It's literally stuff like that. Invade onto this camp though right now from Masquerade and Friends. Light Bomb connects onto. No, it actually doesn't because the Iron Skin was used from Masquerade. Valkyrie pulls Legacy in. Crushing Jaws will not connect. Liam has to use the Ardent Defender, falling low. Last Rites connects afterwards.
Wow.
And Liam does go down. Really good timing. And Reed coming out from Cure on the Ardent Defender and the Last Rites proc.
That was really close. Last Rites did 1,741 points of damage.
Whew. So I just want to look at this really quickly. The windup for Last Rites is 2 seconds. And how long is Ardent Defender? It's 3 seconds. So literally, it's Cure knowing, okay, this is 3. If I put it, 1 to 2 seconds in, or 2 seconds in roughly, I will get that value. And it's little mechanical things that really stand out to me, and I love to highlight because that's just so cool. But here, Simplicity, they're doing what they did in that first game up against Sidestep Kings. Hard pressure through top.
I just did the maths on Last Rites. I think it was within 3% to kill him. It was really, really close to get the Yrel there. So nice job, Simplicity, making sure that Yrel was damaged enough. And now, yeah, like you said, that big push in, level 20. 30k, our rank 4 team. Simplicity, our rank 6 team. Simplicity looking good on map number 1.
I mean, we saw it in the interview with Lutano. We've had interviews in the past with Lutano, I believe from Kyle Ferguson, from Gillyweed as well. That was the most serious and most quiet I've ever seen that man. Just like the mindset's there. They really, really want this series. And going up in this game number 1 builds that momentum that Simplicity definitely loves to thrive off of.
Anyone does, but Simplicity keeps making it happen.
Wait, no, I mean, like, I play better after I lose a couple of my Storm League games. Like,
Oh, yeah, sure. I love it, too. It gets you fired up, and mere willpower will get you better allies next game.
Yeah, I heard a rumor that whenever you play in a bracketed system, Grubby, that's double, you purposely fall to the lower bracket because it's more fun to play through the lower bracket, right?
It's so satisfying, honestly.
Okay.
Anyone can attest to it.
We get our 20s on both sides, and we are ready for our control point C in bottom lane. This could be a game-ending Triglav for either team, or even a game-ending fight.
Or it could be an unimpactful Triglav that gets vacated halfway and only piloted by one person.
You're right in that, absolutely. There's a lot of options for this control point C, and we'll have to watch and wait as the members of 30k take the safer rotation on the left-hand side. Yrel is up in top, and since Yrel is showing up in top, they're gonna move on the side of Simplicity in for this bottom lane fort, making the map a little bit more open for the side of Simplicity to chase onto 30k potentially.
That was a very, very trigger-happy Odin. Just shooting all its missiles. It knew Yrel, Liam, was still north. But that is rapidly changing. Cure greets Liam. He says, hello, old friend. And that's a nice dismount on Liam, making sure that he cannot threaten the backline. Meanwhile, Fury going in hard. Can he survive this, though?
Fury is 1v4ing and Cure is 1v4ing, but the side of Simplicity's 1v4 is going better, and that's a double kill for Simplicity. Crushing Jaws come out, but Liam gets the jump on top of Decker Kane's head. Triple kill overall from Simplicity. Azurite getting shredded by Lutano. Meanwhile, Cure is chasing Liam in this 1v1 Masquerade. Gets the dismount. This is Yrel. Oh, Righteous Hammer doesn't connect. His last right's up, not for 30 seconds, so this should just be enough sustained chase onto... Yeah, they end up standing still at one point, and they're like, all right, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Now, Grubby, let me throw this out to you, because I think this is a good question for you as a player who can read these situations and understands this game a lot better. Is this a situation where Simplicity could have ran top and ended game, or without Deckard, it's not worthwhile?
Well, they don't have siege damage, right? Not as much with Malthael, at least. Tychus and Chromie do, but they were both 50% life, and like you said, no Deckard. So it's really the devil's in the details. What is the distance? What are the death timers? Murden and Anduin were coming back soon, and Murden alone can just ruin your day. I think if Tychus is full health and it was Midkeep that was open and Chromie was full health, then maybe. So they just make this quick judgment call, and even pro players aren't going to get it right all the time, but they're going to get it right more often than almost anyone else.
It's one of those reads that I even myself struggle with, because I look at that and I'm like, that's 30 seconds, there's 4 dead, we run through top and end, but you have to also look at what you have in your abilities, and I agree with you 100%. I don't think that there was just enough for the side of Simplicity to end, and that Murden really would have made their day pretty awful. Are we just going for a tour on the Triglove? Like, what, are we just testing out the features? Like, glove over here, just gonna shoot a laser, like... Okay, no, it's we're moving into bottom lane. Okay.
Okay, just took a bit of health off of that tower. Is anyone gonna get in? No. Nope.
No, yeah, it's Commandeer Odin coming out. Maybe Hosty, but even then, the range poke from Hosty's just so much more worthwhile outside of the Triglove. And look at this, the Triglove is literally left on the ground. Masquerade steps out. They find the kill into the Orphea. Ardent Defenders used. What is this push? What is this game? 2 people go inside the Triglove Protector, and now Simplicity shreds through a Keat. And this Triglove needs to back off because Fury was really in the backline, harassing and making things difficult for Simplicity. But Simplicity finds another kill and moves to core. Grubby! This is not how I was expecting things to go, but it's not over just yet. Valkyrie comes out. There was a late bomb from Muradin as well, but the Triglove should go down. Core is below 50%, or just about to fall below 50%. This ending is so chaotic. There's still 2 dead for the side of 30k. Hazuabs gets picked off, and with that, Simplicity moves to core, and it looks like game 1 and another kill onto Anduin will be in the pocket for Simplicity. GG, well played.
GG indeed. Simplicity takes game 1. They will not be deterred, apparently. They're just charging right into the series, taking the lead from the very beginning, and 30k looked a little bit overwhelmed there. I was wondering for a moment, with Masquerade giving up the first kill of the entire series there. I was like, uh-oh, that was very fast, but no, Simplicity keeping it really tight, and honestly, they have just been rising to every occasion this weekend. Great start to the series for them.
Yeah, 3-1 on all their series so far. Now 1-0 against 30k. 30k with the longest rest, but also not getting all those games that they had this weekend. That was the icebreaker. Now, are we going to get 30k reinvigorated in map 2? Or have they been lulled into a stupor because of the extended vacation and are being shocked now, unable to respond, left reeling? We will see. Gonna have a second map. Masquerade seemed quite happy about winning that one, the way he was swinging that scepter in front of the core. No hard feelings then.
No, I'm sure not at all. I want to ask you, Bahamut, about the way that draft ended up working out. Because if you look at Team, I almost said Team Liquid there. If you look at 30k, I was looking at Hot for a moment. If you look at 30k, Azerite on Orphea, most hero damage done. I'm sorry, it was actually Cassia, but even with that, there were still 3 other players on the other side, on the Simplicity side, that had like 10,000 more hero damage done, pretty much. So what happened? Was it just a compositional mismatch above all else? Because it seemed like the hero damage just didn't get done in general from the 30k side that match.
There was a lot of play around, I think, the pull from the Valkyrie and also just the big burst from Orphea coming in. Muradin had a lot of setup as well as the Yrel, and just all of those things, they just didn't happen. Like, Yrel tried, like I put it out in the game where Tychus was dashing away from Yrel, waiting for that Righteous Hammer charge. Right. Those key moments are really, really impactful because Liam, what they love to do, they Avenging Wrath over, they Righteous Hammer you back into the team, and then they get the kill. This was shut down. Simplicity has looked and watched how 30k plays their heroes and was expecting these moments and these styles. And I think that's the read that's coming out from Simplicity. I think 30k had a wonderful draft. It just was read so well by Simplicity, and they knew how to play against it because these are heroes that a lot of these players are comfortable on, so there's a lot of data on them. And I think that's really the end-all be-all for that first game, is just Simplicity had the read on that entire draft from the start of game.
What's interesting about that too is the fact that they didn't show us anything new. You know, right. they might have had the read on the 30k draft, but they themselves played a composition that we saw just, less than like an hour ago, maybe, right? So, Grubby, what do you think 30k needs to do now? It seems like it's on them to show something new rather than Simplicity at this point.
Well, especially looking back, it looks like Tychus was more valuable than Orphea. There's a reason we see Tychus all the time. We
Definitely
barely see
agree.
Orphea. So probably, a team like 30K, they're very creative. Sometimes a little bit too creative for their own good. They're going to reel it in. They're going to recognize that. I don't think we're going to see Orphea again the whole series. I think we're going to see more Tychus coming out, maybe some old weapons. They still need to keep thinking about Cure's Zeratul, even though he looked phenomenal on Malthael. Those weapons need to be respected. Overall, game looked fine, but just draft a little bit stronger heroes.
Yeah. Let's find out where the next map is going to be. Well, it's going to be on the internet. We know that. But the map itself is going to be Dragonshire. It's going to be another Simplicity pick, of course, as 30K would prefer to get first pick in the draft. So a map that is generally a bit quicker pace, a little bit more action-packed from time to time, a little bit more effective Triglav Protector in the Dragon Knight, I would say. So maybe a bit more objective focus. We'll see. But I am curious. Things like, the Rexar was banned as well against 30K, and maybe as some of those things start to slip through, we'll see 30K do a little bit better. I would still be shocked if this wasn't a series that, was at least a 3-1, if not went the distance.
Yeah, that it will be extremely shocking for Simplicity, who is score 2-5, to beat 3-0 against 30K, who is 4-3 in score in the league. And 30K, who have won 4 of their last 5 matches. It would be extremely shocking to see a 3-0 here. Even Simplicity winning is just against all expectations, but they've looked really good this weekend.
I want to just draw one little thing because we're talking about scores and everything. In week 4, 30K went up against Simplicity, and it was a 3-0 in favor of 30K. So the fact that even Simplicity is coming out with the first game win, that's a big kind of just step out from Simplicity saying, all right, 30K, ball's in your court. This isn't going to be a 3-0 in your favor. You really got to put some effort into these wins. And I don't think that their draft was bad by any means, but I agree with both of you. I think they were lackluster heroes. Just to draw a line between this, Orphea had roughly 32,000 heroic damage. Tychus, 52,000. That's a big difference right there. So we'll see how this adjusts going into the next game. 30K might just go, all right, you know what? That's that first game. It's okay. Let's recuperate. Let's find out how to read Simplicity as they read us so very well. Now here, this is the conversation we've had yesterday. Is this a Medivh ban on a map that's considered not so good? Okay, all right. Well, I can't even talk about it, but
identical bans.
All right, so do we see something like the Tychus go through, or is it going to be the standard Stukov first pick that we've seen a lot of times on the blue side?
Yeah, last game it's the same bans. Last game was Cassia first pick, and they gave away Tychus. This time
I was going to say, I like that they're grabbing the Rexar early. I think Hasuabs has been so good on it that they just don't want to risk it being banned. I understand that.
I like this actually because it plays into the way that Arthas used to be drafted like years ago. It's like, am I a bruiser? Am I in solo? Am I the main? Like, it's what role am I playing as Rexar? We've seen Hazu run this Rexar in the 4 core. So it could be that. This could be a solo lane. So this first pick it's not telling at all for 30K. I really like the draft strategy, as Cassie and Brightwing are going to be grabbed for the side of Simplicity.
So taking the Brightwing away from BBJ. Also Legacy we know is perfectly fine on that champion as well. Hero as well, not champion. You don't say that here. Cassia as well, obviously strong. But now it makes me wonder what the next bans are going to be. But let's see what the picks are first from 30K. Yeah, Deckard Li Ming. Okay.
No tank yet. It could still be triple bruiser. This is Li Ming was often their main damage when they had triple bruiser, which would mean that 30K is eyeing at least the possibility of an Imperious Urel next. Simplicity should keep this in mind. Do they want to deconstruct it, or are they baiting it? They have Malthael as a weapon into triple bruiser. Remove it.
Good read, Grubby. I think the same thing. Fury, I would want to play that Celestial Charge heavy Imperious, and then Liam can just get Urel for more control, and that's basically everyone onto a role, onto a hero that they very much enjoy and feel comfortable. So a little bit of a different pressure onto them. This ban on the left-hand side, though, they could ban out the Diablo if they really want to just make Masquerade play something else.
You have to. Yeah, if Li Ming is your sole DPS, which at least is still an option, not a guarantee, and then you give Brightwing, Diablo's gonna have like 14,000 health when you consider the healing he gets, the spell armor he gets. Li Ming can't burst through that.
I don't think Li Ming does anything to that.
No, and Imperius is gone now, so your main percentage dealing tank is gone. Or are you gonna take Mal'Ganis and use Felclaw percentage damage? It's not enough.
You know who's up. All right, there's the Sonya Johanna picks.
Have we seen a cure?
Call me.
Sonya?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Call me crazy though, but Varian is still up.
Crazy.
Crazy, you crazy person. But you are right.
Yeah.
You're still up, and not too bad too.
You could go into like it's a good point though. You could go into like a taunt, charge from Misha, a scroll of ceiling from Deckard, and meanwhile Li Ming is just dumping in combos into you. That could be a great way to deal with things. And that will be the Varian, and Malfi will be stolen away, forcing Cure onto something. Or no, excuse me. I think Cure's going to play the Sonya unless they swap roles. But I think
the
Simplicity needs more burst. That's all I wanted to say. I just think they need like a maid.
I think the Varian fills the role that Imperius would have filled very well, and maybe in an easier to play way even. And Malthael, of course, just going to be a nice threat all game long. We'll see what Lutano picks for their final one. It's going to be the Genji. Oh, okay.
Y'all remember that Sky Temple map in week 2 when Lutano came back? Because I sure as heck do. That was a Genji from Lutano, and I don't think we had any Genjis yet in CCL, and we were all like, Genji, really? And I think they had an insane Genji game on that Sky Temple. I don't think I'm missing around. I think that was
so Simplicity won 3-0 against Chile Mountain in week 2, so I'm sure it was insane.
Probably one-sided, unfortunately. Well,
it was good back and forth, but either way. What are you... I'm sorry, just let me... I'm jumping around too much, but either way, looking at this with the Genji, I actually lean against Simplicity.
Okay. Interesting. I like what 30K has put together. I like the heavy engage, and they're out for blood after dropping a game already this series. I'm gonna lean 30K. I know I'm not usually the one to predict it, but maybe it's because I just want to see more games. Who knows? Let's go to Dragonshire and see if I'm right.
On the left-hand side, we are going to be having the members of 30K looking to go up on the board. We'll see if that's the case, because on the right-hand side, we will be having Simplicity, who is already up with 1 game in our best of 5 series and looking to make that a 2 if they can win this Dragonshire map. Let's go ahead and get on into mid lane. I've already predicted the members of Simplicity to take another win here, Grubby. Do you think that's the case? And who do you think has a stronger draft overall?
Well, it's tough to call, isn't it? Genji can get taunted, but he's very unlikely to go in before taunt is up. It feels fairly free for Genji. 16 Deckard staff stun, Varian's taunt, and Misha if he's not careful, but there's a whole lot of space between those being used. They're going to be wanting to be used aggressively. Taunt and Rexar's Misha stun. So if Genji waits and holds on, and he definitely can, double frontline, polymorph as a protection, there's Cassia's blind. Feels like Simplicity does have the freedom to play comfortably. As for 30K, they've got a bunch of things going on though. And when they're not focusing Genji, when they can resist Genji's damage, they've got from level 4 onwards, they've got taunt pick-off potential on anyone that oversteps. And although I often talk about Varian's shattering throw against Johanna's shield or Brightwing's shield, it could still be that healing debuff at level 13 as well. Either way, Varian really enables single target blow up, and that's always a threat.
I agree with you. I think the single target, if they can land it, will be a big factor. It's the same. It's kind of like that last game. It's just they have to be able to land these abilities. Phase Shift comes in onto Cure from Legacy, and this is looking like a great invade from Simplicity onto the camp. Only a Misha kill. I was waiting to see if they go back in onto that one, but no. So it's just going to be the Misha Bear going down. It gives you a little bit of an experience. I'm curious, actually, how much? 85. So not that much. You literally got 85 experience from that Misha kill.
Yeah, it's just it's a quarter. Fun fact about hero XP: there's not actually a set amount of XP you get for a hero per level. A level is subdivided in several subcategories of XP. Killing someone at the beginning of their level 4 or at the end of their level 4 yields different values.
Yeah, because it's based off of the actual like in-game timer too. Like as you said, there's so many layers to this onion, if you will, when it comes to how the experience breaks down, at least for heroic kills. Maybe even mercenary camps too, because those obviously scale as the game progresses as well. I wanted to point out one little quick thing at the start. I love that Liam and Fury were hanging around the top lane well, because Lutano wanted to do the Genji thing, which is you snipe the well on top and you make that solo lane so much more difficult because you can't tap. But Fury was there waiting, and I thought it was going to be a misplay, giving over more experience to the side of Simplicity. Doesn't seem like it really has. I mean, a little bit right now, but we still have waves to clear.
Oh, that's cool. Should definitely do that anytime against the Genji, because they're never not gonna want to try to do that, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like we don't really get it anymore, but like Infernal Shrines is the same way. Like they'd snipe it over the wall or the side, and it's just
obnoxious but effective.
And it pulls resources, but I think 30K realizing what resources they can expend up there works out for them overall. Either way, we're on Dragonshire. We have our first objective phase up and ready to go. Seems like a little bit of siege through top, but no one able to channel that Dragonite just yet.
Nice tower kill by Kira and Lutano, making Malthael a little bit less safe, having less resources. Brightwing now popping up as well. They're serious about this with the 3-man attack. Meanwhile, 30K looking for something in the bottom lane, but Hosty's not going to give it to them. Honestly, Simplicity's out-rotating 30K, getting serious value. Top wall, Fountain.
Misha and Rexar have to come all the way up into this top lane. Hazuab's threatening a little bit. Misha maybe for a flank? No, that's actually nope. They're staying up here. I was watching the mini map and I was like, all right, maybe mid lane they're just gonna grab experience, but bottom lane, you were noting that 30K was going into this bottom. They're poking at it, but Hosty and Masquerade are doing a wonderful job of keeping this back. Azurite's getting very low, manages to blink on top of a potion from BBJ.
Everyone coming bot now. Level 8 versus 7. Simplicity abandons top lane, unbeknownst to 30K. Sonya was thinking about coming bot, but Rexar sees him and arrests his descent into the south part of the map. Hazelup's doing quite a bit of damage to Cure as he runs away. Now Liam starting to quick clear top. Can rotate bot for the 5v4.
Speaking of rotations for bottom, this is Hazuab's coming in with a charge from Misha. Taunt from Very will connect. Masquerade has to pop the Iron Skin to avoid the scroll of sealing from Decker King Root. And right now it's looking like 30K has the availability for the Dragonite, but no, Sony actually will retake top lane. No Dragonite available. Genji in mid is going to be just chased by, I believe, Misha. Yeah, they get out of there just fine.
0-0 and takedowns. Had the thoughts of Fury to engage Siege Camp, but didn't see anyone there.
It's a tense game here, Grubby. Like, it is... like, literally, like, bottom gets taken and I see Cure start playing a top lane aggressive into Liam. Like, this is just very good communication from both sides as well. When it comes to the map rotations, the micro and the macro, at least specifically on the macro, I'm watching through the mini-map. But this 10 talent here will arrive first for the side of Simplicity. They're taking a bit of time on this camp. Will they be able to stop the channel in mid? Yes, Sonya is there, actually.
It feels like a win for Simplicity, though. A 0 takedown game from level 4 to 9, when Varian is the only one that has his ult.
Yep. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, during that Granite versus Simplicity game on Battlefield. This, 4 through 10 is kind of where Varian really starts to thrive, but I also want to point out, we got a Leap Sonya right now? Like,
yeah. That surprises me.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's the best talent in the game. I win every single game when I take Leap. No, there's definitely that fine line between Leap and Wrath of Berserker that these teams have been towing, and I really like that distinction that, like, all right, we need to be able to either engage into the backline harder, or we just need more CC. Hazuabs is okay in mid lane for now as Fury gets dove on by Lutano. Phase shift came in from the Brightwing. I think this will just be a Misha Bear kill. No, Misha's able to actually get through the gate, and we do have Liam in top lane actually just putting the point at 50%. I was watching just to see if they're able to turn that over and look for a Dragonite, but Brightwing's in mid. Like, this macro game right now, Grubby, I'm talking a lot about what's happening on the map because there's just so many constant rotations, and speaking of rotations, Joanna maybe gets caught in bottom. The Iron Skin will not save them. First blood over the side of 30K, almost 7 minutes in.
Yeah, it took longer this time. but it's Masquerade died again first, though that didn't seem to bother Simplicity in the slightest when you look at the long term. Another taunt there on Cassia. The kills are starting to happen. Very, very nice. Legacy, no jump away point. Don't need it, just walk.
BBJ with the stay a while and listen on to 1. I mean, hey, it's worthwhile. It's not even that long of a cooldown. What is it, 65 seconds on stay a while and listen? 60 seconds, excuse me, 70.
70-second audiobooks.
Yeah. But like that, like 70 seconds here, like they're set up for another single target burst, and I know that yes, you should be maybe looking for that single target burst, which is the variant taunt. But hey, if you have the tools to get a kill, why not utilize them and really jump ahead in this experience? Because later game experience like this will yield a ton. 2 kills have put the members of 30K up 1,612 experience just from those. Like that's a big bolster.
It definitely is. But what I love about Simplicity is making the best of the worst. The moment they saw that, they didn't try to rotate in vain. They took down top 4.
Yep. I like that. It's really, really good just awareness of what to do in the game. Instead of just being like, well, we lost one, let's just turtle up and wait for, whatever. No, let's play it aggressive.
Exactly. And this is 5 members of Simplicity here. 5 versus 3 for now. They do not decide to go in aggressively. They wanted the 13, guarding the middle lasers now. Looking for the cutoff point on Azurite, on Liam, Cure, Lutano, Leap, Dragonblade.
Is there a polymorph? There is onto Liam, who's going to try and dodge around. 1 auto will complete the kill. Lacerates connects on to Cure. Stay one listen will be there, but Lutano's not caught. Chasing on to the Li Ming. Valkyrie on the right-hand side will pull Hazuabs, who does go down. Fury gets the charge around the wall. They do have that Warbringer at level 10, so you just saw that value from Fury being able to charge towards a friendly member. And now we see Simplicity split across the map and look for their first Dragonite of the game.
Very high level play here coming from Simplicity. The deep engage on the bridge of Khatat Doom by Simplicity with Lutano and Cure finding the kill there on Azurite, on Malthael. And then finally Rexar getting picked off as well. It was trying to come to the aid. There were more layers of threats by Simplicity. 3-2 in takedowns. Level 14.8. It's a back and forth game, Bahamut.
Definitely is. We are not seeing just a simple, rundown from 30K or Simplicity. Speaking of running, this is Cure needing to actually jump in and go in, gets the slam. Li Ming goes down. It's a lot of the damage from 30K removed. Hosty, do you have a Valkyrie? Nah, actually, it's off cooldown, but they're not going to utilize it.
Nice kill on Li Ming there. She looked like a glass cannon, but this certainly has the illusion. It's just a lot of burst damage coming in.
It's just really, really well played. Just turning onto Fury like that. There was the taunt, and it's just like, no, we got this one. I do want to point out, during all of this, while they get a kill onto Li Ming, there's a Dragonite free pushing bottom lane, and this should be a double fort phase for the side of Simplicity. Taunt Valkyrie. Valkyrie actually just kind of bumps people around, maybe because there were 2 models in a row. I'm not sure. Maybe the structure caught the corner of them.
I think it's deceptive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I think it's like there's that little kind of like peak that protrudes out that they kind of got caught around. Lutano. Swift Strike gets Lutano out.
Yeah. Well, eat.
That was good. 10 out of 10, Grubby. All right, Shield Glare, all that. Fort goes down. So triple fort for the side of Simplicity so far on the second map, Dragonshire. Leap and Such are up. The only heroic on cooldown is Valkyrie. And I love this aggression from Simplicity, but there's no camp, and I don't know if... I don't think anyone on 30K will take that aggression rotation.
They were looking for a bridge camper again. This time didn't pay off, but it's the same trick that netted them a kill before. Uh-oh, Fury out for blood. Can't find his mark though, got dismounted, trying to get Johanna. Does have that shattering throw to remove Iron Skin Unstoppable. Hazu takes a lot of damage, feign death. Now taunt on Sonya, leaps though, still alive. Cure is still alive. The nice save by Legacy, the turnaround.
Legacy, the Brightwing play from Legacy is just 3 billion IQ. Like, I don't know how you give Cure this many life bars, Legacy. Like, you're doing something that, I don't know, it's like Masquerade. Like, did you rewrite some of the code of Heroes the Storm? Like, what are you doing, bud? You're This is
his
crazy.
face shield activates in 1 second instead of in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Cure's confidence in having his best friend by his side every time. Like, literally, Cure is doing things that look like feats the whole game, the whole series, previous series. He puts himself out
weekend.
there. Yeah, the whole weekend. Like, at level 2.5, early on in the game, he started stealing 30k siege camp on this map by himself against everyone. And then it's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, everyone's alive. You can't just steal siege. He drops a 30%, boom, Brightwing comes in. It keeps being this bait. They're playing with the idea of his death, and it just fails to materialize. And 30k is taking the bait.
Those also have to be insanely tilting for 30k too, when you think you have that kill in your hands, and you're like, all right, we can get the momentum, we can turn things around, and then they're the ones who end up turning things around onto you, and it's just another, things fall apart once again, and it's just, it feels so bad, but you know that these teams, they have to say, okay, it's a failure, we got to turn this around, because if they get down on themselves here, it's only going to be giving what Simplicity wants, which is a map win.
Yeah, and that's a long way away from your own victory. 0-2 in a series. I don't think we've seen a lot, if any, 0-2s that changed into a 3-2. Maybe one?
I think you might be right with that. I do think like there was a series that did go pretty back and forth at one point, but here, yeah, I think it was like it might have been like actually a Simplicity series like ages ago. But I'm interested to see what Simplicity does with this Dragonite. There's a keep that's very low in bottom, but all of 30k is up and available for defense.
So you try to backstab the DK. It's a classical move, and Masquerade prevented it. Good positioning there, protecting the deep flank that says no, you have to deal with our Dragonite head on, which makes it so much more easy to oversee things. Slow siege.
Yeah, Simplicity is just, they're playing the siege a little bit slow. There's the dive in from Fury. Phase shift, Polymorph was used. I believe there was a Blessed Shield that did just come out from the Johanna. Stay while listen, sets up the kill onto the Cassia, and now Legacy is getting so low. Azurite wants another reset, and Legacy is not going to be able to give it over. Hazup gets kicked away, which forces the Misha Bear to actually leash onto them, at least to that range, so Misha was getting pulled back faster. Good utilization of the kick from the Dragonite. And with that, the Dragonite goes down, 40 seconds on the Cassia, and Simplicity just needs to play cleanup.
That could have been a lot worse for Simplicity, Bahamut.
Wait, I'm sorry, Grubby. Sonya's level 20 upgrade. This is the second time we've seen this.
Yeah, second time this weekend.
I don't even take this, and I love Leap. Like the only time I ever take this is when I like meme with washing machine with my friend.
Yeah, but okay, who does it work on? It actually survives the entire feign death. 5 seconds, 5 seconds. So Rexar will still be there even when he uses feign death. This is kind of cool.
Like Li Ming's the only one that can technically get out, and as you said, there's that feign death. So if you leap on a Deckard, he's an old man just stuck in a pit, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think they latched on the additional benefit, isn't it? The leap 20-second CDR, or was it always that way years ago?
I honestly, I don't know. I couldn't give you that answer off the top of my head.
I mean, that's not why anyone ever picked it in the past. Certainly in Storm League, but however it is, it offers that advantage as well, more leaps. But most likely it's particularly for the Ariad's Greater. It's so interesting he doesn't go ignore pain.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised by this, because ignore pain is just, it's so useful. Or even the composite spear that we've been seeing a lot of teams go for nowadays, or players. Like composite spear has been pretty good at level 20 for a couple teams. I've actually fiddled around with it in my own Storm League games, and it's very enjoyable to land those spears with the armor that's added to that as well. But we can talk about this all day, but we have a fight that will be breaking out. Kira going to be stepping into the bush, seeing Liam, as that is 30k chasing on in. This is a full 5v5. Masquerade is actually back over on the Siege Giants.
You look at how Liam plays Malthael and how Cure plays it. Liam, 14,000 hero damage, a little bit less than Rexar. 1 death only, and the 0 stacks on last rights. It's very different. He also doesn't have Brightwing to jump on him. The melee assassin play of Cure is so high risk, high reward. Actually, medium risk, high reward. But Brightwing kind of like fills in that gap of that risk, and Deckard cannot follow Liam in that way. but it feels very different. Like I feel like we've barely seen Malthael this game, and I don't think it's his fault. It's just a different draft.
Oh, absolutely. In the aggression levels, we can even talk about the way that Cure is just on top of this enemy team. Even with the Sonya, I think it really also boils down to the way that these players play the hero, if that makes sense. I'm also just waiting for this fight to break up. There's a taunt from the very end. Phase shift onto Cure comes out. Lutano going to be agilitying over the wall to try and jump in. I believe there's a blessed shield that just went out. Valkyrie pulls in the Deckard Cain. Leap on top of the Deckard. You are going nowhere, bud. Cure is going to get traded out. Genji has to get the swift strike away. Li Ming getting some resets, as that will be a Sonya and a Cassia traded out for the Deckard Cain.
There was a high pressure fight for 30k. They had massive top push against them. There were lasers to be lost. They would have lost the game if they had lost that fight. So very high pressure. They got the best out of it. I really like what 30k and Fury did here. Jumping in on Sonya, taunting Sonya, but not overcommitting. If they do, they could get counter-engaged with Leap. They learned from their mistake. They did a soft engage on Sonya, and while Cure didn't burn Leap as he recognized it was a half-hearted attempt on his life, Brightwing Legacy did crucially phase shift, which was a very important in-combat heroic that turned some of these fights. With that phase shift down, 30k decided to step up a little bit more comfortably, and although Deckard did get pulled in, many resources were used, and they managed to turn it around and get a 2-for-1. 30k now has the Dragonite push in the mid forward. They're evolving, Bahamut.
30k is really starting to take the latter half of this game back into their control, but will it be enough? If Simplicity gets one good team fight, that's a rush down bottom lane, and that could be a game end. But same kind of conversation from the last one. Does Simplicity have enough to end the game quickly? Sonya does deal a decent amount of siege, but we're looking at a Genji and a Cassia.
Yeah. Decent poke damage with Cassia's spear.
It just feels lacking, even if they get maybe a couple kills. But either way, Boars are unleashed from Hazuab, so Hosty is going to try and back out of here. That's going to be that kill command, so there's the root. Sonya leaps in with that crater. BBJ's the target who gets pulled in with the Valkyrie. BBJ living, dropping potions on themselves, does go down first in this engagement. That's Lutano finding the Misha kill. This is looking like Fury goes down as well. And now, Lutano and friends, is this the rush that I was talking about through bottom with these 2 kills? Seems like it.
This time they have everyone. They have good siege damage too. Leap will be back in 15 seconds. We are 50-second death timers, not 30. So, the core attempt. Will Simplicity get the 2-0 here? Liam trying to defend. If he goes down quickly, that's lights out for 30k.
Liam does have their no one can stop death, so Liam buys back in and is already here. So they still have another defense. Misha goes down. Li Ming, notably one of the stronger heroes to defend the core. If she can find a reset, this could be big, but that's going to be leaping from the Sonya. And Misha and Li Ming are deleted.
Wow.
Liam is deleted with the increased death timer, and Simplicity is looking to make things simple and move into a game number 3 with a 2-0 in their favor. Honestly, Grubby, going into today, I was not expecting this, but they're actually going to completely, wait 4 seconds, kill off the members of 30k and take game number 2. DG, well played.
Wow, Simplicity taking it to 32k with a win, or 32k, 30k. Anyway, that's a couple years from now. They'll be 32k. Getting a win anyway on Dragonshire, getting the 2-0 lead. That's where the 2 came from. And doing it with style, too. Like, in the end, they finally got the CC chain they were looking for, which was the leap into the Valkyrie on BBJ. Deckard Cain is not going anywhere. He's an old dude. He's not going to be leaping around. So, when that hero is out of the way, easy team fight win. And despite what I would say was a pretty good game from 30k overall, Simplicity just looking so crisp on the rotations, the decision-making. Every level of their play is better than we've ever seen it before.
Yeah, really good communication, good rotations, smart, creative play as well. Not just doing the expected thing where we can predict pretty much every move. Sometimes checking out that bridge of Khazad Doom. Sometimes doing a 2-person top push with Sonya and Genji at the early to mid game to getting a bit of that advantage. Just clever play, deserving, and 2-0, 30k's under the gun. 1 map and they're out.
You know, and I went back and looked real quick during the game, and there has never been a reverse sweep in any of the best of 5s we've had in HeroesCCL. No one has ever been able to do it. So if 30K can, they will be the first. Bahamut, I want to hear your thoughts on this real quick before we go to break.
All I got to say is 30K, they played way better in this game. And I think game number 3, when they're under the gun, this is where I think they kind of thrive the most. I don't think this is a quick 3-0 today.
Hey, we haven't had it yet today. Well, in our other one match anyway. But I don't think we're going to have it either here, too. I think 30K is going to make it close. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we will see if Simplicity locks up their spot in the top 4 or if 30K keeps this series going. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. We'll be right back after this. Got it.
Roll20 provides the tools you need to game in person or online for all your favorite TTRPGs. This is a service that we endorse so hard that we actually use it in our games. It's not even like we straight up use this stuff. We're talking clickable character sheets, 3D virtual dice, awesome maps, tokens for PCs, NPCs, characters, and creatures of all types. It's the stuff you need to play the games you love. You want to know how cool Roll20 is? We partnered with them to make all of our amazing battle maps for this current season of The Unsleeping City Chapter 2, currently airing every week on Dropout.tv. Go to Roll20.net and create your free account today for all the tools, tips, tricks, forums, and community you need to make your games better, easier, and more fun. Roll20!
Introducing the X-Sleeve. The patent-pending X-Sleeve has been specifically designed and developed to be the ultimate gaming accessory by increasing the user's performance.
Helps me keep my arm movements at peak performance.
The underside of the X-Sleeve is completely covered with a specially engineered and developed PTFE.
It glides on it super well because it just has zero friction.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
We are back on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Doey here along with Bahamut and Grubby, and this is it. This is the moment where 30K either gets this series going again, gets some momentum building, or Simplicity punches their ticket to the top 4. And with the way things have been going, Simplicity just looks unbeatable today. Like, I'm not saying it's over yet, but Simplicity is just looking like they're looking like a top 4 team right now, to put it frankly.
Yeah, that's true. And it's not just about clever hero combinations anymore. In the start of the season, we saw victories off the back of Leoric Deathwing. Someone gets entombed, they get absolutely torched. Everyone's level is getting higher. Simple hero combinations no longer work. Special hero picks like Rexar no longer catch people off guard. Now we're back to the old level of HOTS with good rotations, with great communication, good synergy, accuracy of skill shots when it matters. And Simplicity is performing a little better in that regard right now in those aspects.
Very true. Bahamut, I don't know. I feel like I'm a broken record, but like 30K, I feel like they're so close to being able to turn this series around, you know? And I kind of felt that way about Sidestep Kings to a lesser extent too, where like there were moments where they could have turned the series around. They did win, you know, one map at least. 30K seems closer, where they could turn this series around, but then Simplicity just seems to have just that little edge over them in various areas of the game. So 30K, you know, I mean, I'd ask you what they need to do to win this one, but I feel like it's pretty obvious. I feel like they just need to do everything a little bit better.
It's that's absolutely the easy way to say things. I'd also say
my
maybe there's a
favorite
little bit
way.
of an argument to kind of just say maybe play some things that you have fun with and you feel comfortable on. Like, not that Hazuabs look bad on the Rexar or the Cassia, but maybe they go to Junkrat and they just have a better time because I think that's a more fun hero for Hazuabs, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I've got good news for you,
my
Bahamut.
thought. Yes?
The map we're going to is a map where you can definitely play some Junkrat on. It's going to be Infernal Shrines, so we'll see. I definitely don't think you're wrong in that. I feel like he's done fine on the Rexar, but maybe it is time to bring back some of those older picks. We'll see.
Or even
I heard that Bahamut has 80% successful prediction rate here. So by the time we see the draft, we pretty much know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna caster curse myself, and I won't be right in this one. But the other thing too is like we are going to Infernal. If they really wanted on the side of 30K to just throw a wrench into this and just try something crazy, I'm not gonna say Cho'Gall, chat. Just don't worry, it's not Cho'Gall. Lost Vikings actually. I wonder if they could actually play a mega macro fight into Simplicity, and will that work out?
Wow, Johanna ban. We are deviating from the double standard bans of Zeratul and Uther. Simplicity still Medivh. They did Medivh and Hager every series so far. Different order though. Johanna, it earned the respect grudgingly against Masquerade.
You banned Diablo here because it would seem like Simplicity would prioritize trying to grab Diablo if Johanna's banned. What do you think?
Full tank bans, maybe.
I don't know. It's unorthodox. They're going to ban the Chromie, interestingly enough. Okay. I mean, it has been first pick for Simplicity a few times today.
Reminds me of the Hazuabs moment where he asked his tank, "Can you get out of the slowing sands, please?" There's a clip like that.
I do. It's respect towards Hosty, and this is a great map for Chromie being able to have that artillery thrown in from afar during the objective phase. Hager is up and available. This was the map that, what was it? I'm blanking. Sidestep Kings lost with Hager in our series that we just had. So I think it's Simplicity saying, all right, we don't feel like it's a threat on this map as much, or we have the answer because Tychus, Diablo, those are up. So if they Hager on the side of 30K, expect that snap onto Diablo Tychus, in my opinion.
But I think you don't pick it first, even though it's up. I think 30K wants it on the second rotation. It's too risky. Like you said, Diablo Tychus.
Uther
enables Hager.
Also goes through. So now it's trickier for Simplicity, right? Because if they do go with Diablo Tychus, and like you just said, Grubby, Hager does get the Uther benefit.
You could do Tychus Hager.
You know what? That's a good direction to go. I think they're having this discussion right now. It's Tychus or Diablo. I think that's what they're discussing. And
there you go.
You don't go Hager or Diablo because both get countered by Tychus, who's still up. So you get Hager and Tychus. Tychus to counter the Diablo is now not a high prio pick anymore. One of the main counters to Tychus is Johanna, smaller health pool. Part of it is shield, also got a blind. That one is gone. So great picks for simplicity. Now, how does 30k salvage this? Another blind via Cassia and Leoric.
Leoric for the Entomb as well. Here come the bans. Now,
And
do you think...
Deathwing?
Yeah, I was going to say, because we did see the Deathwing Leoric earlier. That was going to be my suggestion, but I don't know.
I think
Didn't seem like a big threat.
There's a consideration for maybe an Ana ban. Ana Uther with like a Kerrigan would actually be kind of crazy. It's something that Fury has run in the past with different team members. It's actually going to be a respect onto Falstad. Hazuabs does have a really good Falstad that we've seen in the past, but I'm curious as to why. Yeah, that's it. I'm curious as to why. I don't know.
Scrim info. I bet there was something in scrims.
Oh, you do have a point with that. There are scrims that we don't see, so maybe there's some sort of Hinterland's crazy composition, like Entomb, Divine Storm, Hinterland's
There's Gust
Blast.
and Tomb isolation, of course. One Entomb, the rest Gusted.
True.
That is true. Malthael the ban against Cure. No surprise there, as he's been wrecking it on that hero all day.
So they want Zeratul then?
Yeah.
They could have banned Ana to disempower Malthael, but they removed Malthael. Ana's still up. Zeratul is still up.
Ooh, Ana Zeratul? I don't know. Okay.
Well, not both, but one of them.
Deckard Diablo.
No,
All right.
Both. Nano boosted Zeratul with Might of the Nerazim. That'll be a good time to go up against.
Well, they know that 30k is probably not going to pick Zeratul, so they can always last pick it on the simplicity side, I suppose.
Could also be Brightwing last. I don't know if that's crazy. Double heal, Deckard Brightwing, bit weird. Nope, it's got taken.
Brightwing,
and
Deathwing.
it is Deathwing. So 30k falling back on old patterns.
Yep.
Look at that Skinnergy. You got the Brightwing Deathwing and the Deathwing. No,
The wing combo.
anyways. Yeah, there you go. The wing friends. Last pick though, like with double
I don't
support.
think you Zara.
Yeah, exactly. With the double support and the shielding, like the spell shielding from Brightwing, I don't think I'm with you on this, Grubby. I think maybe more
Urel,
sustain.
probably.
Ooh, would give you control.
Oh,
Mephisto. All right, let's go. Something a
It's a
little bit spicy now.
It's a map for him. He has percent-based
Yeah.
damage. 13. Am I 16? 13. He can get percent-based damage off of lightning.
16.
Number is
16.
Okay. So that does give you some damage. Like Mephisto scaling into the 16 post is pretty strong. Like Simplicity's level 16 empowerment is kind of terrifying, really.
I mean, I look at this comp from Simplicity and I'm like, this is a comp that just says you don't want to be on the shrine, because if you're on the shrine, there's going to be insane AoE damage happening between the Tychus and Mephisto, the Hogger. Diablo can even, be in there mixing things up a little bit. So I think they're just trying to make the shrine a very dangerous place to go. So we will see if 30k is brave enough to get in there and try to kill some skeletons anyway. Who knows? They've got a decent comp, but it's all on the line now. 30k, they need to win this one or they are out of the tournament. And Simplicity takes the top 4 spot. Let's see what happens.
On the left-hand side, we will be having the members of 30k who are trying to get the reverse sweep kicked off here on Infernal Shrines, or they'll be going home at the hand of Simplicity. Fury on the Uther, Hazuabs on the Deathwing, BBJ on the Brightwing, Liam on the Leoric, and Azurite on Cassia. On the right-hand side, we are looking at Simplicity, who are looking to take a 3-0 in the series and meet up against Crowd Control next weekend. We have Legacy on the Deckard, Cure on the Tychus, Hosty on the Mephisto, Masquerade playing Diablo, and Lutano playing the Hogger. I'm calling for a Simplicity win here. As much as I want more, Grubby, I always say that. I just think...
You want more Grubby?
We all always want more Grubby. We want more HeroesCCL as well. But I think the big thing here is Simplicity has had an answer for anything thrown at them today, and this composition looks aggressive and good in my opinion.
Yeah, it's they're up against double support Uther Brightwing, which normally really gets a nod of respect, but somehow 30k's composition looks flimsy, low damage, unreliable. I don't know. Are we colored by the last 2 games?
A little bit, I think.
I think so too. But
I'll be honest.
Yeah, probably. Obviously, we've seen Lutano's Hogger. We're confident in it. We've seen Cure popping off. So all these picks that might give us doubt had it been someone else, Simplicity, it gives confidence. So Simplicity looking like they have a good draft. But 30k, they have double support. They've got Leo Deathwing, Cassia, a lot of good stuff as well. We'll see. We'll cast the game as it happens, guys.
I have faith in 30k, but that's just my opinion going into the map. They definitely can turn things around, and we'll have to see what happens as the map progresses. First objective, though, will be in the bottom lane. It will be in Frozen Punisher. Liam gets chunked quite a bit. The polymorph from BBJ. Masquerade doesn't go for the pull onto BBJ, and they'll just back off and help out their friendly team. 26 souls on Diablo for now, 8 stacks on that lightning stroke for the Cassie at level 1, and 2 out of the 80 on the silver touch from Uther. We'll keep you up to date on those numbers as they do progress, if you might be just listening, or if you can't really read the bottom, or you're making dinner or whatever, I don't know. But like at least during HGC, that was always like the thing, like there'd be those lulls, so I'd like run to the other room and something, and then like there was like 1 or 2 times like Gilly or Dread would like mention the stacks. I'm like, bless you, thank you. But regardless, let's focus in on here, because our first objective will be announced in a few seconds and will be up for contest in about 45.
Sometimes our car autonomously starts playing a tournament stream that I had been listening to on my phone. Didn't intend to play in the car, but because Bluetooth automatically hooks up, suddenly like you turn on the car and the casting begins again. I'm like, yeah, that works. And we definitely want to hear the stacks.
Last little thing. Back in the day, like I would drive home and HGC would start. I would legit listen on my phone as I was driving home. I'd just be like, yes, this is the start of the weekend. But we're here. Infernal Shrines. Let's get into this game as the Punisher will be spawning in bottom lane. Lutano, Legacy to grab the camp on the right, and it looks like 30k has already grabbed their own Fallen Shaman camp for top lane. When we get into this team fight here, Grubby, at least in this early phase, I was going to say, who do you favor? And it looks like the members of 30k are not going to be the ones favored right there.
I favor Sim. I favor Simplicity.
It's like when your predictions go too long and you die once, everyone's like, no, he's not going to win this one. Masquerade getting low, though, trying to back off. Legacy with the potions just in time. And no one on the side of Simplicity goes down. Simplicity actually stepping back into the face of 30k.
Yeah, really nice save on Masquerade there. Great potion from Legacy. Right place, right time. That was Simplicity getting a kill. 3v4? 3v5? Incredible. A steal. Even as they were taking Bruiser Camp, which is doing massive damage. And 30k is putting all their eggs in one basket. Deathwing went for a fly. It's going to land on top once he can. Should be in about 5 seconds or so. The Punisher does go to 30k. But they lost their entire top wall.
I think this is still fine for Simplicity. I want to say you and I had this conversation yesterday on Infernal Shrines. I've seen a lot of teams kind of forego this first Punisher to opt for more split pressure like we're seeing in that top lane from the Hogger. Punisher does jump over. We have Hosty. Okay, Hosty's going to be fine. I saw them. I wasn't sure where their origin point was for that Shade of Mephisto, and I got a little worried if the Punisher would jump or if Fury and friends would be able to read that and burst them down. Punisher does get the jump onto Masquerade, Hosty stepping forward, and it looks like the fort will fall to about half health. Members of Simplicity still holding this lane just fine.
Okay, 30k got more siege damage during that whole thing than Simplicity, so they can be satisfied. But Simplicity immediately looking to reciprocate. Masquerade looking for a kill, but he gets polymorphed and hammered of Justice.
Good read from Fury in that, and I think Fury will be holding that Hammer of Justice consistently because Masquerade has been playing the Diablo in the sense where they're, running almost parallel with you, waiting for that wall charge or that shadow charge with a wall alignment to be available for them, and I just like the way that Masquerade is kind of looking at that, but also Fury is responding very well to it. Double Soak, though, coming out from Hogger and Leorc as I'm seeing them do a top to mid swap really quickly.
30k looking pretty okay so far in this tournament match, this match point. Eliminated, and they will finish 5th. Get the same prize money as rank 8. Of course, it's about a lot more than prize money. They all got streams to think about, so their brands matter. They've got their honor, their ego to think about, the satisfaction of a job well done. But 5th would be unsatisfying for 30k. Simplicity, even if they lost, they would still have done a hell of a run. They'd be so close, though. Would be frustrating in that regard. They came from 6th and are one map away from going top 4. It's definitely a lot at stake for both teams.
That's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Simplicity. And I don't think any of that nervous is really showing. I think they're still playing the game that they set out to, which is, Masquerade on this Diablo, setting up and then just finding the burst through Hosty as well. They lost one at the they found one kill so far, but experience has been neck and neck just from the overall macro from both sides. Like, this is really, really good Infernal Shrines play from both teams.
Yeah. It's slow and it's tentative. It's good, but it's very tentative and it's careful and it's recognizing what's at stake.
Hog Wild out.
Don't just Hammer of Justice with this Hog Wild.
It's just those scary moments right there. Cure is going to start shredding Hazuab's health. Polymorph will slow that down. Cure gets another grenade out. Okay, sorry, I didn't see the loot stash on the ground. I was like, Hogger, where you going, bud? And they got that loot stash. Really quickly, though, we are going to have a Mortar Punisher in top lane. We'll be spawning in 20 seconds. Will the members of Simplicity be able to get this one, or is this going to be a second Punisher from 30k, maybe yielding more than just the top lane, more than just half the health of a fort?
Bruiser camp taken for each, which, even though it's not in a difficult position to clear, it's still tanky enough to offer DPS on any would-be enemy team that goes into mid lane and tries to just sneak off into the shrine. It's vision control, so it's still powerful to grab it at this time, not to delay it until some kind of theoretical future Punisher. Watch Cure trying to clear that Bruiser quickly. Meanwhile, Hager coming all the way from the south. Simplicity not ready to engage yet. Maybe we'll even be giving away this whole thing for free.
20 of the Skeletal Defenders is just hit for the side of, 25. They just jumped up a bunch as Leoric is making quick work of all of those defenders on the point. And I think you said it, Grubby, this is just Simplicity giving it over. I don't know if it's them being nervous. I don't know if they want to hit a specific power spike or just positionally they're not good. Wait, Brightwing in bottom lane. What is happening down there? Brightwing was getting just harassed by Lutano, and they were literally on top of each other.
Phase shift or something? Not sure.
Let me see if I can click on Brightwing. Phase shift is off cooldown, so I don't think so.
Okay, he didn't. They're just fighting.
Yeah, which
because
is
they can.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's really interesting. A tomb comes out from the Leoric. A Deathwing is going to be just burninating into the side of
Diablo blowing back fire.
Exactly. I was like, wait, how is there this much fire? And then I was like, right, Diablo was holding their heroic for quite some time. And this is going to be about the same damage onto the fort, maybe a little bit more than bottom lane. Yeah, a little bit more than bottom lane. They got like 2/3 rather than half.
Still only 1-0 in takedowns. Very tentative. I know we both love these games too. It's not all about the kills. It's not silly, but it's exciting.
This is a very good macro play from both sides. Like, everyone is, as you said, tentatively playing. Like, they're taking safe rotations. I'm assuming they're communicating exactly what's happening in each lane. Leoric with a Wraith Walk. No, actually, Buried Alive is available, but the Hortapult is used. 50-second cooldown onto that one.
It takes real quality for a Hogger, a Deathwing, or anyone to use a hard cooldown in anticipation of what could be their death. Not risking it, just using it. Deathwings that use Cataclysm to immediately get away, even when full life, from a Leoric gank, because they recognize implied behind that Leoric, if they're a good team, there's more. There's some kind of Cursed Bullet, Leoric combo coming up. And to just use that and get away and not plunge your team into a series of potentially chain deaths, it's really good. Loving Lutano's play on Hogger. Now looking to try and save this fort for as long as he can. And Hortapult's already back.
Yeah, it seems to be holding back that Leoric, and Liam just keeps proccing that wave to just go into the fort. So the side of Simplicity says that's a 4v4. Let's go on in. We've got some decent damage into this enemy team, but 30k full disengages immediately. Good utilization of the Hammer of Justice to slow things down, as well as that polymorph. I believe Liam gets the fort right now. I don't think Hogger can, or Lutano can stall that out any further. So Hogger comes down and maybe joins the team for a 5v4, but 30k won't give it. They're reading this map too well.
Big power spikes coming up for Mephisto at level 16. Likewise for Deathwing. Loads of damage being unlocked at those tiers.
And we'll see. We'll actually have those 16s for our third Punisher phase, which will be in the mid lane and will be Arcane. Lutano, actually, I spoke too soon about this earlier, is going to be able to hold off the fort for a little bit. They're going to hog wild into the wall, actually, just to potentially... I'm skimming talent. Sorry, I couldn't see if it was Valkyrie or Ball Lightning. I completely forgot, but it's Ball Lightning, so there was no threat of that pull back in. The members, though, of Simplicity coming to this top lane. They want the fight. Brightwing is still in bottom, could phase shift onto one of the 30k members. And I love the way that 30k is playing these fights. I think they realize that it's just awkward and it's going for Simplicity, so they just full disengage.
Someone that just tuned in, and they would say, what fights? You look at the death count, but there have been fights.
It's been good back and forth. I'm actually curious about heroic damage. 21,000 from the Tychus and 17,000 from that Cassia. As the third objective phase pops up, stun goes out onto one. Ball Lightning's gonna pop from player to player. Cure is so very low. Legacy and Cure will go down. Mephisto jumps in. There's the bellowing roar from the Deathwing. I think that stalls things out. So many members of 30k are so very low. Diablo does go down. Hosty is just trying to make the plays happen, but it's not working out. Diablo's back from the souls that were reset. Hogger is able to hog wild away. Finds one potion from Decker that was left behind. And I cannot believe the way that this played out, Grubby. It's a 1 for 3 in favor for the set of 30k, but it doesn't seem like 30k is winning too hard after this.
Yeah, how does 30k open with the perfect Deathwing combo and a full duration Molten Flame, incinerating Tychus Deckard before they can do almost anything? And then you've got the 3-man of Simplicity getting a kill on Brightwing and getting away with it after. That's criminal. Metaphorically.
We'll be sending them some league fines after this game. Don't worry, chat. We do, though, have even talent tiers, and we have that Brightwing back up as well. Leoric is pushing up that top lane, and Tychus is doing their best to push that back. But this will be third Punisher of the game, and third one in a row for the side of 30k, while Cure is very busy off in this top lane. We'll see if Hazuabs and friends are able to get value out of this Arcane Punisher.
Should be pretty good. Small correction on my part, by the way. Diablo also died. Lost his souls. Nice bait. Nice bait. Oh. He has Hortipole to get away? Yeah, if he wants to. Doesn't want to, though. Wants to stay in the fire.
Threw the loot stash on the ground so no one could step into them. And they're just like, I'm safe in my corner. This is where I want to be. But the Commandeer Odin comes down. Punisher jumps over to that. And I think the members of 30k say, this keep is not ours, but we'll take a free fort in bottom lane.
Yeah, 3 forts down. Very, very, very clean play by 30k.
Yeah.
Gradual and careful.
And we've talked about this. Like we keep saying, what does 30k have to do? What do they have to do? This is what they had to do. They're picking heroes that synergize really well together, and they're also picking fights that are really, really good for them. They're just not. They're not taking fights unless it's on their terms, I feel. Like, anytime they see Simplicity, I feel like they're running away, so they just don't have to give Simplicity the lineup or the fight with that Diablo and Hogger. Lutano is just like, I'm out of here. I do not want to be a part of this.
By the way, for those that don't know, you can Hog Wild through Entomb. Hog Wild only bounces off of real terrain, not Zombie Wall, Entomb, or Force Wall from Tassadar. So even had it hit, it wouldn't have been enough. Nice escape by Lutano. Didn't even use Hortipult. Still, the siege is on. One keep tower goes down.
We also do have the Tychus up in the top lane. Hogger's way hog wilding, uses the Hortipult to get away. Bit of a bait, trying to pull 30k back off of this keep just to build some room for Legacy to throw out more potions and also to just have these waves come out. Tychus, though, free fort in top. Is it worth what's happening down in this bottom lane? Tychus is hearthing and is home.
Pick up the top fort, taking a lot of damage on keep. Now, with level 20, that was always going to happen, usually. Still in time to stop the final parts of it. The next Punisher is top, so technically a fort for half a keep and a wall could be panning out well for Simplicity, Bahamut.
We have to see what happens at this level 20. The danger pings are insane in this mid lane. I don't know what's happening with that one, but we had a little step forward from from Hosty, on the Mephisto to be able to just harass the members of 30k, but 30k, you can see it right now. They want to pressure in through these lanes. It's just they don't have an opportunity, really, or a wave.
Invisible Uther, Invisible Leoric. Azurite stepping up, bit of damage. In comes Uther, Hammer of Justice. We have Buried Alive, we have Deathwing. And he's dead, just like that. Diablo gone.
Endurance of Hate, though, goes out, and that's going to be Leoric going down. Azurite's so very low, gets a big burst of healing between BBJ and Fury. Legacy and friends are trying to turn things around. Deathwing with a Cataclysm through. Fury getting very low. Does have redemption, so Fury, if they do die, would come back. Hogger is just going wild with the no control, and Deathwing does go down. Another, that was just a Hog Wild right there, and they don't get the knockback, but 1 for 2, not bad for the side of Simplicity.
Yeah, 1 for 2. They lost Diablo, but they salvaged it in a big way. Hosty completely uncontested on that Mephisto. Hogger staying alive as well, which is definitely not something we see in most team fights. Clever draft, though, means he can actually fight against someone that isn't Tychus, so it's a bit more comfortable. But great play by Lutano. And they kill Leoric and Deathwing. Leoric, of course, is already back. And the pressure is on once again, giving Simplicity their chance to start off with the objective. They're still here. They're going in. That should be a keep.
I don't think 30k looks to end. I think this is exactly kind of what you're saying. It's just, they're just trying to pull Simplicity off that objective. And Kira's like, no. I know this. I know this. Wait, bottom?
Yeah, they keep... You said it and I was like, could they even try? But they could threaten it with Deathwing. Decided not to do, though.
There is that camp pushing in through bottom, and it's a little bit of a ooh. This is so much damage onto Hogger. There's also that Buried Alive stay while Listen slows things down. The Durns of Hate comes out. Uther's the first one to go down. Brightwing will go down as well. Uther does have that redemption. They will come back alive. You can actually see the pings going out because the members of Simplicity knows this. Commandeer Odin comes out as well from Tychus. Leoric is doing their best, but they are going down. Core is being besieged by the Impaler camp, but this is an Impaler camp. It's not that big of a deal in the eyes of Simplicity as Kira goes back over to this objective phase, and this will be 4th Punisher of the game, Mortar Punisher, going over to the side of Simplicity.
But they need another 20 seconds to take the shield off. They're doing about 400 DPS. There's 20k shields, or 10k shields. Okay, never mind. But anyway, they're gone. It's over. It's over, dude. As Cure is very nearly getting 40 skeletons. They just want to make sure they don't get backdoored.
I like it. I like the way that Simplicity is playing this. They can just go in and they can throw a grenade or two, and they should be able to finish this out. Actually, Shade of Mephisto should be able to jump in with a Lightning Nova and just finish out that those last few skeletal defenders. But they also do give positioning over this objective to the side of 30k, and 30k big blow up Wombo and just burn down a couple members with that Entomb and Molten Flame from the Deathwing. We'll see here, Grubby, because it's that tense moment. Hogger is showing in bottom lane.
Bahamut, they're running out of time. Simplicity may not be able to easily get these final 3 skeletons. It's so close. 31-37, 33-37, 35-39. Okay, they got it.
Now Liam's the target. Kira's shredding into them. The Entomb goes out. Kira's able to just dodge that. Diablo doesn't get hit with the Molten Flame, and this team fight is going in favor for Simplicity. Oh, the staggering blow doesn't connect onto Fury. Is there the no control? I don't even think they go for it. They're looking for Punisher, and Simplicity is looking for maybe another kill through top lane. Oh my god! Cure with 61 health!
That was close. That was a little risky.
Now, Azurite is going to be running away. This is Hosty trying to chase onto them with the Lightning Nova. And, oh my god, Azurite's got minions! No, the minions are too OP! Nexus Forces will get the kill for Simplicity. Hazuab's trying to pull the Punisher down towards mid, but the Punisher says, no, I want this top lane. Oh, Grubby, do you think Simplicity can do it?
Yeah, it looks like it. The Punisher is very healthy. They're going to try to push it to the bottom keep again, the mid keep, but they're not running away fast enough. So they're not pulling it into the keep. Here's a big red button. Simplicity is looking to end. They won 2 matches in a row now against 30k. Looking to 3-0 here at this time. Hosty drops low, but he's still here. He's still fighting. Durance of Hate miss. Core getting attacked. Hasselhoff survives. No control, not working out.
No control into the Hollow Storms. There's the stay well and listen, and the core shielding is falling. The members of Simplicity, they're doing it. They're making the run through the gauntlet, and they take out 30k. They are going to be the ones to go crowd control next weekend. GG, well played. 30k is out.
Wow, Simplicity have done it. We didn't think it'd be a 3-0, but they made a statement, not just in this match, but this weekend in the Gauntlet, winning 3 matches in a row, including, think about this, Simplicity had to beat Sidestep Kings, then go right into a match against 30K, and they were able to do that with a map score of 6-1. Like, what an insane weekend for Simplicity, absolutely deserving to go to our top 4. And just some stellar Heroes of the Storm played, especially in this last match. Like, that was close. That was a close map to close it out.
Yeah, just insane run by Simplicity. 9-2 in map score, 3-0 against 30K. I thought whoever comes up from this gauntlet may still not have a good chance against Crowd Control, who's sitting at rank 1 next weekend. Now, that's a big question mark.
Yeah,
I agree. I think, yeah,
just that's it. That's my analysis of the game.
I mean, I think we're all kind of speechless, right? Because we talk a lot, obviously, before we get into the broadcast for these matches. We talk about the teams. We do a lot of prep for it, and talking about Simplicity, a lot of that was, yeah, they're good, but and they're probably going to make a decent run, but like, will they be able to do 30K? Nah, probably not. But we didn't expect Simplicity to be this tight, like across the board, team fighting, macro play, rotations, drafting, like everything looked a very big step above what we saw in the regular season. So just really impressive stuff. Let's take a look at our gauntlet bracket as it is all finalized now. We know who the last team is going to be to make it to that top 4, and it will be Simplicity. Doing it in style too. Look at this. In the matches they played, they went 9-2 in maps. So it wasn't really even that close in map score, too. 3-1 over Granite, 3-1 over Sidestep, and now 3-0 over 30K to finish it off. 30K Gaming, props to them for showing us a lot of great matches throughout the CCL season. But this is where the road ends for them for now, it looks like. But Simplicity, getting the win, moving on. We're going to get an interview in just a moment, and it's going to be Masquerade, of course. Who else would we pick, of course, from Simplicity to do this at Masquerade? I think we got him with us now. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
All right. Masquerade, you did it. You got, maybe a little bit of revenge there, but more importantly, you got up to the top 4. You're going to the playoff bracket in the end. How you feel?
I feel good. Feels good, man. I don't care being playoffs. I just care beating 30K. So that's it. My job is done. I can retire now.
Wow, that's it, huh? No thoughts at all for the playoffs?
Nah, I mean, if you want some insight, the past 2 weeks we scrimmed a lot of the top 3 because we won't play against them in the gauntlet. So we scrimmed a lot against them, and we beat them up pretty bad. One team, I'm not gonna name it. We went 14 wins, 1 loss. So yeah, playoff looks good. We played it good.
All right.
We showed the European traitors of 30K where their place belong. So feels good.
All right, gonna cash in those scrim bucks in the top 4. It looks like. Grubby, what's your question here?
What feels better, you winning or them losing to you?
It's both. Like it's both. Like it's them knowing they did a mistake, Like they should have killed me when they had the chance. What a mistake! I told Azu, Dennis, I will come back for you. I will come back for each of them, and I did.
So it's like chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream, both together is the best. You just have this cocktail of great emotions right now.
Bahamut, what question you got?
You actually answered my question about what prep you did into this, and it showed, Masquerade. I actually, the one thing that I want to say is I don't really have a question. I want to give you credit where credit's due. Your tanking today was amazing. Your Diablo play was on point. Your entire team fired perfectly, and your scrims really, really showed that you have grown as a team synergistically, compositionally, and draft-wise. Well played today, my friend. That's all I have to say to you. You guys really put in the work for today's matchups.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I've got one more question for you then. Obviously, you're going to the top 4. You said you scrimmed against these teams a lot in general, but are you particularly worried about meeting any team possibly in the finals? Which
Okay,
team's the scariest out of the other three?
I can't say too much, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Let's
Just
put it
say
that way. Maybe wildheart, because they have a similar playstyle and they are kinda crazy. So sometimes they're genius, sometimes they're fools. Who know? Nobody. So yeah, wildheart, I guess, are the most. Yeah,
All right.
We can't feel. We don't know. The rest, we are feeling pretty confident, I guess.
Yeah, I would too
Especially
after a
against
run like
one
that.
team, but I won't name it.
Probably wise, but still, what a run through the bracket it's been. Before we let you go, any final shout outs?
Not to my team. I mean, the Smurf. I didn't do shit the last game. Like, I had no idea how we won. Yes, that's pretty much it. Simplicity, a good player. I mean, at first, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty worried. But I guess they're Smurf, and yeah, let's go.
There you go. They are Smurf. You heard it from the man himself. Masquerade from Simplicity. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for showing us some great games this weekend.
Michael Udall, bring me my bass robe, please. Come on, man. Like, it's January. What is this?
All right, there you go.
bathrobe?
Yeah, I mean, he owes me one. He owes me one by the rule of.
It was a Twitter thing. Yeah.
The tweet. What is this?
Yeah.
All right.
It was the whole Twitter thing, like at the start
It's
of
a reasonable
CCL.
request. Yeah. Where's the bathrobe at? All right, maybe we'll see it in the top 4. No problem, man. Thanks for joining us. It's been a great interview. It's been a great weekend, and good luck next weekend.
Thank you for having me, and good casting, guys. Keep it up.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. Masquerade, the one and only from Simplicity. What a baller. And he's going to the top 4. Guys, what a weekend it has been. And I want to make sure I say this before we jump into the final thoughts and all that. You can still in chat type !awards to go and vote in the end of season awards. There's a lot of different categories for players, for plays, for teams. Go check that out. And it's going to be fun to see who ends up taking those. We're going to be able to reveal that later on down the line. But !awards in chat. Do that. And so let's take a look at the bracket for the playoffs. Remember, this is going to be a double elimination 4-team playoff bracket. Crowd Control versus Simplicity. Remember, Crowd Control was that number 1 seed. They will play the number 4 seed in Simplicity. And then you've got 2 and 3 wildheart versus Oxygen. It's going to be a great playoffs. Holy cow. These matches are going to be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal teams and a very deserving 4th. It's been a while since we've seen Crowd Control, wildheart, and Oxygen.
Yeah.
But none of those teams have lost more than twice. Some of them only once. So we've got the best of the best coming to a television near you, or your computer, or whatever platform you watch on next week.
Downstairs, hooked up to my TV. You can do it that way. Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Indeed. Well, let's hear some final thoughts from our expert casters and analysts. Bahamut, why don't you go ahead and go first?
I gotta say, I think Simplicity showcased what hard work means. They really put in the time in the past 2 weeks, scrimming the top 3 teams, which means that no one really knows what they're doing. It was just, I said earlier, like, as 3 bajillion IQ, Simplicity came into today with a game plan and with so much prep, and it shows that they have put in the work. And I'm ready for next weekend's matches, and I'm hoping Crowd Control, wildheart, and Oxygen have been putting in the work too during this time off, and they're not just kind of lounging around and just, hanging out in some scrims.
Hey, if they haven't, it's only their detriment, right? Grubby, what a weekend of Heart of the Swarm. Heroes of the Storm. I did it again. Heroes of the Storm we've had. Final thoughts from you.
Yeah, the level keeps getting higher, Doa, Bahamut. It's just been really fun to watch. Thanks to all the players who have been playing in the CCL, you guys who have been watching and motivating everyone to put their best leg forward. It was certainly true for Simplicity. Let's indeed hope it's true for the other 3 teams as well next weekend when the playoffs continue in earnest.
That's right. So we're going to close it out there. Big shout out to Roll20 for being an awesome title sponsor for HeroesCCL. Again, want to take your gaming from the tabletop to the virtual tabletop? Well, you kind of have to. So why not do it with the best service out there? Roll20, help you get your RPing done in style online. Thanks to them. And thanks to all you out there for watching. Thanks to our players for great games. Thanks to our production staff here at Wisdom, here at HeroesHearth for putting all of this on. They do a ton of work behind the scenes. You guys don't even know. And they do a great job of it too. Thanks to my co-casters, and I don't know, who else can I give thanks? I get Blizzard for making the game. I don't know. What?
Bandit and Logan, thank you.
Oh, Bandit and Logan. I thought you said Batman and Robin for a second. I was like, I don't know.
Batman and Robin too. Sure. Thanks for letting us use your stinger in between the cuts. They lent that to us.
All superheroes from all different comic book companies. We'll throw the Transformers in there as well. Thanks for changing from robot to vehicle and back again. And that's going to do it. On that note, it's been a great playoff gauntlet. We've seen so many good games. Simplicity makes it to the Final Four. That's going to start next week. Definitely keep an eye on Twitter for all the details with that. Until then, play a lot of games. Have a good time. Stay safe. We'll see you next week on HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20.